Known as Minsi Wu, this young man spent a century confined within the monster realm. He endured solitary torment until he acquired the power of endless regeneration. Upon his return to the tutorial tower, he found himself forgotten, as a century of his ordeal equated to merely 10 years passing on Earth. Here, strong hunters command great respect. He effortlessly wiped out the tutorial's monsters, astonishing the whole world. With centuries of accumulated experience, he now possesses the capacity to extract other players' powers, demonstrating that his century in hell hadn't broken him. Instead, he was forged into a divine figure among mortals. An echoing voice, mentioning the star that descended into the demon world a century prior, informed the youth that he could no longer toy with the world using his strange abilities. Subsequently, the dragon inquired about the mortal's desire and the reason for his presence. The young man, almost out of breath, responded that his sole wish was to go back to his world, his true home. The beast considered it a surprisingly modest request for someone who had endangered their very existence. The dragon stated that despite the wish's apparent futility, the young man's journey had guided him correctly. It then disclosed that the crystal for returning home was, in fact, located within its own heart. The protagonist then expressed his inability to comprehend the suffering endured to locate it. He had battled in that dreadful realm for a full century, an era of unadulterated torment. Consequently, the dragon resolved to extend a small measure of clemency, which involved merely terminating his wretched existence with one accurate blow. However, the young man simply smiled, concurring that it was indeed time for everything to conclude. Abruptly, a vast light erupted from his form, surging towards the colossal beast. The dragon took the full brunt of the flash, staggering from the impact's power. Taken aback, the dragon pondered the nature of this ominous and potent light engulfing it. The youth observed his injuries mending and questioned if it was a healing ability. Yet, the dragon corrected him, stating its true nature transcended mere healing. It was, in fact, regeneration. With his physical form restored, he challenged the creature to tear out its own heart, or he would. He gave a 3-second warning, emphasizing he wasn't simply an average combatant. The beast, stunned by his regenerative power, struggled to comprehend the situation. Immediately after, the protagonist ruthlessly smashed the dragon's head with a quick, savage strike. He counted to 1, declaring he could no longer delay ending the conflict. With a heavy thud, the dragon's immense form ultimately collapsed to the earth, vanquished. His true identity was then disclosed as Zhui Min, a hunter specializing in the healer class. He clutched the crystal, grumbling that it was a poor recompense for a century of combat. A voice commanded him to be silent, asserting its value, and he promptly threw it skyward. Without hesitation, the man effortlessly consumed the dimensional crystal in a single swallow. Immediately afterward, a magical circle materialized below his feet, radiating potent energy. A satisfied smile spread across his face, believing he was at last returning to Earth after such a long period. The hero eagerly anticipated reuniting with his disciples and, crucially, his brother. With a final mental image, he concentrated on going back to his cherished home, Earth. With a sudden burst of light, his form appeared on the grass within an unfamiliar forest. He began to murmur, gradually regaining consciousness, still somewhat disoriented from the travel. Then, the man abruptly sat up, crying out in shock upon discovering his presence in this peculiar location. A mysterious voice calls him a freeloader, asking if he's finally arrived. The same voice says it's food and tells him to hurry up because it needs to vomit in his guts. The young man comments on the portal sickness, hoping the disgusting parasite gets digested soon. Already annoyed, he tells the creature to shut up or he'll end up vomiting right there himself. The parasite asks if they're on Earth, and the young man says yes, but he doesn't recognize the place. He notices a strange mana flow, very similar to what he used to feel inside portals. Suddenly, his mana starts to disappear, and the parasite questions if his power was fake. The hero despairs, shouting that he can't believe this is happening again. He explains it's a side effect of the journey with his power dropping to about 20% of its total. The parasite gets annoyed by this, and the young man replies that it's not that simple. He recalls it took him decades to recover, which makes the parasite furious with him. The young man tries to say he still has a few tricks, but a scream suddenly cuts him off. We see a girl running breathlessly, lamenting that she got separated from her companions. Then, a giant orc chases her with an axe, leaving the young woman utterly terrified. She ends up tripping while calling for help, falling flat on the ground with no chance to escape. Despair fills her face as she starts to accept that her end has come, but suddenly our hero appears and stops the monster, asking if he can talk to her. He flashes a wide grin and excitedly asks if this place is really planet Earth. The young woman is completely confused by the question, stammering a yes, still very frightened. He then asks the year, and she answers 2037, shocked that he killed the beast in a single blow. Seomin calculates that 10 years have passed on Earth while he lived a 100 in the other world. Then he asks a key question, wanting to know who the current president of Korea is. The young man freaks out when he hears the name, yelling that he can't believe that guy became president. He's furious, thinking that bastard really managed to climb so high in life. The hunter wonders if Korea is out of heroes, or if he's just pretending to be someone. The hero notices the strange mana and questions her about it, and she explains they're in the tutorial tower. She says the tower is used to awaken hunters, but he finds this new, as it wasn't like that before. She says only the first generation didn't need to, and he asks how long it takes to get out. The young woman replies that the record is 3 weeks, leaving our hero thoughtful. Just then, a strange noise from the bushes catches their attention, putting them on alert. Suddenly, a giant tiger leaps out in front of them, startling the girl with its appearance. She screams in despair, recognizing the creature as a Trolliger, a very dangerous monster. The hunter suggests they run, but Seomin thinks 3 weeks is too long. She insists they run, but he thinks his body is still weak from the journey. With the beast roaring, he decides he'll have to take it easy, sending the young woman into a panic. Then he pushes her out of the way and lands a devastating blow to the beast's face with full force. The girl is in shock as he says it will only take him 5 days to finish everything. Seomin confidently states that this amount of time will be more than enough for him. The scene changes to an office where a man is informed about a group that has returned from the tower. He asks if it's the team that entered 8 weeks ago, finding their time quite reasonable. But the subordinate reveals that one of the members who came out wasn't one of the beginners. And to make matters worse, another employee reports that this person isn't even in their records. The employee adds that this unknown newcomer is causing a lot of confusion. Upon taking the report, the chief's eyes widen, showing genuine surprise. He sees the young man's photo and stammers his name, wondering if it's his brother. The scene returns to the tower, where Seomin asks the young woman if she's going to follow him forever. The huntress can't believe what she's seeing, wondering if it's all a dream. She doesn't understand how someone cleared the tower in just 5 days while he feels his strength returning. Just then, a voice announces the end of the tutorials and begins to calculate his attributes and skills. The system simply can't compute the data, and the hero gives a little smirk. With an intense flash of light, the exit gate finally opens right in front of them. The protagonist starts walking toward the light, leaving the girl behind for a moment. She asks him to wait, as he thinks to himself that he's finally made it to Seoul. Outside in the lobby, people watch as the portal opens with the two of them inside. One of the guards approaches, asking about the commotion, and a man tells him the gate opened. A nearby employee recognizes the girl from the entry list, but not our hero. The guard approaches, and the young man greets him, saying they are the leaders of Team 2. He explains that the problem is, the guy's name wasn't on the entry list. The guard doubts that the scrawny guy cleared the tower and glares at him with contempt. With a smirk on his face, he pushes the other man aside and says he'll handle it. He asks why his name isn't on the register, and Seomin says he didn't enter that way. The guard yells that it's a lie since everyone enters through the gate, but the hero denies it. He gets irritated by the answer, and the parasite comments that this guy seems to enjoy trouble. Then, the brute gets in the rookie's face, getting ready to teach him a lesson. He pressures the young man to tell the truth, or things will get very ugly for him right there. The guard loses his patience, screaming for him to talk, or he'll get the beating of a lifetime. But the protagonist just gives a mocking smirk. He tells the guard to shut up because his breath stinks, leaving the man in shock. Seomin cracks his neck and asks if he really wants to get beaten up like that. He then challenges him to a fight but tells him to close his mouth because it stinks like hell. The brute becomes enraged, his face red with fury. Then he lunges with a punch, cursing the hero with all his might. But the young man easily catches the punch, saying he warned him to shut his mouth. And to top it off, he calls him a mouth breather, a direct and heavy insult. The other employees nearby are left speechless, their jaws on the floor. The scene shows all the guards on the ground, and a pair of officials wonder what the hell just happened. An employee explains that the guy fought with security, and the boss asks where he is now. The guild leader, Sejun Min, asks if the security cameras recorded anything. They confirm they did, and show the recording of the incident with the hero facing the guards. In the footage, the security guards are thrown aside effortlessly as if they were dolls. The man says he defeated 5 hunters and suspects an invisibility skill was used, but the other one corrects him saying that wasn't it. He just moved too fast. Sejun-min looks at the report on his tablet, thinking of his brother's name, Su. He sees the photo and confirms it's him, looking the same as he did 10 years ago. Without hesitation, he gives his subordinates a clear and direct order. He orders them to put a bounty on his head and for all guild members to find him. Alone, he wonders where his brother has been, whether he was kidnapped or just ran away. He keeps thinking, trying to guess his lost brother's next move. The scene changes, and we see Sejun talking with the huntress who left the tower with the hero. He asks if she completed the tower, and she confirms saying she basically piggybacked off the guy. He deduces she got a good skill, and she reveals she obtained a rank of 1. Sejun-min thinks it's worth recruiting her and offers her a spot in the Imperium Guild. The girl gets super excited, barely able to believe the famous Imperium wants her on the team. She accepts immediately, but a mysterious voice says, Imperium seems more like a street gang. Sejun turns around annoyed, telling the guy to watch his mouth, which startles the young woman. Just then, a white-haired hunter arrives offering a very sarcastic apology. He introduces himself as Jiwon Ryu, master of the Goomgang Guild, and calls the other man sensitive. Another guild master, Seong Il-choi, comments that they were all summoned by the association. They look at the security guards on the floor, wondering if it was the work of the mysterious awakened one. Ji-hwan crouches down, commenting that this person made quite an entrance, and a messy one at that. Seong agrees, saying they need to find the guy as he must be very valuable. He admits he wants to recruit the man, and Ji-won laughs, proposing a race to see who finds him first. He suggests finders keepers and that things might get a little rough in the contest. Sejun-min just watches the situation in silence with a very unfriendly expression. Seong suggests they split up and Ji-hwan hands his card to the girl, who looks surprised. He says goodbye with a wave, mentioning he'll be in touch with all of them soon. Sejun-min scoffs with contempt, doubting he'll actually do anything. Outside, a young man with blue hair waits for his master, who approaches shortly after. The young man asks if the talk went well, and Ji-won tells him to gather the hunters to find someone. He then asks who exactly they need to find, and his master gives a mysterious smile. With a dark look, he reveals that the true target of the search is Sejun-min's family. The scene then cuts to our hero, now walking alone through the bustling city streets. The parasite complains that after 100 years, the first thing he does is eat chicken. But the young man eats happily, telling it to shut up so he can recharge his humanity. Out on the street, the parasite asks what their next destination is, where they're going now. He answers seriously, saying the answer to that question is pretty obvious. With a distant look, the hero says there's only one place to go, his home. He stops in front of an old house, confirming that this was his former home. With some hesitation, he opens the wooden gate, which creaks as it moves. A voice then emerges in his mind, welcoming our hero back. In a flashback, he remembers his parents welcoming him home after a long day. He also remembers his younger brother running excitedly at their mother's call. It was a happy memory of a family dinner with everyone gathered and joyful. But reality is very different, and he finds the house completely ransacked and abandoned. Empty bottles and spiderwebs everywhere show the place's depressing state. He remains silent, just observing the mess with a sad, lost look. Lying on the porch, he sighs, lamenting that he can't even remember their faces. He thinks about how they say the ability to forget is a blessing, but for him, it's a curse. For 100 years, he fought non-stop, his body ceasing to age and his senses fading. Afraid of having his identity erased, he desperately clung to his memories. He held on to the memories of his brother and all of his precious disciples. Instead of being the past, these memories became targets of obsession and regret. But he was okay, because those were the memories that kept him sane for an entire century. The parasite complains that the place is cold, but the hero reminds it that there's no chicken in the demon world. He then warns that he won't stay there long and that it's time for them to go. The young man decides the next step is to visit his disciples and see what they've done in the last decade. He also hopes his brother Sejun is okay, but suddenly someone yells that they've found him. A group of hunters appears, and the hero says it's about time. Their leader introduces himself and asks if he's the one who started a fight at the tower's exit. Another guy approaches mockingly, asking if he wants a medal for it. They get annoyed and say they're from Goomgang, but the young man says he doesn't care about the name. The hunter threatens him, but he replies that the guy should walk on all fours, not crawl. He continues the taunt, saying that since the guy looks like a gorilla, He should move like one. The hunter gets angry, saying that's enough and that he's going to teach him a little lesson. With a green glow, he lunges forward with a powerful strike aiming right for the hero's face, but the attack hits the wall. As the protagonist dodges with impressive speed, the aggressor then turns and yells, asking who the hell he's calling a gorilla. His friends laugh, commenting that the guy got knocked out with his hands still in his pockets. It's explained to us that his skill, Mercury, doubles the user's speed. The parasite asks if he wants to eat the skill, and the hero says yes, since it's the first one. At that, the protagonist jumps up, leaving the red-haired hunter quite confused. He appears behind the guy in the blink of an eye, who screams without understanding what happened. And with a precise strike, he hits the hunter with full force, throwing him violently to the ground. The man spits on the ground from the force of the attack, leaving his companions terrified. The hero then positions himself over the fallen body, preparing his next dark move. He extends his hand and commands his predator to consume the prey right in front of him. Suddenly, a dark magic circle appears, trapping all the hunters in place. The predator skill is activated, and he manages to extract the speed skill from the hunter. He's happy it works on Earth, but the parasite says the taste doesn't beat fried chicken. One of the hunters on the ground writhes in pain, showing the attack's power. One of them tells the rest of the group to attack, and the hero decides to use his new skill. He agrees with the parasite's suggestion, preparing to test his newly acquired power. With the Mercury skill, he moves like a blur and defeats several hunters at once. One of the guys gets angry and charges at him with a knife using a dash skill, but the hero stops him with one blow, knocking the enemy out with a precise strike to the chin. He complains about the guy's dull blade and extracts his weak point strike skill. Another hunter takes advantage of the distraction to attack, but the young man says he's going to take that skill too. Suddenly, a desperate voice screams his name, causing him to stop his attack. The scene shows the hero holding one of the guys hostage, while the rest are on the ground. He faces his enemy with a serious gaze, the knife held close to the man's neck. Just then, his brother, Sejun, arrives panting as a memory from the past surfaces. He smiles in relief upon seeing his brother, who stares back at him with surprise and confusion. Protagonist recognizes him and asks what Sejun, his brother, is doing in a place like this. A flashback begins, taking us back 20 years to when a gate appeared on Earth. Monsters poured out from within, spreading chaos and destruction across the planet. But the gate also awakened powers, creating the first generation of hunters. With his parents dead, So became a hunter to take care of his brother. Little Sejin then asks his older brother why he isn't going to school today. Seo replies with a smile, saying that from that day on, he would start working. The little boy gets sad and asks if it's all his fault, feeling guilty. But his brother comforts him, saying he just chose his career a little earlier than others. Sejun then asks if he'll be late coming home that day. The hero says goodbye, promising he'll try to come back as soon as possible so he shouldn't worry. The scene changes, and we see a memory of the protagonist complimenting his brother's fancy new house. He's amazed by the place, and Sejun says he just followed his teachings to live by. In his thoughts, Sejun reveals he bought the house for when his brother came home. Seo gets excited about having a room, and his brother thinks it must have been tough for him. Seojin gets emotional and says that from the way he talks, he really is the brother he once knew. Seojin gets closer and asks where his brother has been, wanting to know why he only came back now. With a smile, Seo invites him to sit, as he has 100 years of stories to tell. Now, sitting in the living room, the older brother begins to summarize his long journey. He explains he was sent to another world, where he found a parasite that extracts skills. With its help, he defeated the dragon and used the crystal to finally return home. He finishes the story while eating and says that this pred now lives inside his body. Sejun gets scared, asking if he's possessed, but his brother says it's just a parasite. He tries to calm the younger one down, saying it sounds crazy, but he's completely sane. At this, Sejun says he trusts him, and that for now, he's just happy he's back. But then he gets serious and asks how that bastard Dae-soo Choi became president. His brother explains that the guy stole all the credit and used it to rise to power. Seo grinds his teeth in anger while Sejun wonders what their rival will do now. He then asks if the guys who attacked him were henchmen of that one-eyed rat. But his brother denies it, revealing that their guild is a different one and that there are 7 major guilds. It's shown that their guild Imperium is also part of this elite group. Sejun says Gyumgang is one of those guilds, and the hero notices how irritated his brother is. He then takes the opportunity to ask how his former disciples were doing. His brother replies that they went their separate ways and that it's been a long time since he contacted them. He says one of them went back home while the other allied with that bastard Daesu. The protagonist then asks about the last one, wanting to know what happened to Minjun. With a grim look, Sejun reveals the tragic news that the disciple was murdered. Su is shocked by the revelation and asks who was responsible for it. His brother explains they never found the culprit as their friend's body simply vanished. He suspects another hunter and says that even a special agency investigated, but with no success. The hero is confused by the agency's acronym, wondering what it was. Sejun explains it's an international organization that investigates crimes involving hunters. He continues saying the employees there were always on the front lines. In short, that agency was basically a police force just for hunters and the awakened. With his eyes gleaming, Seo asks if his brother happens to have any contacts inside. Seo Jun says yes and offers to help, asking his brother not to risk going on a mission alone. The protagonist thanks him, but says he doesn't just need information, there's more to it. Sejun says that hunters fight, they don't investigate, and that his brother should get some rest. But Seo cuts him off, reminding him that he spent the last 100 years fighting to survive. With a dark look, he assures him there's nothing he can't or won't do. His brother swallows hard, having forgotten what people used to call him. Seeing his determination, Sejun gives in and says he'll contact an administrator at the agency. He thinks his brother's aura is different, and Seo recognizes a face on the computer. Sejun identifies him, but the hero says that guy's real name is something else. The scene changes to 2 days later, with a man storming into the room, furious with the rookies. He complains that the bosses sent a new recruit without even doing an evaluation first. The guy starts grumbling, saying that back in his day, a hunter's life was much harder. The rookie has heard the story about 700 times, but the boss insists on telling it again. He brags, saying his team was devastated just thinking about losing their ace. But just then, a healer with incredible power appeared to save the day. He was remembering how the guy healed him, but he's interrupted by someone calling his name. The hero approaches and asks why the guy changed his name, which leaves him confused. With a smirk on his face, he asks if the man remembers him, his savior. The team leader stammers the name Seo and shouts the nickname Mad Dog in shock. An image from the past appears, showing just how powerful he was with his healing magic. The team leader clears his throat and introduces Soman to the team as their newest talent. Awkwardly and sweating, he asks them to give the rookie any information he needs. 2 members find the boss's attitude strange, and one of them points out that the recruit is no ordinary guy. Just then, the boss yells at one of the girls and orders everyone into the conference room now. As they walk, the others wonder if the new guy isn't, yes, rank hunter. The whole team tries to please him, offering coffee and even a uniform, while he just asks for a coffee. The data administrator asks the boss what kind of information she should give the rookie. The protagonist then asks her to organize and hand over all the data on dead hunters. The woman freaks out at the request, but the leader tells her to do as she's told without complaining. He assures her that she can handle it. And she thinks to herself that she doesn't even know who the leader is anymore. She then asks if he only wants the data related to Hunter on Hunter homicide cases. He confirms and also asks for a list of the killer hunters who are still out there. He reflects, thinking that only a high-level awakened could have killed his disciple. The priority now is to find the killer, and the girl asks where she should send the data. The hero tells her to send it to his phone, and just then, someone knocks on the conference room door. A guy comes in announcing that the police have requested backup for a gang war. The leader thinks they're just a bunch of nobodies, but the guy clarifies that one of the gangs is Cerberus. He sighs, already fed up, while our hero asks what the hell Cerberus is. The woman explains that it's a notorious gang even involved in hunter trafficking. Hearing this, the protagonist tells the leader to take him along on the mission to investigate the case. The boss agrees immediately and rushes out with the hero dragging him along and confirming he understood. He puts on his jacket, saying that as a recruit, he needs to keep an eye on his superior. The scene shifts to a wrecked bar with a man bragging about his easy victory. He is Gang Ho, the second in command, calling himself the invincible shield of Cerberus. Just then, another member named Jikin, the third in command, asks for some credit too. Gang Ho says he needs to beat him to be recognized, and the other promises he will. He brags again, and his subordinate asks if they can start marking their territory. The boss yells that from this day on, this place was the new territory of Cerberus. But suddenly, a massive explosion interrupts the celebration, hitting one of them. Geekin gets up shocked, asking who was there, as he thought they had already defeated everyone. The hero tries to remember the agency's acronym, and the parasite corrects him, saying it's HMCS. He introduces himself as the Hunter Police and orders everyone to surrender immediately. Geekin panics, wondering how they got there so fast without anyone noticing. The gang leader calls the man a filthy pig, showing his utter contempt. With a cry of die, he mercilessly crushes the head of one of his henchmen. Geekin is terrified by the scene, asking what the boss just did to the guy. He yells that if the man dies, things will get complicated, but the boss doesn't care. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, cracking his neck, surprising the gang leader. With an evil grin, he challenges him to show more of his power, his eyes glowing. The gang members comment that they've never seen the guy, and Geekin notices the strange look in his eyes. The boss doesn't understand how he survived, but decides he's going to finish him off anyway. With a furious roar, he activates an armor skill and promises to kill him for real this time. They all charge at our hero, ready to finish him off for good. Suddenly, the man finds himself in a dark place, seeing an old man on the other side of a river. He calls out to the old man, who waves strangely, and he screams in despair. The fallen gang leader starts hallucinating about his grandfather as the hero finishes him off. He then unceremoniously grabs him by the hair, telling the guy to get up now. With everyone else on the ground, he informs the last one standing that he's the only one left at the party. The parasite says the guy's skill looks tasty and tells the predator to consume it. The man yells that they're just henchmen and asks why the hero is doing this. But the protagonist scoffs, saying he knows because they just look like a bunch of incompetents. The man doesn't understand the reason for the attack and asks why he did all of this. He explains that he just wanted to test the criminals and pull out the weeds of the city. Just then, the team leader comes running and asks if he's okay, looking very worried. He panics when he sees the scene, and the hero complains that it took them long enough. He explains that he left one alive but has already sent the rest of the gang to the afterlife. The boss is terrified, wondering how he can be so calm after everything. The young man remembers he forgot his body cam and that he's on a probationary period. He then asks the boss to clean up the mess, and the man agrees, scared to death. The hero mentions the blood on his clothes, and the boss, hiding, agrees with everything. Someone reports over the phone that Cerberus has been wiped out and that Jaken also died. On the other end of the line, a hunter from Hong Kong asks who it was that died. At the international airport, the hunter Gert from Hong Kong arrives with his team, heading to the agreed-upon location. An agent from the Korean Association offers his condolences, but Gert just wants to know where his brother is. The agent then explains that the forensics team has the remains of Jaken, one of the suspects in the case. Gert gives a mocking smile, amused by the word they use to describe his brother. He questions if an HMCS agent killed his brother, but the man refuses to comment. Irritated, Gert asks if he can at least leave his lodging whenever he wants, but the agent denies his request, warning that it would violate the law and could even lead to deportation and a fine. Gert gets the message. They just want him to pay his respects and leave as quickly as possible. Then, he calls for one of his men, Ryu, who promptly answers the call. The order is clear. He tells the hunter to find the person they're looking for. Gert walks with a look of hatred, vowing that he will rip out the heart of whoever killed his brother. The scene cuts to Seo Min, who asks Si-jun if someone stole Min-jun's things. Si-jun confirms, explaining that they took everything from his house a couple of days after the murder. He says that a hunter's mana is unique and the culprit did it to erase any traces. Since Min-jun was an archaeologist, anything that could have contained his mana was simply taken. Suman doubts the killer's involvement, assuming a mere thief, and Sejun reacts with surprise. Suman displays a list of stolen valuables, questioning the motive behind such a risky act. Sayu suggests that if he were the murderer aiming to eliminate the mana, he would have simply torched the entire residence. Sejun then inquires whether a burglar entered the vacant property, and Su responds by stating he has encountered comparable instances in the records. He resolves to investigate certain fences, though his brother deems it unfeasible due to the case's age. With assurance, Seo remarks he can only ascertain by checking and will return by evening. Immediately after, he feels a flush of embarrassment, understanding his words carried excessive self-assurance. Subsequently, Predator voices dissatisfaction over the absence of progress, declaring he will assume command henceforth. The entity berates Seomin, offering sarcastic gratitude for guiding them to an impasse. Close by, a minion detects the sound and questions his superior if he also perceived it. Seomin promptly conceals himself behind a pillar to eavesdrop on the discussion between the two individuals. They state that the rogues from the HMCS are conducting raids on the fences and apprehended someone the previous day. The subordinate clarifies that no warrant is necessary for them, and they possess the authority to execute awakened offenders immediately. He advises stashing the goods, as the primary objective involves items pilfered from hunters. At that instant, Soman abruptly materializes, proclaiming he is the one who will seize all possessions. The minion becomes agitated, cautioning that he is the rogue from the HMCS responsible for attacking the fences. Siomen insists on a response, yet the boss commands his subordinate to engage, who retorts that his ability is unsuitable for fighting. Abruptly, additional henchmen rush in, inquiring about their superior's condition and what transpired. The leader chuckles, remarking that Siomen erred by arriving solo, and that his remains would ultimately sink to the ocean floor. Encircled within the narrow passage, Suman gazes at the individuals with a composed and solemn demeanor, completely undisturbed. He expresses gratitude for sparing him the effort of pursuing them individually as a radiant golden force manifests. Sio informs Predator that their leisure period has concluded, requesting him to prepare the most potent one, and the entity bargains for sustenance. Upon a mystical symbol appearing on the floor, he agrees to the arrangement as power intensifies around him. A sudden burst of illumination alarms the ruffians, and Sio Min discharges a formidable directional shockwave. A colossal burst of golden force propels itself ahead, entirely engulfing the confined passageway. The radiance emanating from the detonation is so fierce, it obscures all sight, revealing solely the sheer might of the assault. Due to the collision, nearby items are sent airborne, and the subordinates are shocked by the ability. Prostrate and trembling on the earth, the individual fixes his gaze on Sio Min, who inquires if he intends to guide him at this moment. Overwhelmed with dread, the subordinate falters and questions what type of creature he might be. A malevolent grin on his face, Sio Min simply responds by asking if the man is referring to him. Displaying a self-assured grin and a menacing gaze, he presents himself as the Mad Dog. Predator boasts that positive outcomes occur under his command, yet Su states it was merely happenstance. The entity detects the mana on the item, and Sio Min affirms he has at last located Min Jin's belongings. He discovers the research manuscripts. However, the fastening is mystically secured, necessitating the proprietor's mana. Predator expresses annoyance that they are unable to decipher it, and Su mentions his sole desire was the mana contained within the volume. Without delay, he retrieves his mobile device and places a swift call to Jonggu. Sio Min notifies him that he has numerous restrained offenders awaiting pickup and instructs him to bring the vehicle. Following the call's conclusion, he declares he has a destination to attend and merely disappears without a trace. The narrative then transports us to a clandestine location where illicit methods and capabilities are openly exchanged. This is a neutral territory, universally recognized as the Eclipse Sanctuary, an exceedingly active locale. Within, an enigmatic female rearranges her deck of cards and abruptly perceives an aura. The esteemed shaman Woming grins, sensing the imminent arrival of a much-anticipated individual. Sio Min observes that the location has remained unaltered for 10 years, yet Predator is already yearning for a confrontation, keen to devour everyone. All present in the open area gaze upon his entrance, signifying that his arrival has not passed unobserved. He cautions that this constitutes a neutral territory where combat is prohibited. So Wuming greets him, saying it's been a while. With an inviting smile, she says she was waiting for him and invites him to her room. Once inside, she comments that he hasn't changed a bit in 10 years, and Sio Min says the same about her. Wuming then asks with a smile what kept him from coming back, curious about such a powerful reason. But he cuts her off, placing the journal on the table and asking her to extract the mana from the item. She finds his directness amusing and accepts the job on the spot since it's something she loves to do. To begin the ritual, she places a chalice and a dagger on the table, telling him to do what he knows. Without a second's hesitation, Shumin picks up the dagger, preparing for what needs to be done. Reverting mana to its original state is nearly impossible. So he cuts his hand and drips blood into the chalice. Her ability, Mana Rewind, can do the impossible, like separating the ingredients in a curry. As she holds the book, we learn that skills like these use forbidden methods and break natural laws. That's why they are highly sought after by criminals and must be kept under constant surveillance. Wuming finishes the job, complimenting his blood, but Predator finds the woman sinister and terrifying. He thanks her for the compliment and leaves her a tip, creating a golden light in his hand. Wuming asks if he's leaving already, but Sio says he's busy and that he'll be back. She lets out a little laugh, thinking he's still such a mysterious man. In the car, Predator says he's never going back there, and Sio asks why he's so angry today. Sio finds it ridiculous since all they did was take a bit of his blood. That's it. Seo-min announces they're heading to the Ancient History Research Center right now. He then reveals that's the place where Min Jin was murdered some time ago. Predator complains about trespassing, but Seo-min informs him the place is Imperium property. With a serious look, he thinks about how Min Jin's death impacted everyone at the time, and he adds that its impact still affects him to this day. Determined, he says he's going to find out exactly what happened on that fateful day. Predator asks if he's really going to use that, and Seo-min confirms without hesitation. He then activates Mana Recall, a skill that materializes emotions from a target's mana. The mana he got from wombing flows out of the vial, spreading throughout the area. With that, images of the past begin to form right before his eyes. Predator complains that there's not enough mana and the image is blurry. But Seo-min says the skill shows emotions, not memories. With a serious look, he analyzes the situation and states that Min Jin was far from weak. This leads him to conclude that the attacker must have been highly skilled to defeat him alone and so quickly. Suddenly, the image of the fallen Min Jin begins to murmur something, catching Seo-min's attention. He manages to hear the words, "Order of VI," and wonders if it was an order from a VIP. The scene then shows the image of a mysterious assailant completely hidden by a dark hood. The projection reveals it wasn't a VIP, but orders from someone even higher up. Seo-min wonders if Min Jun was working for another organization, and Predator asks if he's okay. The entity remembers he talked about his disciples for a century and searched for them as soon as he returned. Predator finds it strange that he hasn't shed a single tear, and Seo-min jokes that he learned to be a poet on Netflix. But the entity senses his intense emotions and asks why he's hiding it all. Seo-min just says he's fine and that maybe his mind broke after a century of fighting. Just then, the door opens and a masked man calls out to him, confirming his identity. The man says it was hard to find him and that someone is very eager to see him now. Seo-min crosses his arms, thinking the guy is pretty confident for only bringing 6 henchmen. The masked man is startled for a moment, surprised by Seo-min's sharp perception. He composes himself and says he'll get straight to the point, stating the hunter has only 2 choices. The first is to let them tie him up peacefully, and the second is to fight, lose an arm, and be dragged away. Seo-min then says he'd rather keep his arms raising his fists as if to surrender. The leader takes the gesture as a surrender and orders one of his henchmen to tie him up. The subordinate promptly obeys, walking towards Seo-min to carry out the order. But suddenly, a dark shadow attacks the henchman by surprise, who screams in pain from the blow. Seo-min smiles, revealing he's going to use his arms to finish them off, and Predator warns that they've fallen into his trap. The other henchmen become furious and charge forward to attack, yelling that Seo-min is done for. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly rings out, ordering them all to stop the attack immediately. Gert appears with a red aura, announcing he's taking over the fight because this prey is his. Seo-min just smirks, thinking the hunter's dramatic entrance is pretty stylish. Gert stares down Seo-min, asking if he's the famous hunter from the HMCS agency. He then gets straight to the point, wanting to know if Seo-min was the one who killed his brother, Jikin. Seo-min says he doesn't know anything, but he also doesn't ask for the trash's name before sweeping it up. With that response, Gert is completely consumed by hatred, losing all his patience. He stomps so hard the floor cracks, screaming that Seo-min is a bastard. At that, he charges forward with everything he's got, promising to rip out Seo-min's heart right now. The hunter lands a devastating blow dead on with absurd raw power, but Seo-min blocks the strike with a smile, complimenting him, saying he's at least an A rank. Gert is in shock, wondering if that's a healing skill and if Seo-min is a healer. Enraged, he attacks again with a barrage of blows, yelling for the bastard to just die already. The henchmen can't believe it, and one of them yells for the others not to just stand there and to attack together. But Seo-min appears in front of him, warning the small fry not to interfere in the fight. He then dodges every single blow, saying he won't let them ruin his fun. Gert is stunned. He had read all the trajectories and dodged with minimal movement. He realizes the bastard is strong and extremely perceptive, much more so than he had imagined. Gert decides to fight with his all but Seo-min, grabs a henchman, and explains how things work. He squeezes the man and warns that those who commit a crime face the consequences, no exceptions. Seo-min confirms he killed his brother and says the ones who should be crying are the victims, not Gert. Gert is furious at the response and asks if he thinks every criminal just deserves to die. He yells that Jakin had no choice and became a criminal just to raise him when they were kids. With his arm glowing with rage, He swears he'll make Xiumin pay for destroying his brother's life. With that, he uses rain of 1,000 arrows, launching a massive attack with his concentrated mana. Seo sees there's no way to dodge and asks Pred for a skill, who complains about how much he's working. He then activates the neutralize skill, creating a giant magic circle to nullify Gert's attack. Gert is completely shocked to see his arrows vanishing, wondering if that was a dispel. The henchman despairs at the sight and yells that it's better if they all attack at once. But Xiumin appears next to Gert, telling him to stop with the sad repetitive story. With a bluish glow, he lands a powerful strike right in the middle of the hunter's chest. The impact is so strong it sends Gert flying, and his men scream for their boss in desperation. Even injured, he gets up and shouts that the fight is his, telling everyone to stay away. Gert thinks Xiumin is out of mana and decides to attack up close to end the fight for good. With a war cry, he charges with a spinning energy attack leaping at Xiumin. But Xiumin simply stops him with a punch to the face, telling him not to even try it. Then he follows up with a series of blows, preventing Gert from using any skills he wanted. Xiumin even complains about the old building, asking if the criminal trash is going to pay for the repairs. Gert is thrown back by the impact while Xiumin does a backflip in midair. Seeing his chance, Gert yells for his henchman Ryu to bind Xiumin as quickly as possible. Ryu complains about them only asking for help now, but activates his containment chains anyway. The red chains fly out and bind Xiumin, immobilizing his arms and body. Trapped, he hears Ryu shout that he's going to tear him to pieces so he can't heal. But Xiumin congratulates Ryu for following in his brother's footsteps and becoming a criminal too. With a golden magic circle, he activates his lifesteal skill, which drains the target's life force. Gert screams in pain, feeling his life being sucked away as his body withers and ages instantly. The henchman panics, yelling that this can't be the ability of a simple healer. Xiumin then explains that this was the first skill he awakened and that he's no ordinary healer. He explains that he does more than heal, as he controls life force at its very essence. With a confident, power-filled smile, he reveals himself as a life mage. Xiumin then turns to the last henchman, who becomes desperate and begs not to be hurt. But he simply says no, and knocks the guy out with a single blow to the head. With everyone on the ground, Xiumin glances around, wondering if he got them all. Then he remembers something and adjusts a camera on his belt, hoping it's on. He speaks to Young-gu through the camera, warning him that the criminals attacked first, and it was self-defense. The scene cuts to Young-gu's team, who are watching everything in shock, spitting out their food. The problem is, the agent points out that he hit the live button instead of record. Elsewhere, the ministry is discussing the video questioning since when the HMCS has been doing live broadcasts. A man explains that it's part of a recruitment project from the agency's international headquarters. He says the project was a failure because they couldn't create videos that grabbed people's attention. An official wonders why such an incredible talent joined the HMCS, but is interrupted. A woman points out that the important thing is that the person who died on the live stream was Gert from Hong Kong. The door opens, and everyone stands up as an important figure apologizes for the delay. It was Dae-soo Choi, the president of South Korea, who arrives wanting to know what the problem is. A few days later, the scene shifts to the bustling cafeteria of the Imperium Guild. Si-jin sits down with his brother and asks if he can hear all the chatter around them. But Xiumin is more focused on his food, and Predator tells him to just ignore it and keep eating. He praises the cafeteria's food, asking if he can have lunch there every day. Xiumin then explains that the video from his live stream dealing with Gert went viral online. He mentions that luckily, the camera was shaking so much that his face was unrecognizable, but he worries what'll happen if Dae-soo Choi finds out, asking Xiumin to keep a low profile for now. Xiumin calmly nods, picking up a piece of omelet with his chopsticks. He says he'll do as his brother asks and feeds him a bite, surprising Xiumin. Xiumin gets embarrassed, but Xiumin says that no matter how old he gets, he'll always be his little brother. Suddenly, a group approaches their table, greeting the guildmaster. A hunter, Jisoo Shin, bows and thanks him, saying she awakened and a rank skill because of him. Sujun notices the hunter Seok is with them and asks if they're heading to the rookie seminar. He takes the opportunity to introduce the other hunters, Hamanchu of the White Lion and Yamato of the Frost Soul. Finally, Taiji Seok introduces himself, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet the famous Xiumin." Seok says he's heard about his achievements at the HMCS, and Xiumin replies that the pleasure is all his. But Min-Chu interrupts, asking if he's the big-shot rookie everyone's been talking about. He questions if Seo was the one who killed his rival Gert in the video, but says he highly doubts it. With a mocking smile, he points and says that Somin looks weak as hell. The other hunters are shocked by his attitude and Saijun scolds him by name. Saijun finds it disrespectful for him to just show up and treat someone so rudely. Heyman defends himself, saying he just asked a question, but Seok tells him to watch his mouth. Sejun gets furious and threatens to tell his master Seong Il-choi what happened. But Heyman isn't fazed, saying he's a direct apprentice of Xiaolong, the leader of the Black Lotus. Hearing that name, Seo Min immediately stops eating, his gaze fixed. He remembers his former disciple, Xiaolong, one of the young men he trained in the past. Hammond was about to keep bragging, but Saijun claps his hands and says, "That's enough of this scene." Seomin then challenges him, saying that if his master didn't teach him manners, maybe he taught him how to fight. Heyman becomes enraged, furious that he dared to mock his master right in front of him. In a fit of rage, he stands up and kicks the table hard, startling the others. With a dark look, Heyman threatens Somin, telling the kid to watch his back at night. Seok panics, apologizing for Hammond's behavior, but Saijun tells him not to worry about it. Saijun tells his brother to ignore the idiot, and Seomin takes the chance to say he behaved himself. With a smile, he thinks that since the guy is his disciple's apprentice, he'll let it slide this time. The scene changes to an office where a man confirms he will register the case as closed. The director of the HMCS, Gyeon Ho Baek, asks what brings the visitor here, since they could have handled it over email. The man was Shang Choi, master of the White Lion, who came to apologize for the incident in person. He apologizes for his members' disrespect, but Jian Ho cuts him off before he can continue. The director smiles and says a formal apology isn't necessary since there was no fight and no one got hurt. But he tests the waters, saying unless his real intention is to poach the new recruit. Jian Ho explains that the rookie is valuable and has already been sent to escort an awakened criminal. Seong finds that a shame, commenting that it's rare for a correctional facility to ask the HMCS for help. The director agrees, saying that until now, such tasks were always passed on to the major guilds. He glances at a report, thinking that perhaps the winds of change are finally blowing. Seong Il stands up and asks if he can send Heyman Chu to apologize in person instead. The director agrees immediately, saying that will give them a chance to sort things out. Seong says goodbye, thanking him for the visit, and the director wishes him a safe trip, but he's already seen through the attempt to hide the recruit and vows he'll find him no matter what. With that, he calls for Miss Seo and tells her to prepare and Chu for a field mission. The assistant then asks to which location she should direct Hunter and Chu. He reveals the mission's destination will be Inshin City, where the prison is located. The scene shifts to a guard complaining about the heat, wondering why the HMCS hasn't sent anyone yet. Another guard assures him they'll be here soon, and the first one complains about a new prisoner. He's furious because instead of behaving, the guy is just making more work for them. The prisoner's name is Sari Volka. He arrived quietly, but then freaked out and took down 5 men at once. Inside the cell, the prisoner, Kari Volka, stares at his handcuffs, thinking about his situation. Suddenly, a rat approaches him, saying it has a message from the Bestia organization. The rat explains that his escape has already been arranged, as a task awaits him outside. But without a second thought, Sari simply steps on the rat, crushing the creature on the floor. The voice says the only thing he needs to do is simply cause total chaos. Outside the prison, Seomin arrives in a light rain, observing the place. He then confirms if this is indeed his destination, the Inshin Correctional Center. Min Chu arrives at the prison furious, shouting that they just left with the prisoner. He complains about the sloppy transport and wonders why Xiang Il even sent him there. Just then, he spots the bus in the distance and asks if that's the one. The guard immediately confirms it. Frustrated, he gets in his car, grumbling that at this rate he'll end up in another province. He floors it, yelling that Xiang is going to have to pay him double for overtime. The scene shifts to the bus where Seomin is having a drink and calls out to the prisoner. The prisoner, Cherry Volk, tells him to drink quietly, but Seomin simply says, no. Cherry calls him an arrogant brat and asks if he's going to be his guard at the next facility. Calmly, Sumin just says no, again continuing to sip his drink. The prisoner then figures he's a rookie and doubts the kid can handle him alone. But Sumin gives him a bored look and asks if he should care who he is. Seo is surprised, letting out a wow at the kid's audacity and lack of fear. He can't believe Seomin showed up without knowing who he was or why he was being transported. Seo Min just replies that the only thing he knows is that he talks too much, enraging the man. Then Sari brags, saying he took down 5 awakened prisoners before he left. He continues, saying he did all that even with a super heavy restraint device on. But Seomin asks why they would send a rookie to escort such a strong criminal alone. He then finishes his drink and reveals the answer: they sent him there to die. Just then, a massive explosion erupts on the road, engulfing the bus in a fireball. The impact sends the vehicle flying off the road, flipping over and crashing onto the grass. Outside, a young man observes the wreckage and asks his master if the explosion killed him. Suddenly, Sari kicks through the bus's metal frame, yelling at the wretched old man who was there. He emerges from the wreckage furious and confronts the two, asking if they were trying to kill him too. The old man scoffs, calling the gray wolf a little dog, and Sari tells him to shut up. The young man confirms he took care of the guard, saying his brain must be drowning in coffee and blood. The camera focuses on Seomin's hand, limp and motionless, next to his spilled cup on the floor. The boy starts to unlock the cuffs, warning him to stay still, as they are Manatech products. With a click, the cuffs finally break open, freeing the prisoner from his bonds. Sari celebrates his relief, but suddenly a voice yells for the criminals to freeze. Heyman Chu arrives and takes in the whole scene, realizing the bus took the most suspicious route. Heyman scoffs at the rookie, saying Seong-il bet on the wrong person this time. He then cracks his knuckles, demanding to know which organization the criminals work for. The young man recognizes his face, the A+ rank hunter, Heyman Chu, from the White Lion Guild. His master notes that he doesn't sense anyone else nearby, and Sari sees this as a great warm-up. Heyman charges forward annoyed, but Sari glares back, asking why they should answer him. Then, Sari uses his skill and transforms into a giant furious white werewolf. Heyman is surprised by the transformation, but says it doesn't matter if he's human or beast. He activates his relentless assault, covering his body in red mana armor. With the skill active, he rushes the werewolf with a sequence of brutal blows. The werewolf withstands the blows, thinking the fight would be much harder if he were alone. But Heyman doesn't understand. His hits are landing clean and dealing damage to the enemy. Even so, the creature remains on its feet, taking every attack without falling. He even mocks him, asking if this is a massage to celebrate his freedom. The old man realizes they can't waste time and tells the young man to end the fight now. The boy obeys, conjuring a pink energy to trap Heyman with the 10-headed serpent. Heyman scoffs, wondering what he's going to do with that toy snake. The serpent lunges forward, coiling around the hunter's body as he complains about the skill. With him trapped, the werewolf lands a powerful blow, saying he expected more. He yells that in the underworld, pampered hunters like him are nothing but worm food. But Heyman retorts that he talks big for someone who needed help to beat him. Siri kicks him, saying it's called being smart and that he should have waited for backup. The old man warns that there's no time telling Volka to kill the hunter at once. The werewolf prepares an energy attack and asks if he has any last words, but doesn't really care. Heyman grinds his teeth, wondering if this is where he's going to die, helpless. Suddenly, a golden explosion erupts from the ground, throwing everyone back with the impact. The young man from Bestia cries out in pain, feeling the earth tremble from the force of the attack. Seomin appears, asking if it was Xiaolong who taught him to give up so easily. Heyman is shocked, wondering how he survived that bus explosion. Seomin complains about the camera, and Predator tells him to get a magnifying glass if he's already going blind. Sari can't believe he's alive, and the old man realizes his skill is extraordinary. Heyman yells desperately, telling him to stay down and wait for backup to arrive. But Suman lists their crimes and sentences them under the authority of an HMCS hunter. With a golden aura and a sinister smile, he reveals their sentence: summary execution. Seomin announces that the 3 of them are sentenced by his authority, and the penalty is execution. The scene changes, and a man tells Xiaolong's apprentice that the Asura skill isn't a striking move. He then clasps his hands, creating a red magic circle with a very intense glow. Furious, the creature charges forward screaming, but Seomin prepares to attack with his power. His fist lands squarely on the monster, shattering the beast's jaw with a crack. Then, he explains that this is an impaling skill, piercing the enemy with a red flash. The apprentice is shocked and yells that this is Master Xiaolong's special technique. The monster is thrown far away, and Seomin comments that he needs to drain its blood to tenderize the meat. Suddenly, another man launches a lightning attack, shouting the name of the skill, Maharaga. But an old man dodges the blow, leaving the guy in complete disbelief at what he just saw. Soman gets curious about the old man's power, and Fred immediately asks if he can eat that. He then explains that it's just a magic scroll, and Fred complains that it's like frozen food. Outraged, the apprentice yells at Suman, asking how he's using his master's skill. With no patience for talk, Suman grabs his face, making the guy scream in pain. Just then, the old man appears with a sinister aura and warns the young man not to move a single muscle. The old man threatens to crush the apprentice's soul with his gravity field, putting him in a bind. But Seomin just smirks and asks if that's supposed to be a threat to him. So the old man proposes a deal, asking them to leave in exchange for the hostage's freedom. He tries to convince the young man, saying it would be good for both of them if he just left. Seomin cleans his ear and calls it nonsense, as he wants what this mission offers. He says the apprentice can escape on his own, but the boy shouts that he can't get out of there. The old man gets confused and asks if they aren't on the same side, but Seomin denies it. Hearing that, the old man's eyes go wide, realizing something is very wrong. Seomin walks toward him and asks which assassin organization he belongs to. The man tenses up and asks who Suman is and what he wants, already preparing an attack. With a cold gaze, Suman tells him not to make him repeat the question about his group. Desperate, the old man unleashes his electric power and yells for him to get no closer. But Suman remains calm and prepares a shockwave with his own blue energy. His attack is so strong it swallows the old man's power, who can't understand how he did it. Fred says the food got tastier, and Seomin notices he's recovered 40% of his mana. Seomin scoffs at the old man, telling him to throw in the towel and enjoy the little time he has left. But the man refuses, shouting that they'll never rat out the organization, so he can forget it. Then, the apprentice explains that they made a silence pact linked to their mana. Suddenly, the werewolf Volca appears, all wounded, and the old man curses him for taking so long. Suman lets out a slight chuckle and asks if that's all they've got, if they're afraid of dying. Shrouded in a green aura, he tells them not to worry as you get used to it after a few times. The old man then yells for Volca to do something, but the beast tells the old man to shut up. Enraged, the werewolf warns that he doesn't care about dying because he's going to rip him to shreds. But the apprentice steps in front and blocks the attack, saying he won't let him pass. With a smile on his face, he comments that the fight has just gotten a little more fair. He yells that the monster should have stayed dead, but the creature replies that it's just getting started. With his face covered in shadows, Soman whispers the name of his technique, Boreal Gale. And then a giant ice storm hits the beast and throws everyone far away. He grabs the old man's neck and asks in a cold tone what it feels like. And then he answers his own question, saying it feels like dying slowly. The old man screams in pain, being slowly suffocated by our ruthless protagonist's hand. With a sinister look, Soman asks how many deaths it will take for him to finally tell the truth. The apprentice despairs and asks what kind of monster he is to do something like that. Sumin then breaks the boy's arm and says that apparently one death wasn't enough. In shock, the apprentice realizes that he heals his targets just to torture them again and again. He then moves on to the third attempt and asks once more which group they belong to. The apprentice can't take it anymore and begs the old man to talk, who finally whispers the name Bestia. The satisfied smile, Seomin confirms he heard the name of the organization he was looking for. Just then, the old man remembers why that skill seemed familiar, having a great revelation. He shouts that Somin is the Mad Dog, one of the 3 supreme masters who vanished long ago. Having gotten what he wanted, Suman crouches beside the body and says he'll get straight to the point. He then creates a manosphere and asks if the apprentice knows the scoundrel he's looking for. We learn that Bestia is an assassins league specializing in hunting and killing hunters. They are the most influential organization in the underworld, known for their skills and absolute success. The old man says that as a first-generation hunter, he had no choice but to accept their offer. He then talks about the Pact of Silence, a tradition to protect the secrets of their comrades. This is an unspoken rule that forces members to be loyal until the end of their lives. For 15 years, he served Bestia faithfully and thought he would die before betraying them. But the constant deaths at Seomin's hands forced him to finally break his silence and give in. At that moment, the apprentice reveals that their target's codename is Black Mamba, making everything clearer. To make matters worse, he confirms that this person is also a member of their organization. Seomin finds the name ridiculous and asks if this is the scumbag who works for the organization. Then he asks the next question, wanting to know if they killed the hunter Minjun in the past. With an oppressive aura, he demands an answer, making the apprentice writhe in pain on the ground. The guy feels such a strong killing intent that he wonders what kind of monster Soman is. The old man explains that the members don't know each other, and his only mission was to free the hound from prison. He adds that Bestia expected him to bring the hound to the biennial meeting in a week. The assassin offers to give the meeting's coordinates, begging for his life in the process. Then the old man bows to the ground and asks the master to accept them both as his new servants. Xiaolong's apprentice is disgusted by the scene and shouts that there's no way. He begs Xiao not to accept the offer, but the protagonist finds it strange that he's suddenly calling him brother. The apprentice explains that by using Asura, Xiaomin met his master, which makes them close. The guy offers to be his apprentice, but an impatient Xiaomin tells him to shut up with a thoughtful look. He focuses on his goal, which is just to get information on Black Mamba, but he realizes that if he lets them go, Bestia might find out about him, which would be a huge problem. Suddenly, he changes his mind and says they have a deal, leaving the apprentice shocked. The old man thanks him happily, but Xiaomin warns that there's a condition for this to happen. He says that to ensure their loyalty, they both have to take the Mana Oath. Volky complains that it's a slave contract, but the old man tells him to keep quiet if he wants to live. With little choice, they step into the magic circle glowing brightly on the forest floor. Xiaomin then creates a mana disc and tells them to pool their energy and state their names. The old man introduces himself as Crimson Spectre, and the other says he is Carrie Volk, sealing the pact. Fred celebrates that the food servants are now his, and Xiaomin names them his subordinates. In return, he promises total protection, and their contract glows brightly on a scroll. With little choice, the two accept the offer and bow before their new master. But Xiaolong's apprentice throws a tantrum, threatening to report Xiao to the association. With a very sinister look, the protagonist asks what he just said, and the boy immediately freezes. He then picks up the scroll, confirming that Bestia's meeting will be next week. At that, Xiaomin turns to the boy and invites him to be his new direct disciple. The apprentice is overjoyed and already calls him master, leaving Xiaomin quite satisfied. Now with his new team, he thinks 4 people are enough to turn everything upside down. But he smiles, thinking he'll need one more member to help with the cleanup after the mess. The scene shifts to a prison, where a guard yells that the prisoner has escaped from transport. An important man is furious, asking if HMCS's enhanced security was just for show. The hunter defends himself, saying Soman was so fast he couldn't even react in time. The director doesn't want to hear it and yells that the HMCS recruit should come and apologize in person. But the hunter reveals there were 5 to 10 guards in the convoy, leaving the man shocked. He points out that for this transport, only 1 guard was requested, which is very suspicious. The director stands up annoyed, but the hunter interrupts him with a bombshell. He reveals that the prisoner confessed to bribing someone high up within the prison itself. So he announces that HMCS will start a full investigation into both the fugitive and the facility. With a firm gaze, he asks for the director's cooperation, who is left with no choice but to comply. The scene changes, and we see a man with a forced smile looking completely exhausted by the situation. Elsewhere, Xiaomin hears that the investigation into the bribery case has already begun. Just then, Hunter Ham and Chu from the White Lion Guild appears, surprising everyone in the room. He also asks who the mysterious old man is, who's just sitting there drinking calmly from a mug. Then he points to the hooded Volka, who's in the corner sweating bullets from nervousness. But Suman smacks Jonggu and tells him to sit down, warning that it's a long story. Now with the team assembled, he sits and announces he will go over the operation details. He explains they will infiltrate Bestia's meeting, an event with 8 elite assassins. Jungkook is shocked and asks what the point is of invading the place with so few people. With a sinister smile on his face, Xiaomin replies that the objective is actually quite simple. He wants the group's total annihilation, making it clear he's not here to play games. At the Bestia meeting, one of the members notes with surprise that the turnout is pretty good today, but a young woman complains that Spectre and Volka have disappeared, and he says he doesn't count traitors. Then, a guy with blue hair announces he'd love the pleasure of hunting them both down. Another girl gets upset, saying Volka promised to take her to the amusement park. How ridiculous. Losing his patience, another member with scars on his face tells everyone to cut the chatter. He warns that the traitor's punishment will be decided by their leader, who watches from the shadows. The leader says he's enjoying the commotion, but admits he's shocked that 3 of them are missing. He then asks if anyone has anything to say on the matter, but no one speaks up. With his hands together, he thinks of a way to resolve this little problem among them. So he suggests a death match to decide who will have the honor of punishing the traitors. A heavy silence fills the room, sending a chill down every assassin's spine. One of the members turns to the leader and says his joke wasn't funny at all. Another guy explains that the real problem is that the traitors know the location and time of the meeting. One of the assassins doubts the 2 weaklings would have the guts to attack, but an alarm goes off. The system announces an intruder in the area, putting all members on high alert. The leader of Bestia asks them to repeat what they said, not quite believing the intruder story. A member then warns that they have company and tells everyone to take one of the 5 routes investigate. The group splits up, but one of them finds it strange that Porcupine and Black Mamba are staying behind. At that, Porcupine says he takes no pleasure in killing the weak and will just stay here and play a game. The leader laments that he forgot to ask for the heads intact so he could identify them later. The scene cuts back to Jong-gu, who's complaining about life having won the worst kind of lottery. 30 minutes earlier, Soman's team arrives at the meeting spot, finding the place well hidden. Spectre explains that there are 5 entrances with sensors and the internal structure is always shifting, but he guarantees they all lead to the main hall, though the time it takes varies. Sumin then decides they'll each take an entrance to surround the target from all sides. He asks Jung-gu if he brought the walkie-talkie, and the guy confirms he has it right here. Sumin tells them to stay sharp, and if they find someone too strong, to call for him, and he emphasizes that they should be extra careful if the enemy is Black Mamba, their target. But back in the present, Jungkook thinks about how everything was going well until it all went south. He explains that he hit a dead end and had to climb into a ventilation duct. He's shocked to see the duct lead straight to the hall with no security nearby. He gets worried since there'll be a fight at each entrance and it'll take time for everyone to group up. With no time to waste, he decides he needs to thin their numbers right now while he has the chance. Suddenly, a small marble starts rolling across the floor, making a strange noise. One of the assassins sees the marble and bends down asking Porcupine if he's into slot machines. She says she is, and that she even hit the jackpot yesterday as she gets closer to the shiny object. But the marble explodes, sending the assassin flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. One of them comments that she's done for while Porcupine announces that a rat has managed to get in. Jong-gu then throws another grenade, but Porcupine catches it mid-air and praises the ambush. The grenade explodes in his hand, but the villain says he'd rather be attacked head-on. The impact of the explosion is so strong that Jung-gu falls out of the ventilation duct. Without even a moment to breathe, the villain lands a blow and recognizes him as a hunter from the HMCS. He slides back from the force of the blow, trying to quickly recover from the hit he took. With great frustration, he realizes that in the end, he only managed to take down one of the assassins. He analyzes the situation and wonders how the leader, who doesn't even seem to be using any skills, is still standing. Porcupine asks if it was the traitors who told him their location. Jung-gu replies defiantly, asking what if they did. The villain understands they betrayed the organization even knowing it would cost them their lives, and he scoffs, saying they allied themselves with a bunch of second-rate awakeners. Enraged, one of the hunters charges at him, but Porcupine defends himself with his claws. He then counterattacks with bone daggers which fly swiftly toward the enemy. The leader of Bestia watches the scene and says the hunter's ability isn't half bad. At that moment, Porcupine realizes this is his opponent's signature skill, telekinesis. Jungkook curses the monster for his tough skin, which heals too quickly using only mana. But the villain announces that the warm-up is over and charges at him with everything he's got, and with a single blow, he smashes the hunter against the wall, breaking everything in his path. He then asks the leader for permission to finish him off, and she tells him to go ahead. Badly injured, Jungkook tries to grab his radio to report that he's found the target in the hall, but the villain strikes him in the face, stopping him from calling for backup. Lying on the ground, he hears Porcupine say that too late to call for help now. The villain gets curious and asks who's going to show up next to try their luck. He wonders if it'll be the director, Spectre, the pup, or maybe someone else. Or maybe the entire team has come for him all at once. The Hedgehog prepares for combat facing the team that invaded the main hall, but an explosion goes off, and he's surprised, not expecting them all to arrive. He's shocked to see that the Bestia assassins were defeated so easily. The leader complains that she was sure she chose the best, but they dropped like flies. but the hedgehog finds it all very strange since their wounds indicate there was a fight. The team holds their ground, showing they didn't escape the fights on the other routes unscathed. He then says it's hard to believe they defeated the tiger and the grizzly so quickly. With a powerful stomp, he cracks the floor and creates a blast of rocks to intimidate them. But Chu gets annoyed with all the talk and tells the bastard to shut his mouth right now. Surrounded by his red aura, he charges forward and attacks the villain with a furious blow. The hedgehog blocks the attack and recognizes him as the hunter from the White Lion Guild. He then slides back and asks why he's here since he's not from the HMCS. As he does, he bumps into someone and apologizes, saying it was his bad. Lying on the ground, the Spectre coughs and remarks that this whole situation makes no sense at all. The villain says their teamwork is terrible and their stats are too different for a team. The hedgehog wants to know who the leader is, the person who gathered this group for the attack. Then, we see Shounen holding one of the assassins by the hair, showing his dominance. The scene changes, and Chu wonders how Shounen got there so fast. But it's explained that the master appeared mid-fight and told him to run to the center. He figures the same thing happened with Volca and the old man, and now they need to hold the target. Volca complains that facing an A+ awakened without killing them is nearly impossible, especially that snake. The Spectre agrees, talking about the Black Mamba, a shapeshifter with brutal speed and strength. He suspects they've set a trap, or that the leader, the crow, is just watching from a distance. With that, he slams his staff into the ground, creating a luminous mark to track the mysterious leader. He then tells Volca to focus on capturing the snake, and the werewolf complains about the hard work. Chu leaps to attack, but the hedgehog slams him to the ground with a quick, powerful stomp. But the Spectre traps him with his magic, warning him that he's not going anywhere until the master arrives. He then activates his skill, the binding zone, to trap all remaining enemies. Chu tries to cut the mana chains, but they're too resilient and won't break. And the leader, the crow, is also caught trapped by the Crimson Spectre's magical chains. The Spectre warns that even if she's strong, the crow won't escape his legendary binding zone. With a smile, she says his new master sure knows how to show off, but reminds him that he's a traitor. Suddenly, the Black Mamba breaks free from the chains, surprising the old man with his absurd strength, and then he charges toward the Spectre, leaping at him without a shred of mercy. Just then, the assassin who had been blown up reappears, leaving Young-gu in total shock. The hedgehog tells them not to waste any more time and shatters the chains holding him. He says they need to prepare for reinforcements and erase their tracks from this place. With his draconian skill, he transforms into a lizard man and tells them to just die already. Jungkook warns that Chu's ribs are broken and that normal weapons won't work. With few options left, he yells that their best choice is to run as fast as they can. Chu realizes the monster's mana is incredibly high, and it uses the ground as its territory. He understands he's the tank now, and that he can only try to buy time because there's no way to win. To make matters worse, Volca is busy fighting the other assassins, so he can't help. He feels an enormous weight on his shoulders and admits this fight is going to be tough, isn't it? He manages to land a stab on the monster, which releases a green smoke and seems to feel the damage. Jong-gu is shocked to see the snake using elemental corrosion magic, filling the air with swords. Then, the villain spins and shatters the entire floor, launching pieces of rock toward the hunters. Chu then yells at Jong-gu, warning him that a giant rock is about to fall right on top of him. The monster tells Chu that if he were him, he wouldn't turn his back in the middle of fight. And with a direct hit, the creature attacks and slams the hunter into the ground, creating a crater. He turns to Jungkook and says, "There's one thing official hunters never understand." The monster chokes him and asks if he really thought their headquarters wouldn't have defenses against intruders. Across the room, the assassin relentlessly attacks Volca, screaming for him to just die. It's explained to us that the hall floor is filled with magical self-destruct and tracking traps. The villain then says their fate was sealed the moment they stepped into the serpent's den. Losing his patience, he tells the hunter to stop resisting and just die in silence once and for all. But suddenly, the creature senses imminent danger and its survival instincts flare. He instantly leaps backward, escaping a blast of ice that appears out of nowhere. And the one who arrives is Seo-min, who charges toward the monster, leaving Jungkook shocked. With a brutal direct hit, he slams into the villain, showing him who's boss. With a wicked smile, he announces that he's finally found his target, that slithering piece of trash. Suddenly, Yoha attacks with her blade, yelling and demanding to know who the intruder is, but she's caught in a lightning trap, falling to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, the leader of Bestia is shocked as he has undone all the magic in the hall. Siomen focuses his power while Fred scoffs, saying their magic was way too easy. The leader is impressed since he effortlessly nullified millions of magical traps. Just then, the porcupine appears and says that their noisy entrance caught him by surprise. He stares down Siomen and says that now everything finally makes sense to him. He then accuses him of being the villain who put together a team and defeated his assassins. Siomen is outraged, saying it's incredibly bold to hear that from an assassin like him. The leader asks the Black Mamba if he messed with the wrong people, but he denies everything. But the monster quickly understands the reason, stating that this is definitely about revenge. Siomen admits it's impressive that he was tracked since he never leaves any clues. He confirms it's for revenge, but warns that first, the assassin needs to answer a question. With that, he attacks with immense power, sending the porcupine flying with the impact. The leader of Bestia lunges at him, starting to realize who he truly is. Even from the ground, Yoha tells the leader to be quiet, warning that the Supreme Master is about to speak. The leader of Bestia starts to laugh, saying she wouldn't dare interrupt and question such fierce loyalty. From a distance, an assassin watches the fight, wondering what kind of monster Siomen is. The porcupine is in shock, having never expected someone to use his own magic against him. He doesn't understand how Sio found him, nor how he can use magic and move so fast. With a powerful blow, Siomen hurls the porcupine straight into the wall. The assassin spits blood on the floor, admitting he's never met anyone like him before. He says he prided himself on knowing every elite hunter, but he has no idea who Jui is. Then, he unleashes a dark energy and screams, demanding to know what Juemin wants with him. Juemin simply jumps and stomps on his back, saying he still doesn't get it. He smashes the assassin's face into the ground, warning that he's the one asking the questions. With another stomp, he tells the guy to stay quiet so he doesn't end up dying by accident. The assassin gasps for air on the floor, desperately begging for Siomen to stop. Sio then grabs his face and asks who is above the so-called VIP. With a furious look, he demands to know which bastard ordered Min Jun's death. The assassin panics upon hearing the name, remembering the face of Min Jun, the historian. He lets out a nervous laugh and realizes Sumin must have some connection to the boy. Sumin tells him to speak, unless his loyalty to the contract is worth more than his own life. With a final ounce of courage, the assassin confirms that his loyalty is worth much more. He reveals a magic seal on his tongue and says that even if he told the truth, Sumin wouldn't hear it as his ears would melt. Then he spits something at him. The assassin gives a sick smile, saying that a professional never gives up a client. Siomen gets angry, wiping his face and yelling that the guy spat right in his face. He then says that if he won't talk, he'll be forced to, releasing a golden aura. Seeing this, the assassin is shocked, wondering if Siomen is also a healer. He starts to panic and screams for help from his leader, but she's also surrounded. With no way out, the assassin gives in and promises to tell everything, starting to reveal the client's name. But suddenly, his head explodes, and Siomen is left shocked by the word pandemonium. From afar, the leader of Bestia gives an evil smile, as if everything went according to plan. With a single blow, she attacks and creates a shockwave, pushing everyone around her away. The leader of Bestia faces him with a smile, saying she already knows who he is. She reveals his identity, calling him Seo Min, the mad dog who vanished 10 years ago. Seo Min then asks directly if she is also part of this pandemonium, but she denies it, explaining that they are freelance assassins and don't work for just one client. She says she figured it all out from his power and the way he recognized the name. He insists, asking if she truly knows nothing, and warns that he'll know if she's lying. The leader confirms she doesn't know, and says she's sure he's already realized it's the truth. She wonders why everyone forgot about him, and with a snap of her fingers, she revives the fallen. Just then, a huge explosion occurs, revealing it was a self-destruct trap. In the sky, she and Yoha float and ask if the mad dog isn't coming with them. Siomen refuses, saying it's fine since he already got the clue he needed. Seeing his refusal, the leader smiles, understanding the situation completely. Then she says goodbye, stating they'll see each other soon, and disappears into a magic portal. Jung-gu gets worried, but Siomen explains that she would have activated a self-destruct spell. He then asks Jung-gu to clean up the mess since they got what they came for. Stepping on the debris, Seo-min can now only think of the name Pandemonium. He stands there wondering what the hell Minjin could have discovered. In his room, Seo-min researches on his computer while the name Pandemonium echoes in his mind. It's explained that when the first gate appeared 20 years ago, many things came out of it. Besides monsters and rare stones, mana, the source of all power, also appeared. And finally, the demons. Beings from other dimensions who knew how to use mana and skills. They took the chance to invade Earth, which was in complete chaos at the time. With that, they declared themselves supervisors, took control of the gates, and treated us like trash. And in the midst of all this, some humans created a group to worship the demon lord. This organization was called Pandemonium, a cult dedicated to serving the invaders. But fortunately, the first generation of hunters learned to use mana and put an end to this tyranny. With that, humanity finally won the war and restored peace on Earth. Seo-min remembers that Pandemonium was disbanded even before he defeated the demon lord. That was 10 years ago, so he wonders why that name has reappeared now. He then closes his eyes and calls for Pred, wanting to ask him a question. Seo-min asks if he remembers the demons from another world, and Pred says yes, because they were different. Pred explains that they enslaved dragons and other races, and that he feels they stole something from him. Pred continues explaining that based on what he saw, he wouldn't be surprised if the demons did the same in other worlds. Seo-min scratches his head frustrated that he needs more information about them, since before he only focused on hunting them. The only thing he knows is that their mana pattern is different, and that they now imitate humans much better. At this, Pred yells for him to just kill them all at once. But Seo-min knows it's not that simple. The office door opens, and his brother, Seo-min, enters. With Seo-min commenting that he arrived early, Seo-min doesn't waste time and immediately asks what exactly his brother did in the office he lent him. Seo-min replies that he just used it as a base to investigate Min-jun, but Soo-jun already knows everything. He questions him about the team he assembled and why he's hiding it from the Hunters Association. Worried, Si-jun reminds him that if President Dae-soo finds out about him, the situation will get ugly. But Seo-min doesn't seem to care, and says that Jong-gu covered for him and that he's not afraid of Dae-soo. He even reveals that he was already planning to pay him a visit, making his brother even more tense. Si-jun is shocked by the idea, but Seo explains that he wants to avoid playing games and has questions to ask. His brother sighs, reminding him that he hasn't even recovered all his mana, and asks him not to be reckless. Seo-min stands up as Si-jun says the world has changed a lot and that he doesn't want to see him in danger again. To break the tension, he grabs him and ruffles his hair, telling him to relax because everything will be fine. Si-jun gets annoyed and asks him to just keep his promise to train the new hunter. He then mentions Jisoo Shin, explaining that her ability is very complicated to use. Schumann cleans his ear and reluctantly agrees, saying he'll give her a few tips. Just then his stomach growls, and he asks his brother to get something to eat, who is shocked by his appetite. Suddenly, phone rings while Pred also complains of hunger and demands fried chicken. On the other end of the line, Jungkook shouts, asking why he took his name off the case. Suman gets annoyed with the lecture, but Jungkook informs him that their operation has leaked to the press. The news spreads, revealing that the HMCS took down a group of assassins all by itself. At the agency, chaos erupts as everyone tries to calm down the media and the curious onlookers. Young-gu explains that Director Beck is now keeping an eye on him since Seo-min isn't involved. He panics because he doesn't know how he's going to explain that he defeated everyone by himself. Seo-min then suggests he ask Hammond for help, but the other man is already desperate on the phone. He begs Seo-min for help, but the protagonist hangs up, saying he needs to have dinner first. Seo-min then walks away muttering and asking for a minute of peace after everything. He throws himself on the couch and tells his brother that Young-gu is super happy with the job. Changing the subject, Seo-min settles on the couch wanting to know something. He asks his brother how the demons are doing, if they are still the same as 10 years ago. Si-jun replies that they aren't, and explains that they asked for a peace treaty right after their great defeat. Since then, they've moved to Antarctica, setting up a base to research mana. He continues saying they don't cause any trouble and hardly ever appear in public these days. Because of this, many children now think that demons are just a legend. Seo-min becomes suspicious, finding this whole peace treaty story very strange. At that, Pred shouts that it's a sham, and Seo-min agrees that he thinks so too. But he gets up thinking that maybe there are some decent demons out there, right? He then remembers Crow's mana, which seemed like a mix of demon and human. Looking at the photo, He says that at first, all he wanted was to avenge his disciple, Minjun. But as he followed the clues he left behind, he started to realize something else. The scene changes, showing a young Minjun heading towards that same base in Antarctica. Seo Min then understands that his battle would be much longer than he had imagined. In a flashback, Seo Min tries to teach his disciples, telling them to focus their mana on their center. Hakman is completely confused, not understanding what it means to cycle mana. He then complains to his master, saying that skills are just adrenaline and that meditating is a waste of time. Seo Min smacks the other guy on the head, annoyed that they asked for help only to get lazy. He explains that using skills is like running and that hunters today don't learn the basics. Seo says he'll teach them what the Tower of Tutorials didn't and tells them to pay attention. He says mana is fuel and that Hakmun can't feel his center because he doesn't know the basics. Seo begins to explain about the mana reservoir, which is called the center or the core. This is where mana gathers to generate power, which then manifests as a skill. He touches Hakmun's chest, showing that the strength of a skill depends on controlling this flow. Somin continues the lesson, saying that with training, it's possible to open even more power centers. Hakman gets very curious about the term Earth Time as his hand begins glow. Sue tells them to stop asking questions, but Pred scoffs, reminding him it took him a century to learn. He warns them that tomorrow's training will be very physical, but suddenly the bedroom door opens. Jong-gu appears looking desperate, shouting that he's been looking for him everywhere. Seomin complains that the guy wouldn't stop calling, and Jung-gu tells him they need to go to HQ right now. As they walk, he gets curious and asks what the regional director wants with him. Seomin suspects he's been ratted out, but Jung-gu denies it and says it's about the prison case. On the way, two guys stop in front of them, and one of them taunts Jung-gu Huang. Changwon-seong continues the taunt, mocking Jung-gu for being a desk jockey. Jung-gu gets annoyed as he doesn't understand how the man returned from his mission so quickly. He tells the two to stop bothering them, but the guy says he just wanted to say hi. Then he points at Seomin and mocks him, saying he heard he'd caused a huge mess. As Seomin is already losing patience with the conversation, showing his boredom with the situation, Jong-gu loses his cool and tells the guy to get out of the way, telling him to stop provoking them. His partner scoffs again, saying they wouldn't understand since they've never left the country. Sumin grits his teeth listening to the two mock his team for doing the dirty work. He then turns and gets the recruit's attention with a less than friendly look on his face. The rookie adjusts his glasses and scolds him, saying he should introduce himself to the veterans. But Seomin snaps back immediately, telling Four Eyes to buy new glasses and get out of the way. Seeing his response, the two taunters give a sinister smile, ready to start a fight. With that, Yunta's hand begins to tremble with pure rage at Seomin's audacity. He then releases his mana, asking for permission to educate the insolent rookie right then and there. But Jong-gu stops him immediately, telling him to cut it out since they're inside the main building. Jongwon gets angry and yells, saying Jong-gu has no right to order his team around. Jongwon pretends not to hear, and Seomin jokes that his ego is so big he's hearing things. Furious, Jongwon loses his patience and swears he'll crush them both to show who's in charge. The shouting ends up drawing everyone's attention, and they start whispering about the conflict. He prepares to attack, but a voice interrupts him, saying that everyone already knows who's in charge. Just then, Regional Director Gyan-ho Bayek grabs him and says that the answer to that question is him. Upon seeing their boss, Changwon and his partner turn pale, completely shocked by the scene. The director then walks over to Seomin, scolding Jung-gu for not handling the situation. He puts his arm around Seomin, inviting him for a rare tea he prepared for him. Changwon tries to protest, but the director calls him by name, cutting him off immediately. With a smile, he reminds him of the privileges he requested in Japan and tells him to focus on his work. With nothing to say, the two swallow the director's scolding and stand there in silence. From a distance, Changwon wonders what the deal is with that rookie and why Director Baek seemed so excited. Now in his office, the director says it's a pleasure to finally meet Hunter Min in person. Sumin says the pleasure is his and asks what he wants, making Jong-gu break out in a cold sweat. The director laughs, liking his attitude of getting straight to the point. He then reveals he called him in to talk about the escort mission at Inshin Prison. Thanks to the incident with Bestia, they now have the authority to investigate the corruption in the prison. He continues saying they now need to focus their resources on finding the escaped prisoner. Then he questions Xiumin, finding it hard to believe that someone like him lost the criminal. The director then asks Jungkook to give them some privacy, and he stands up immediately. Before leaving, he mentally apologizes to Shu for having to leave him alone in that situation. Alone with him, director Bayek says he's a man of reason and that he knows the truth. He reveals that he believes Seo Min is connected to Bestia's elimination and the fugitive. Seo Min just listens, as the director says they can't let an awakened criminal run loose. Suddenly, says he's invited a hunter friend who knows him and was eager to meet him. Seo Min is surprised by the news and slowly turns toward the door. The director then introduces him to a first-generation legend, one of the 3 Supreme Masters. And in the room appears Kyung-Hoo Do, the master of the Salabi Guild, with an imposing presence. Kyung-Hoo Do pours a drink, commenting, "It's been a long time since they last saw each other." He confesses he thought it was a joke since all their friends believed Seo was dead. Seo Min says it's a long story, while Pred wonders who this friendly man is. We're told that he is Kyung-Hoo Do, an old battle companion of Seo's. The guildmaster is impressed as Seo Min hasn't aged a single day. He then asks where his friend has been since his disciples searched everywhere for him. With a smile, Seo Min just suggests they get another drink to continue the conversation. He warns that it's going to be a long night preparing to tell his whole story. After hearing everything, Kyung-Hoo understands that he was trapped for 100 years in another world. Seo explains it was due to the Demon Lord's magic, but he's interrupted by some shocking news. The hunter is stunned, unable to believe what his friend just revealed. He slams his fist on the table, furiously questioning how they made a peace treaty with the monster still alive. The master tells him to calm down, explaining that the Demon Lord is like a living corpse. He says the demons proposed the treaty blaming only the former lord for the war. Seo Min says they were just scared, but Kyung-Hoo reminds him that humanity couldn't take any more fighting. He recalls how the world was in ruins after the first gate and the monster attacks. On top of that, there was the war against the demons, so everyone was exhausted. Surprisingly, they offered to help rebuild the world and teach them how to close the gates. In return, they only wanted to retrieve their demon lord's remains and stay in Antarctica. Back then, people just wanted peace and to quickly adapt to the new power of mana. That's why the nations accepted the treaty, and Daesu Choi was the one who represented Korea. Since then, the demons have kept to themselves, only coming out to help. But some first-generation hunters didn't like the treaty and simply disappeared. Kyung-Hoo admits he didn't care anymore either, but now something feels very wrong. He then reveals why, saying that Seo Min's name and title have vanished from history. All records of him from the last decade were erased, and rumors point to Daesu Choi. It was done so well that even he only managed to remember Su's face today. To him, it's very strange that a war hero like Su could be forgotten like that. Seo Min then asks if he thinks the demons and Daesu made some kind of deal. Kyung-Hoo confirms, saying Daesu always did everything to surpass him, and that hasn't changed. Pred is disgusted by the betrayal, while Seo Min processes the idea of Daesu Choi working with the demons. He wonders why that bastard would ally with them just to erase his existence. Sumin questions what the demons would gain from this, besides avenging their former leader. But Kyung-Hoo says it's just a theory, and ultimately, they need more information. Seo Min gets angry remembering that the demons started the war in the first place. At this, Kyung-Hoo suggests he look for his old disciples, as they might know something. Seo Min hesitates, explaining it's not that easy since they've all gone their separate ways. His friend then reminds him that Yo-Hwa is in Korea, and she's become an S-rank hunter. The scene shows how the young Yo-Hwa grew into a strong woman and the leader of Azure Bloom. Seo remembers she used to be attached at his hip and finds it strange that she now works for Daesu. He takes a sip, saying that people change and she must have her reasons. Suddenly, he complains about the drink's taste and Kyung-Hoo teases him, saying he needs to grow up. The guildmaster regrets not calling Seo Jun, but Seo says it's better this way. Without them noticing, someone snaps a photo of Seo Min, a suspicious smile on their face. The scene cuts to a man who informs his boss over the phone about Seo Min's meeting. On the phone, a mysterious woman praises his good work and tells her agent to return. Suddenly, Yoha's phone gets a notification, leaving her with a dark expression. She looks at the screen and is shocked, confirming to herself that it's him. The photo reveals Seo Min's face, and she can't believe he's still alive. With this, she finally understands why so many strange things have been happening in the tutorial tower. Her legs give out and she slides down the wall, stammering that her master has really returned, and she starts crying right there, completely overwhelmed by emotion. We're told that she always suspected something as Sejun had been hiding things from her from the very beginning. Yohua recalls that she never gave up looking for him, even when everyone else had lost faith. She looks at the photo again with a smile, realizing he hasn't changed at all. Determined, she jumps to her feet, saying she needs to go find him right now. But suddenly, Dae-soo Choi appears in the hallway and calls out to her, terrifying the hunter. The president approaches her with his imposing presence, staring at the young woman seriously. He asks why she's in such a hurry and reminds her to call him uncle. Yoha grips her phone tightly, trying to play it cool and saying it's nothing important, but he touches her shoulder, telling her that her face says otherwise and that it's something serious. The president looks deep into her eyes and realizes the reason for her desperation. With a sinister smile, he confirms that the rumors are true and that Seo Min has returned. Dae-soo teases her, saying her excitement is like a puppy waiting for its master. He then pets her, calling her foolish and naive for thinking that way. The president reminds her that she's his only niece and that he wouldn't let her go so easily. Enraged, she slaps his hand away and yells that she only joined him to find Master Seo. Dae-soo reveals he knew everything but let her investigate because she had become more valuable. She's shocked by the revelation while he says hunters are precious assets. Yowa explodes with rage, yelling that he was never her family and that Seo Min saved her, but he blackmails her, asking what the master will think when he discovers her past. He warns her to choose carefully as Somin doesn't forgive criminals like her family. As he walks away, he says she can try, but she'll never change her rotten origins. Alone in the hallway, she clenches her fist and curses at him, feeling completely trapped. The scene changes to a hangar where Jisoo Shin and other hunters are gathered for training. She seems to be looking for someone while another hunter tries to get her attention. Jisoo speaks with Shounen, saying she knows the guildmaster chose him to lead, but she asks who the other two are, who appear with unfriendly faces. Seo Min explains they are his associates and that they're like the rookies, only more experienced. With that, Jisoo Shin and her partner, Byung-kook Kim, formally introduce themselves to the group. The huntress is impressed by the older man's presence, a very rare sight. But suddenly, the old hunter breaks into a super friendly smile, leaving the girl confused. He praises her manners, and a very excited Jisoo guarantees she'll give it her 100%. Sumin then scolds him, reminding Hakman that this is his second chance at life. With everything settled, the group starts walking toward the entrance of Gate F5. The rookies confess they're nervous, but Sumin explains it's just a passage between dimensions. The hunter worries about rumors of people disappearing, but Seo says they just got trapped. The older hunter agrees, saying the gates are now property of the guilds. He continues saying the portals have become a lucrative business full of valuable resources. As they cross through the portal, they arrive in a beautiful forest, leaving Jisoo in awe. The rookie feels nauseous from the gate, and the guy comments on the lack of immediate monsters. Hackman complains about the rookie's attitude, and Seo Min explains that there are now academies for them. It's explained to us that now, after the tower, guilds recruit and train the newly awakened. Sumin thinks this training method is awful and complains that's why there are so many bad hunters nowadays. He then calls the rookies over and asks them to show their skills before they move on. The guy wonders why they're being trained by someone from outside their guild. On top of that, he complains about being paired with someone who can't even use her skill, but suddenly, she manages it and unleashes a flash of light that accidentally hits her partner. The fallen huntress apologizes, but Seomin tells her to save it for when she needs it. With that, he throws an object in her direction, telling the girl to catch it mid-air. She catches the item and is confused as she realizes it's a riding crop. Seomin explains it's a tool to help with spells and that Min-jin told him about it. She then grips the crop tightly and tries again, releasing a much more stable magic. Seeing this, her partner's jaw drops, unable to believe it. Suddenly, a group of goblins appears on a rock and the hunter shouts a warning. Seomin orders just the two of them to fight, which leaves the guy completely terrified. He even mocks them, saying it's their job and wishes them good luck not to die. From a distance, Pred comments that the guy's skill is flashy, but doesn't seem very useful. The older hunter watches the fight and comments that at this rate, his mana will run out quickly. Even though they're easy monsters, the guy panics at the number of goblins charging at him. He then screams desperately, asking Huntress Shin for help to get out of this mess. But it's too late, and with his mana depleted, he's hit and falls to the ground defenseless. Seeing the danger, Jisoo focuses and yells the name of her skill, preparing to use it. The Beast Tamer skill activates, stopping the goblin that was about to attack her partner in midair. With this power, she manages to control the monster, which now stands by her side ready to obey. She then points to her fallen partner and orders the creature to get away from him immediately. The goblin obeys instantly and begins to walk slowly away from the hunter. Super proud, Jisoo turns and asks the others how she did with her new skill. The two mentors comment that it's a rare domination skill and that she has a bright future. Pred goes crazy wanting to devour the skill, but Seomin just says it wasn't bad, however. He warns that she'll need to control more than one as several goblins appear. With her partner unconscious and surrounded, the rookie panics and yells for Golpero. At the end of the day, Jisoo thanks him for all the help, saying she's finally got the hang of her skill. Hakman worries about how pale she looks, but Seomin tells her she can find another mentor if she wants. With a smile, she thanks him and admits she was being arrogant thinking she was special. Nearby, her partner is so exhausted that he ends up falling asleep on Hakman. Jisoo says the skill is just a tool, and that what's really important is mastering the flow of mana. Seomin says it's good that she learned her lesson and announces that training is over for the day. Suddenly, the group notices a crowd of people approaching and wonders who they are. Jisoo explains that her guild is negotiating with Azure Bloom over a new gate. Hearing the guild's name, Somin becomes curious, leaving the rookie very confused. Then he starts walking toward the other group, and the hunter doesn't understand what's happening. One of the members reports to Yowa that they found the bodies of other hunters at the gate. He explains that the victims' internal organs were all ruptured, making the leader tense. She starts to wonder if something was inserted into the bodies to attack from the inside. Suddenly, she senses a familiar presence, and with a faint smile says the word finally. Seomin then appears before her and greets her, saying it's been a long time. With a smirk, Seomin says he expected her to visit him first, not the other way around. Yoha is speechless, but with a slight smile, she manages to say that he has finally returned. Seo invites her to catch up, but she coldly refuses and turns to leave. Her guild's hunters are confused, not understanding why their boss is acting this way. Pred scoffs at the situation while the older hunter asks if that's his disciple. Seo confirms it, but something bothers him, and he starts to wonder. He notices her eyes were watery and asks himself if she cried. In a flashback, we see a young Yoha crying and hiding as Seomin finds her. He sits next to her and asks why she's crying, teasing her about her defeat. Seomin gently strokes her hair and tells her that if she's going to cry, she should just cry openly. She gets angry, complaining that he teaches Sejun better things just because he's his brother. The young girl says she's just a nobody he picked up off the street and that she's not important. She thanks him for saving her but asks him to leave her alone to cry. But he ignores her request and starts ruffling her hair to cheer her up. With a smile, Seomin says they can at least decide who to call family. He says that from that day on, she would be his little sister and he, her big brother. Embarrassed, young Yoha refuses the offer, saying she doesn't need a brother like him. Seomin then threatens her, saying that the next day's training will be even worse. We're told that back then, she didn't want to be seen as just a little sister. She wanted to become his partner, his equal, and help him build the world he dreamed of. But she knows that's impossible, being the daughter of a criminal with a dark past. Even with a broken heart, she decides to fight for him, the man who gave her a new life. The scene changes, and we see Yohua entering Sejun's office, who was surprised by her visit. She calls him by his name, and the young man, a bit nervous, asks what brings her there. With a serious expression, Yohua says she needs to talk to him, as the matter is very important. Elsewhere, Kyung-hoo tells Dae-soo that despite everything, he still has faith in him. He recalls that the three Supreme Masters always fought together to maintain order in the world. But Dae-soo cuts him off and tells the old hunter to get straight to the point. Without hesitation, Kyung-hoo faces him and asks if he has met with Sumin. The guildmaster scoffs, saying a decade was enough to tame the mad dog. Dae-soo reveals that everyone misjudges him as he doesn't work for the peace of humanity. He grinds his teeth in anger and calls the title of three Supreme Masters a joke. With a shout, Dae-soo reveals his ambition, saying there can only be one Supreme Master. He explains that he seeks absolute power and mana is the path to it. With that, he confesses that his interests align with those of the demons themselves. It's explained that the nations formed alliances for their own benefit, but this ultimately helped humanity. Daesu then challenges him, asking if he only came there to blame him for a past decision. Without hesitation, Young-hoo accuses him of making a pact and being responsible for Seo's disappearance. But Daesu just laughs and denies everything, even offering a three-way meeting to prove it. Suddenly, a voice agrees with the idea, leaving the president shocked by the surprise. The voice continues saying he has nothing to hide and has questions to ask. Just then, Seo-min appears on the terrace, materializing in a magic circle right in front of them. With a serious look, he greets him coldly, calling him Mr. President. Seo-min appears floating outside, telling President Daesu it's been a while. With a single gesture, he uses his power and simply shatters the building's entire window. Amidst the shards, Dae smiles and calls out Seo-min's name, completely unimpressed. He lands calmly and apologizes for his entrance, explaining it was to avoid the elevator. Then Seo-min walks forward and says he has a question before help arrives. He asks if 10 years ago, Daesu allied with the demon and sent him to the other world. The president scoffs, saying he's lost his touch asking such a foolish question. But Seo-min is dead serious and demands that the one-eyed freak answer him now. Daesu starts to laugh, asking if he enjoyed his vacation since he hasn't aged a day. Suddenly, an object flies through the air and shatters violently right next to the president. Seo gets angry and threatens to tear Daesu to pieces, asking if he wants to live long enough to answer. He asks if the president allied with the traitors or if he took part in Minjin's death. A dark aura surrounds him as he warns them not to threaten Yohua and her disciples. With a sinister smile, the president just lets out and not looking scared in the slightest. He bursts out laughing and yells that now, this is the mad dog he knows. Seo-min powers up, saying he's missed the thrill of the battlefield. At that, Daesu unleashes a red aura, explaining he used his power to get stronger. He then challenges his old rival, saying that if Seo-min wants answers, he'll have to fight for them. With a smile, the hero accepts the fight, knowing it's the only way to make him talk. But suddenly, Young-hoo Do appears between them, and the president yells for him to stop. He tells them both to calm down, saying they can't have a serious fight in a place like this. In the background, Ji-won Ryu is completely confused while his guards are in position. Kyung-hoo scolds Soo, reminding him that a fight here would attract too much attention. Soo-min clicks his tongue in annoyance, but the master tells him to back down for Sejin's sake. Seeing this, Daesu gets bored and complains that, as expected, this whole thing is a buzzkill. He remembers the past when they used to fight and compete without any remorse. To him, that was a glorious era, much better than these boring times. With that, he decides to answer, stating that he had nothing to do with Minjun's death. Daesu also explains that Yoha joined him of her own free will, and it's not his fault. He then turns his back and tells Seo-min to schedule an appointment if he has more questions. Seo-min remains silent, processing the answers he just received from the president. Beside him, Kyung-hoo Do breathes a sigh of relief as the fight was finally avoided. The scene changes and Dae-soo gets on the elevator, telling his assistant to shut up and mind his own business. The young man cringes in fear and stammers an apology to his boss. Then, the president orders him to prepare an A-rank gate and to bring Yohwa to him. The scene cuts to a full moon night in a flashback from 7 hours earlier. We're shown that Yoha went to see June and questioned him about the IZ Guild. She says the hunters found at the gate had all their internal organs disintegrated. Yoha explains that it was either a unique skill or they all ate the same thing. She reveals they were all connected to a mysterious guild called EZ, which no one had ever heard of. Sejun listens intently, then shares a rumor he discovered about the place. He reveals, shocked, that he heard this guild is led by a demon master. Sejun asks where she heard that, and Yohwa says he's free to use the information. She turns to leave, saying she'll continue to investigate and will keep him informed. But before she goes, she asks him not to look for her because Dae-soo is watching him and she's worried. She asks Sejun not to tell the master she was there, as she doesn't intend to go back to him. Sejun then confirms he was right. Yoha joined Dae-soo to track Seo, but he's confused as he sees no reason for her to stay with him now that Seo is back. He remembers that Seo trusted his disciples blindly, but to him, they always seemed full of secrets. Worried, he sighs and wonders what Yohwa and Xiaolong are really up to. Suddenly, Seo-min enters the room, and Sejun jumps out of his chair, startled. The younger brother is speechless, stammering out and without knowing what to say. With a serious look, Seo tells him to spit it out and asks if something is going on with Yoha. The scene changes to show Yoha on the street near a black car waiting for someone. Just then, some agents arrive and inform her that the president has requested her presence urgently. She mutters, "That bastard," under her breath, but in the end, tells the men to take her. In a flashback, we see day 10 years ago, right after Soman disappeared. A demon named Hikatan explains that Seo is very dangerous for nearly killing a lord. He says that a lord almost losing to a human is a threat and proposes a good relationship. But Daesu isn't impressed, recalling that despite the treaty, it was the humans who won the war. He questions why he would help demons who would soon be banished to Antarctica. The demon then reveals they've been watching Daesu and know he's disheartened by the end of the war. He continues saying that Daesu wants to test his strength without any restrictions. Hikatan hits the nail on the head, saying the hunter's only desire is to fight stronger enemies. With that, he offers to help Daesu reach his maximum power and completely master mana. Daesu clutches his stomach, realizing the demon wants more than just to erase history. He asks if the demon has considered that by becoming stronger, he would become a threat. But Hikatan explains that the demons only want to unravel the mysteries of mana and the portals. He turns and leaves, saying he will eagerly await Daesu's answer. It becomes clear that there, South Korea's strongest hunter made a crucial decision. The scene returns to the present with Daesu at an F-rank gate, a completely empty and desolate place. An assistant appears through a portal and informs Daesu that they've prepared the gate as he commanded. He explains that the location is now his guild's property and that no one alive is there. Daesu praises their good work, then asks if the invitation he requested was sent. The young man confirms, but reminds the chairman that the summit is happening tomorrow. He cuts him off, says he already knows, and tells everyone to get out of there. The assistants withdraw, and one of them sighs at being dismissed so coldly. Just then, Yoha emerges from the portal and asks why he summoned her to this place. Daesu reprimands her and tells her to watch her tone as people are listening to their conversation. But she's unfazed and tells him to get straight to the point, no messing around. He then reveals he knows she suspects he played a part in Seomin's disappearance. He says that 10 years ago, he didn't accept the demon's proposal, nor did he cooperate with them. But Daesu admits he let Seo's records be erased because he didn't care about his legacy. Yoha is outraged by his coldness, saying he has to be kidding her. He continues explaining that he felt a sense of unease, but it wasn't guilt for becoming the chairman. The real uncertainty was never knowing who was stronger, him or the so-called mad dog. Furious, Yoha calls him a bastard and unleashes her powerful aura at him. She charges forward, screaming that he really was involved with the demons all this time. Enraged, she realizes he knew everything that was happening from the very beginning. Then she leaps to attack, shouting about her master's disappearance and the destruction of his legacy. But Daesu stops her attack with a single hand, showing he's much stronger. He says she's just like her mother, reckless and slow, and throws her back with one blow. The impact is so powerful it kicks up dust and carves a crater in the ground. As she lies fallen, she hears that she's just a tool to make the mad dog even more filled with hatred. He then confesses that a feeling of inferiority has always haunted him like a ghost. And now that Seomin is back, it's time for him to finally clear away this remnant of the past. Even wounded, she laughs and doubts her master would fall for his little game for someone like her. With one step, he replies that he will, because he believes Seo will do exactly that. He steps on her and says that he never believed in the master's little family act. But the look in Seomin's eyes that night proved he was wrong about his feelings. So now he's using her as bait, as she's the only card he has to ignite the fight. Daesu materializes a glowing magic chain, preparing to bind his hostage. The chains then wrap around Yowa's body, and she cries out in pain, unable to react. He explains the item is so strong that not even an S-rank hunter could escape it. With a smile, he tells her to stay alive until her rescue arrives, as that is her mission. She struggles and screams that none of this changes the fact that he's still a piece of trash. Suddenly, a massive noise startles her, coming from somewhere very close by. From the sky, Seomin descends like a meteor, hitting the ground with a violent impact. The collision causes a massive explosion, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. But Daesu shouts excitedly that today, history will finally be set right. He boasts that everyone will witness the death of a relic and hail him as the strongest. With a dark smile, someone appears and says that this is all a bunch of nonsense. He then attacks with all his might, shattering the ground and rushing the chairman with full force. Daisu manages to defend himself and laughs, but the force of the blow pushes him back. He calls Seo mediocre, saying that the 10-year absence has created a power gap between them. The Predator warns they can't fight like this, but Seomin simply replies that he doesn't care. With his power at its peak, he tells the Predator that they're going all out for this fight. Seo tells Pred they're going all out, but he warns that Daisu is a monster. The parasite continues, warning that if he goes past his limit, there will be nasty side effects. But Seomin calculates that 50% of his strength is enough to win. Then, Daisu scoffs and asks if the once confident Seomin is already scared, so the two of them charge at full speed, preparing for the first major clash of the fight. He tells the president he won't even need his full power against a piece of trash. Their collision creates a massive explosion, and Yoha realizes this is a fight between awakened beings. She's shocked as their speed is so great she can't even follow them with her eyes. Suddenly, Daisu materializes a giant red spear and laughs, feeling the adrenaline. He says this is the feeling of being unleashed, of breaking all his power limits. With a huge grin, he says he's going to dive headfirst into the essence of mana right now. But Seomin taunts him, saying he still enjoys collecting those old toys. With a magic circle, he summons a giant earth barrier to defend against the attack. Daisu's spear shatters everything, and Pred shouts in fear, questioning if he's even human. Seomin just watches, remarking that Daisu has always been reckless and strong as a bull. Seomin summons a weapon and comments that Daisu seems more like an animal than a human. With a laugh, he floats and gets ready as the president charges forward with his red power. Daisu throws several swords, but Sumin calmly prepares to counter the attack. Then, the president yells that he's going all in, launching a wave of energy at him. The blow hits an energy shield, and Daisu scoffs, saying the defense is too weak. The barrier begins to crack, and he taunts, asking if this is the best Seo can do. Then Daisu summons a giant hammer, wanting to see how many hits the shield can take. He strikes with all his might, and the hammer blow makes the shield start to shatter completely. Seeing this, Somin prepares a counterattack and shouts, summoning several ice spears. A shower of ice flies toward the president, who doesn't even have time to dodge the power. The spears converge and explode right in his face, creating a large blue energy ball. The hammer falls to the ground, and Daisu admits that the mad dog still has a pretty strong punch. Slightly tired, Seomin tells him to shut up and release the hostage if he doesn't want to die. He says he knows Yoha was a bait and that her job here is done. But the president smiles and says that's not good enough, as he knows he can do better. Daisu warns that Yoha still has her uses, and so he'll keep her on a leash. He yells at her to be grateful for having a purpose, calling her a murderer's daughter. Outraged by what she heard, Yoha simply tells the president to shut his mouth. With tears in her eyes, she begs him not to dare do anything stupid. But Seomin turns and calmly asks Yohua to stay right where she is. He then unleashes his power, warning that he doesn't want her to get hurt in this fight. The president is surprised by his opponent's sudden change in attitude, but he breaks into a smile and shouts that he missed that dark and terrifying presence. With the spear in his hands, he declares that now, it's time for a real fight. Sumin charges with full force and tells the president to shut up, starting his attack. He defends himself with a shield, realizing that the density of Seo's mana has completely changed. The force of the blow is so immense that Daisu is dragged backward across the ground. He then taunts him, saying Seo hasn't changed a bit and is still holding back in the fight. But Seo replies that he's still just as reckless, creating a blast of energy. Daisu gets angry and shouts that he's not the same man he was in the past. Seo Min stomps firmly on the ground, planting a sword and saying he's learned a lot over time. But Daisu raises his weapon, warning that their last clash made one thing very clear. Suddenly, a red energy surrounds Seomin, catching him completely by surprise. The president then charges with an energy sword, shouting that Seo is no longer. He completes the sentence with hatred, screaming that the hero is no longer a match for him. With that, the blow lands a direct hit, causing a gigantic red explosion on the scene. Seeing the scene from a distance, Yoha desperately screams her master's name. She keeps watching apprehensively, not knowing what happened in the middle of all that smoke. Then a voice thanks Daisu for saving him the trouble of saying that. It's Seo Min holding back the blow and warning that the president doesn't stand a chance. The president is shocked. His legendary sword, capable of slicing through buildings, was stopped so easily. He can't believe Seo Min blocked the attack with just one arm, but Seo mocks him, saying that fighting against weaklings for 10 years was no big deal. Then he pulls Daisu in close and reveals he survived in hell for over 100 years. The president takes a full force blow, feeling the absurd power of the impact on his face. The blow is so powerful, it sends him flying, creating a wave of energy. He slams violently into a stone wall, shattering everything around him. Even while bleeding, he starts to laugh, finding it interesting that someone has finally injured him. He then gets up and presses his watch, saying he'll have to take the fight to the next level. We're told that a law forced SS rank hunters to wear a special bracelet. This item suppresses their mana and abilities, so they aren't a threat to society. So Daisu throws the device on the ground, getting rid of the problem that had tired him out for so long. With a smile, Soman taunts him, saying the collar suits an animal like him. He calls him pathetic, asking if he became president just to take off bracelet. But the president replies, it wasn't just for that, and that this is the perfect opportunity. He yells that this is the perfect chance to test his strength against a worthy opponent. Suman clenches his fist and remarks with disdain that Daisu was always the loudest one. With his energy flowing, he prepares for battle and challenges the president to bring it on. Then, a giant flash of light fills the scene, and the impact of the energy shakes the ground. The two collide with absurd power, creating a violent shockwave at the gate. The pressure is so intense that Yoha is thrown hard to the ground, unable to even react. She realizes their mana is damaging the gate, which could collapse at any moment. Worried, she fears her master's power will harm innocent people outside the portal. With this in mind, she struggles with all her might and manages to break her chains to intervene. But the exchange of blows continues frantically, with both of them moving at an incredible speed. Daisu summons a giant hammer and smashes it into the ground, kicking up several rocks with his fury. In response, Seomin uses a skill and creates several clones who charge the enemy together. The clones' combined attack makes Daisu's shield begin to crack under the blows. He's shocked by the power difference, as he didn't expect this to happen without the limiter. But even wounded, he starts laughing like a madman and summons a rain of swords to attack. Daisu grips the handle of his spear tightly, preparing to use a secret technique. He then hurls the weapon with all his might towards Seomin, releasing a red energy. The spear then transforms into a giant energy tiger, which roars loudly in the arena. But Soman grabs the monster by its mouth, realizing it's the artifact-sealed power. He then yells for Pred to use his tamer ability and control the beast for him. Daisu is shocked and asks what kind of power Seo obtained in the last decade. With the skill, the energy tiger is now on Seo's side, completely under his control. With a smile, he announces that he's the new master and orders the beast to bite his enemy. The president is furious at Seoman's audacity and curses him with pure hatred. Suddenly, Yowa runs toward them, desperately screaming for them to stop. She begs Soman to look around, trying to show him the danger they've caused. It's explained that the gate is collapsing, and the magic could leak to the other side. She warns that even though Daisu is the president, he'll have to answer to the international court. But he ignores her warning, calling her an insolent brat with a mocking smile. Then she reveals that she's already contacted the association, and the gate will reopen soon. Yoha gets closer, and with a tired voice begs him to please stop this fight. Suman falls silent for a moment, just staring at his former disciple. Suddenly, the bracelet on the ground starts beeping, and Daisu answers, asking who it is. On the other end of the line, a man introduces himself as Edward from the HMCS main headquarters. He says he's calling about an urgent matter and that they need to talk right away. The president mutters, "Damn it," but ends up agreeing to handle the situation. Then he turns to Yoha, saying he shouldn't have taken in an ungrateful person like her. Daisu leaves, announcing he's lost interest in the duel, and tells Seomin to get lost. With his departure, the dust settles, and the fight finally seems to be over. Yohua falls to her knees, devastated that her master has discovered her darkest secret. She wonders what she'll say if she should admit that she's the daughter of a criminal, but Seomin approaches and gently strokes her head, asking if she's okay. Surprised by the gesture, she looks up and realizes her master is just as kind as she remembered, even after everything that happened. At that, she hugs him tightly and cries while he jokes that she still has some energy left. On the call, Daisu lies, saying the hunter's information is completely false. He blames Yowa, stating he'll take responsibility for her false alarm. He scoffs, claiming it was just a training session inside a closed gate and that they're overreacting. But on the other end of the line, HMCS Vice President Edward Blackwood doesn't seem convinced. He counters that this was before the president released his power limiter. It's explained that SS rank hunters are forbidden from fighting under private circumstances. If a fight is unavoidable, they must contact the association to prevent bigger problems. Edward reminds him that given his position, he could even face a court trial. Even if his nation allows it, the international regulatory body could hold him accountable. With a smile, he says there's no reason to escalate the issue and disturb the peace. He then asks Dae-soo to resolve the incident internally and appropriately, and the president agrees. Edward warns that they'll let it slide, but they still need to interview the person he fought. With a coffee in hand, he says he's looking forward to speaking with the insignificant hunter. Dae-soo hangs up, realizing the vice president's true target is Seo-min. The scene ends with the promise that the two will meet again in South Korea. Gritting his teeth, Dae-soo reflects on his shameful defeat as he never expected that level of power. In a flashback, he remembers being certain he would surpass Seo-min, but reality proved otherwise. His frustration grows as he thinks about how Seo-min is so strong, he doesn't even seem human anymore. He wonders what his secret is, finding it unfair that all his effort was so easily overcome. But then he suddenly smiles, realizing he missed the thrill of a life-or-death battle. He clenches his fist tightly, aware that he needs more power, something beyond his limit. Now, has a purpose, an opponent to conquer, and he welcomes the rabid dog. The scene shifts to 1 week later at the Azure Bloom Guild headquarters at night. There, a man asks Yoha if she stayed away out of shame. She says yes, and that just knowing her master was back was enough. Seo-min sighs and asks if she's being serious, not quite believing her. Yoha then asks him to tell her he at least managed to investigate Min-jin's death. He confirms he did, but only discovered that the person who ordered the hit is from outside of Korea. Seo-min thinks that Dae-soo only used her for his own benefit, not to sabotage his disciples. Nervously, Yoha tries to explain it's not about blood ties, but Seo cuts her off, saying he knows. He gently pats her, saying he wouldn't defend anyone who treats him like trash, even if they're family. With a smile, Yoha thanks her master, saying he helped her get back on her feet. But Seo-min says it's not all right and that she needs to cut those family ties. He advises her to do good and be proud because she did nothing wrong. In a memory, we see him promising to help her overcome all her problems. She then smiles, realizing she was never alone and always had people helping her. At that, Yoha picks up her phone, determined to apologize to Sejun for everything. She knows rebuilding trust will take time, but that the fault is hers alone. Seo-min scratches the back of his neck and agrees that she should meet with him tomorrow. The idea startles her, but he informs her that he's already spoken to Sejun about it. He looks at his phone and sees 9 missed calls when suddenly someone calls his name. Junggu appears and explains that it's an urgent matter, which is why he sought him out. He then reveals that he just received a call from the HMEC's International Headquarters. Junggu says that Vice President Blackwood is coming to Korea to meet with him in person. Seo-min gets annoyed, grumbling that this Edwin guy found out about the fight and what a pain. Seo-min asks what on earth the HMCS Vice President could possibly want with him. The agent explains that they didn't give any details, and Jungkook is shocked that he knows this Edwin. Jungkook says he came looking for answers as Seo-min's name came up in connection with this important visit. Seo-min then stands up and says he'll spare him the details since he's under a gag order. The man asks him to wait in the office as they will call with the visit schedule. Meanwhile, their boss is freaking out on the phone, telling Jungkook to drag the information out of him. Yoha advises him to do as he was told and stay off the radar until the dust settles. Later, he's surprised that she's walking with him, but she says it's her way home. He takes the chance to ask her what her next step will be from now on. Yoha offers to help with the investigation, promising to use her guild's resources. But suddenly, a black car screeches to a halt in front of them, honking loudly. The two are confused by the situation, but Yoha immediately recognizes the car. A voice from inside mocks him, finding it annoying that he took her in even after knowing the truth. The window rolls down to reveal Dae-soo, who stares at them with a very serious expression. Inside a car, President Dae-soo Choi calls for Seo-min, the mad dog, to get in. Yohwa is outraged by his audacity and asks why Seo should obey. The president then threatens him, saying he'd better listen if he wants to stay with his disciple. She prepares to attack, calling him a scoundrel, but Seo stops her, calling her name. With a smile, he asks her to go home, telling her he'll contact her when he's done. Worried, Yohwa watches her master open the car door and get inside. The car drives off, leaving the girl alone on the sidewalk, speechless. As the vehicle speeds down the street, Seo-min thinks to himself that she was right. Inside the car, the president makes fun of him for showing up after taking such a beating. But Daisu admits his schedule is getting busy and proposes an official fight to the death. Seo tells him to shut up, saying he can't believe a piece of trash like him is the president. With his arms crossed, he then says the name of the organization that worries him, Pandemonium. The president explains that remnants of that old group are still active around the world. We are shown that demons contacted them 10 years ago, right after Seo-min's disappearance. Seo grows thoughtful, wondering if they're just a cult or agents of the demons. The president adjusts his seat and explains that tracking demons has become difficult since the peace treaty. He says that although important figures are watching them, no one has seen anything significant happen. But then he drops a bombshell, revealing rumors of half-demons in the Middle East. Zumin is intrigued by this information, questioning him about this group of half-demons. The scene shifts to a desert city, explaining that they are the children of demons and humans. We're told they look like normal people, but the big difference is that they use dark mana. Daisu admits he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, as foreigners aren't allowed in high-risk areas. At this, he accuses Seo of using dark mana in the fight and asks if he's allied himself with the demons. The president smiles, saying he assumed Seo sold himself for power to the very creatures he hates. Disgusted, Seo states that he's different and fed up tells him to pull the car over. The car screeches to a halt, and Seo gets out, warning that he'll only say this once. Outside, he makes it clear that he's not with the demons, nor with a scoundrel like him. Seo ends the conversation by telling him to apologize to Yoha and to only look for him when he wants to die. Daisu finds this fascinating and asks why he protects people who are so weak compared to him. But Seo simply replies that he'll regret it one day and tells him to mind his own business. The car drives away, leaving Seo-men alone on the sidewalk, lost in thought about their conversation. The image of a half-demon with a sinister smile comes to his mind. The scene shifts to the HMCS headquarters, where employees are surprised by a visit from the international head office. The staff starts gossiping, commenting that they're here to inspect the branch and that there's something new every day. At the door of Director Gaeanjo Bayek's office, he welcomes a Mr. Blackwood. The director then introduces Seo-min, explaining that he is the branch's new hunter. The blonde man seated formally greets the newly arrived hunter, but Seo-min gets straight to the point, asking the director what Edwin plotting. With a smirk, Edwin politely asks Director Bayek to leave them alone. The director is very curious about the situation, but he knows he needs to please the executive, so he leaves the room saying he'll wait outside in case they need anything. As soon as the door closes, a huge shout echoes, making Seo cover his ears. In an instant, Edwin grabs him by the collar, demanding to know where he's been for the last 10 years. And without waiting for an answer, he punches Seo in the chest, calling him a bastard. After calming down, he says it's good to see him in one piece and asks him to tell him what he's been up to. Sighing, Seo-min seems to have expected this and asks his old friend to sit down. After hearing the story, Edwin understands that he survived in a dimension where time flows differently. He laments that many have forgotten the hero and confesses that even he was starting to forget. But Edwin gets worked up, remembering that Seo was his savior, pulling him from the brink of death multiple times. Seo-min finds it disgusting to be called a savior and changes the subject, asking about Yowa. Edwin then explains that the agency's head office is collaborating with several guilds on a case. Her guild, the Azure Bloom, is one of the partners, and he got her contact information from them. Seizing the opportunity, he invites Seo to the head office since he's at the Korean branch. The answer is a blunt no, leaving Edwin shocked and confused. He insists that Seo is a big fish in a small pond and that he needs a partner. He also argues that with the head office's authority, Seo's investigation would be easier. Seo says he'll think about it and then asks about the huge case involving the guilds. Edwin reveals they found a portal in the desert with several hunters dead from poisoning. The autopsy concluded that the drugs they took were illegal enhancers. Suman questions the existence of illegal enhancers for the awakened, clearly surprised. Edwin confirms, but says headquarters has been investigating deaths around the world for over a year. He reveals that the forensics team discovered the victims' organs ruptured at a cellular level. That's why they didn't go public, since the victims were criminals, and they couldn't find any traces of the substance. But fortunately, a witness from a similar case in China came forward to help with the investigation. She testified that the awakened inhaled a black powder, went insane, and self-destructed. Seo-min then connects the dots, realizing the black powder is related to the bodies in the desert. Edwin says, related is an understatement, as they've designated the area as ground zero for the case. But Sue finds it strange since the portal was just found, and the cases are over 6 months old. That's when he explains that the Master of Azure Bloom found the original form of the powder at the site. She also saw a vehicle from a mysterious guild called Eyes, which seems very suspicious. Hearing this, Seo throws himself into his chair, lamenting what his disciple has gotten herself into. Edwin smirks, revealing he knew all along that Yoho was his disciple. And now that she's involved as the first one to find the substance, there's no way out for her. He finishes by saying that Seo can help with the case, and in doing so, make her life much easier. Edwin pressures him, asking if he's really going to ignore the mess his apprentice is in. With a grim face, Seo-min's reputation as the mad dog seems to speak for itself. He sighs, admitting to himself that this was without a doubt checkmate. So he agrees to help, saying he had business in the Middle East anyway. Clapping his hands, Edwin celebrates and offers to handle the dispute with Chairman Choi. But Seo leans back and says that Scoundrel is just a power-hungry addict and nothing more. Despite all his anger, he concludes that in the end, the chairman is still only human. The scene changes, and Seo-jun finds his brother packing, asking about the new case from headquarters. Seo confirms it is, revealing it was a specific request from Edwin himself. Sejun is surprised and wants to know how the two of them suddenly started talking. His phone rings, and Seo says some things went down and that Yowa will explain everything. With the phone in hand, his brother answers the call with a very serious expression. As he walks away, he asks Yoha how she got his cell phone number. Already preparing for the trip, Fred asks where they're going, and the answer is the European headquarters. But the entity gets serious and asks if he'll have to use his mana to the limit again. Soman jokes with Fred, but the entity reveals its concern is for its own body. The hunter is intrigued by this revelation and asks what kind of change it would be. Since returning to Earth, Fred says he's adapted but is slowly losing control. He's also suffering the effects of the journey and suspects the last fight was the trigger. The pact between them prevents him from attacking Seo, but he feels the situation is going to get worse. He has a premonition that things will get worse as his host recovers more mana. This could mean his power won't be available at the most crucial moment in battle. Sumin falls silent for a moment, processing the gravity of this information, but he quickly recovers and says it won't be a problem as he's now self-sufficient. He explains that he'll need his power against demons, but that's not the case right now. Stretching, Seo admits that as annoying as it was, the fight with Daisu helped him. He then thinks about the enhancers, and the name sounds familiar in a very bad way. The scene cuts, and 2 days later, we're taken to the international headquarters of HMCS. There, two hunters are talking about Blackwood bringing someone new for a classified investigation. One of them says he just needs someone from Asia and asks for Hikari Hayakawa's opinion. A hunter starts praising Hikari, saying she's the most beautiful and competent leader of them all. But out of nowhere, Lila, the leader of Team 1, appears, saying she'd rather work with the Korean Yokang. Hikari gets furious and warns that she heard everything, telling Lila to say it to her face. Just then, a man enters apologizing for being late and announces that the director wants everyone in the meeting room. With her arms crossed, Hikari mockingly comments that the nepotism hire has finally arrived. The young man looks embarrassed and asks them to hurry, as he just landed at the airport. Lila reflects that this hunter must be very special for the vice president to pick him up personally. And then he reveals his name is Seo-min, as we see him walking through the airport with Blackwood. In the meeting room, Blackwood thanks everyone for coming and gets ready to introduce the new guy. He then introduces Seo-min from the Korean branch, announcing he'll be joining the team starting today. The camera focuses on Lila and Stefan, the representatives from the European division at the table. On the other side are Hikari and her subordinate Kumo, both representing the Asian division. Without wasting any time, Blackwood says the case is urgent and skips the formalities. He then asks Lila to bring the unexpected recruit up to speed, and she promptly stands up to comply. But as he's talking, an assistant arrives to let him know it's time to leave. With a smile, he says his goodbyes and leaves the case in the hands of Investigation Team 1. With his departure, an awkward silence hangs in the meeting room for a moment. Lila breaks the ice by clearing her throat, preparing to finally begin the case presentation. The projector turns on, and she starts talking about the use of illegal enhancers among the awakened. The team was sent to a location where a Ranka portal was found with 6 bodies nearby. The autopsy revealed the same internal damage as in the other cases, and enhancers were found with the bodies. Signs of a battle were seen near the portal, but nothing has been detected inside so far. And to make things more suspicious, a vehicle from a guild called IZ was found nearby. Research on the IZ guild shows it's small and legitimate with nothing of interest. Given this, Lila explains that the main plan is to explore the portal and investigate the area. She finishes the case presentation and then asks if anyone has any questions, but Seomin interrupts her, saying his question isn't about the case itself. He then asks if they have any information on a group of half-demons. Lila is surprised and asks if he really believes demons are involved in this. Seo says he's not sure yet, but it would be a good idea to keep an eye on them. He argues that if humans had created the drug, they would have already found its original formula. That's why he's asking for any information they have, past or present. Hikari butts in, asking why he's looking for something unrelated to the case. He replies that he just shared what he heard and questions how she can be so sure. The girl lets out a mocking laugh, finding his suggestion completely ridiculous. She asks if they should follow a lead based on what some random hunter heard, and she adds that if the half-demons were important, HQ would have already warned them. Hikari finishes her tirade by pointing out he's an unranked hunter hired purely through nepotism. Hikari gets angry and reminds everyone of the peace treaty with the demons from 10 years ago. The argument heats up, but Lila stands up and puts an end to the fight at once. Stefan tries to calm things down, asking everyone to maintain their composure at the start of the investigation. Lila agrees, saying they are all the best and must work together to solve the case. She then asks Hunter Min to focus on the investigation, and he agrees, but only for now. With the fight over, she announces she will pass along the details of the environment where they are heading tomorrow. The meeting is adjourned, and she says goodbye, telling everyone to get ready for the airport. Even after leaving the room, Hikari is still fuming, wondering who that man thinks he is. She doesn't understand how someone so rude and self-centered managed to get on the vice president's good side. Lila tells her to go easy on him, but Hikari accuses her of taking his side. But she denies it, saying that despite everything, you can tell he has a lot of experience. Back in the empty room, Somin yawns, looking completely bored with the whole situation. He thinks the trip is going to be more boring than he expected, but he just doesn't like beating around the bush. The door opens and Edwin enters, commenting that he got quite a welcome from the team. With a smirk, Seo greets him sarcastically, calling him Mr. Vice President. Edwin sits down and vents, saying that running an international organization is not easy at all. But Seo stands up, reminding him that reality takes a while to sink in, and with great power comes great responsibility. Curious, Edwin asks him what he thought of the investigation team he just met. He replies that some of them are annoying, but it's fine as long as they stay out of his way. With a smile on his face, Edwin comments that this is the same old Seo Min who hasn't changed a bit. He then warns him not to cause any trouble as he's carrying HQ's reputation on his shoulders. The scene changes, and the team arrives at the HMCS headquarters in the Middle East, where they are greeted. A man welcomes them, informing them that their rooms are ready for them to rest. He also mentions that a vehicle has been prepared for them to use at the site the next day. While Lila expresses her thanks, Fred complains to Seo about the unbearable heat of the place. Seo scans the area and sees no sign of demons, hoping that Dae-Soo didn't mislead him. Just then, he approaches Hikari and says he's going to say what he couldn't before. She cuts him off and tells him to keep his guard up unless he wants to die a stupid death. With his hand on his head, Seo already realizes that this girl is definitely going to be a pain in the ass. Alone with a local, Seo Min begins his private investigation by asking about the half-demons. The man says he's only heard of them and that their village is deep in the desert. Another young man on his phone denies knowing of the Eyes Guild or any other guild run by demons. A young woman explains that they look like humans and only a mana analyzer can tell them apart. She continues, saying the hybrids born during the war 10 years ago weren't welcome anywhere. That's why she doesn't blame them for hiding and thinks they could be disguised among everyone. Seo scratches his head. He hasn't found anything useful and wonders if he should go deeper into the desert. Suddenly, Fred calls him food and asks if he's being excluded by the rest of the group. The entity explains that everyone moves in a pack and he's the only one acting like a lone wolf. He sits down and says it's his free time and he has personal matters to investigate right now. Just then, a voice calls his name unexpectedly, interrupting his thoughts. It was Lila who asks him why he's out here alone instead of enjoying the HMCS building. He explains he's using the time to investigate and asks her the same question. She replies that Stefan went to get the licenses for the gate as the government is still evaluating it. Lila then comments that if he's from the Korean branch, he must work for Director Baek. SEO Min replies that he joined the agency very recently, which surprises Lila. She says she thought he was a veteran, as he has the aura of an experienced hunter. To change the subject, he mentions that Blackwood said she made a name for herself. She laughs and says it's not true, that she's just an ordinary investigator from Northern Europe. Hearing this, he remembers a hunter from that region named Hans Schroeder. Her expression changes instantly, and she repeats the name Hans Schroeder in complete surprise. He then takes out his phone to show a picture asking if she meant this man. The photo on the screen shows a man with ache and a very cheerful smile. She confirms it's him, saying she'd recognize that face anywhere even older. At that, he asks if they're related, and she reveals that Hans is actually her uncle. She's surprised he looks so young, and Seo awkwardly says he's just aged well. With a sad look, she says her uncle would be happy to see him if he were conscious, and she reveals that Hans has been in a coma for 2 years because of the portal syndrome that got him. Seo Min grows thoughtful, a concerned look on his face upon hearing about portal syndrome. Mana and portals are still a mystery, as are the infections they cause. She explains that her uncle went deep into the portal to find a friend and stayed too long. The rescue team had a hard time finding him, but he was already unconscious when they did. Since then, she's been raiding high-level portals in her spare time, but hasn't found anything useful. Seomin then asks if she's looking for rare items like elixirs inside the portals. She confirms she is, because even if it's foolish, her uncle is her only living relative. Just then, Stefan arrives, announcing that the authorization is complete and they can access the portal. Lila stands up and says she'll go get Hikari, arranging to meet them outside. Watching her leave, Seo thinks to himself that he should visit Hans soon. The scene changes, and now the whole team is in a car driving through the middle of the desert. Inside the vehicle, Hikari complains about the sand and asks how much longer until they arrive. Stefan explains that the weak GPS signal delayed them, but they're almost there. Sitting in the back seat, Seo comments that preparing for a night attack is already a challenge. But he quickly corrects himself, saying that a portal connects 2 very different dimensions. Inside, they could find a paradise where the sun never sets, or a lightless hell. And he finishes his thought by saying, they'll only know once they're finally inside. Hikari says everyone knows that, but Seo interrupts her, saying it's not true. He explains that portals affect humans, which makes Lila very worried. Hikari then mocks him, asking if he's going to talk about portal syndrome now. But Seo retorts that they're all veterans, and that only happens to real rookies. At that, Lila steps in and firmly tells everyone to calm down. The car finally reaches its destination, stopping in front of the portal in the middle of the desert. Hikari comments on the portal's size, and her partner confirms it's estimated to be rank A. Stefan observes the area and comments that it looks like they've already cleared the entire scene outside. The marks in the sand show that the local mana pattern disappeared a long time ago. Seo doesn't sense anything strange, but he gets the feeling that someone erased the tracks. Lila asks Hikari to stay with the team, but she ignores her and says there's nothing to see. Without waiting for anyone, the 2 from the Asian team announce they're already entering the portal. Seeing this, Lila gets very irritated with their attitude and asks what the hurry is. So the rest of the team has no choice, and they all head towards the orange portal. But from a distance, 3 mysterious figures watch the hunter group's every move. One of them, his face covered in scars, smirks and says, "This is going to be too easy." He's happy to see them throwing themselves into the death pit, making his whole plan easier. The clock shows it's 05:40 p.m. We're right on time for the mission. The portal is estimated to be rank A, and 6 elite hunters have been summoned. Inside the portal, the investigation in the northern desert is announced, and is finally about to begin. Stefan admits he feels pretty anxious since his specialty isn't raids, but Lila calms him down, activating her ability with a glowing green magic circle on the ground. Her secret garden skill creates roots in the ground that can detect mana and life forms. She reminds everyone that their main objective is to find clues about the illegal optimizers. The roots spread out over a huge area, and the others are surprised by her power. After a while, she stands up and reports that she hasn't detected any monsters nearby. Still, she tells them to stay alert as her detection ability weakens with distance. Her recommendation is for the team to split up and investigate calmly for today. She asks them not to start any fights or do anything rash. which annoys the Asian duo. But Hikari ignores her and sends Kumo ahead to scout the entire area. Sumin makes fun of her for just giving orders, and she yells that she's too valuable for manual labor. Seeing the mess, Lila decides to start the investigation and expand the search areas. The team spreads out, and Kumo sarcastically responds to Lila's request to stay in touch. Siomen stands there wondering what the point of forming a team was. At that moment, Fred provokes him, saying he's being left out, but Sio tells him to shut up. Suddenly, he stops walking abruptly as if he noticed something on the ground. He crouches down and analyzes a dark stain on the dirt, a clear sign that something is wrong. Fred complains about the filth, and Sio agrees that someone brought it from outside the portal. Taking a bit of the dirt in his hand, he wonders if the energy he feels is demonic. Without wasting a moment, he shoves his hand into his pocket to quickly grab something. The scene changes, and an old man answers his cell phone taking a call from his master. The master, a bald man, asks from outside the portal if there's any news. He replies that he saw a suspicious group near the portal, and the master asks how many there are. The servant confirms there are 5 people as we see the team entering the orange portal. The master is revealed to be Sio, and his servant offers to come in and help with the mission. But Sio tells him to stand guard to prevent them from calling for reinforcements or blocking the exit. Fred is shocked to learn the old man is here, and Sio says he arrived with them. Sio recalls telling his servant to keep his distance, and he was very discreet at the airport. Fred accuses him of bossing people around, but Sio says that if someone commits a crime, they must pay. He scuffs the dirt with his foot, trying to find what was planted with that tainted mana. Seeing the sun set, he realizes the night will make everything much harder. In another part of the desert, Kumo returns to Hikari to give his report on the search. He says out of breath that he didn't find anything. No monster tracks and definitely no optimizer. Hikari is outraged, unable to understand how an unexplored portal could be so empty. But her partner reminds her that the traces of the battle were found outside. He speculates that all the hunters involved in the fight out there ended up destroying each other. But she doesn't believe it, saying that even if that were the case, there should be some evidence. She recalls that the government cordoned off the area, and that if they had tried to get in, there would be tracks. Kumo says they must have been after something valuable, and that they need a rare item. Hikari feels the pressure from the regional director and knows she can't go back empty-handed. Determined to find something, she summons Kagutsuchi, a giant purple energy serpent. With a war cry, she commands her summon to tear the earth apart to find what she's looking for. A massive explosion of purple light rips through the ground, shooting up into the sky with full force. Lila is surprised by the scene, as she hadn't received any reports of nearby threats. Worried, she shouts for Stefan, who is already running toward the noise to help. As he runs off, she complains that it feels like there's always an obstacle in the way. Suddenly, mysterious figures appear and surround her, one of them smiling at her. Elsewhere, Kumo is impressed, praising the power that devastated such a large area. Hikari gets ready to collect the magic stones, thinking her plan worked. But the explosion reveals several buried bodies, causing the hunter to scream in shock. Kumo runs over and corrects her, explaining that they are actually monsters, not human corpses. He explains that they are creations of darkness, and the creature's hands begin to move. In the blink of an eye, a horde of ghouls rises from the earth ready to attack. Suddenly, a group of ghouls surrounds them. A hunter wonders how they were hidden there. Her partner notes that it's strange, as the undead don't usually travel together like that, but she decides to attack first, summoning her spirit Kagutsuchi to take care of the threat. At her command, a giant serpent made of purple energy appears. The creature charges forward, smashing the ground and sending the monsters flying with the impact. The serpent's electric attack hits dead on, frying the ghouls in its path. With a victorious smile, she says they got what they deserved for catching her by surprise. Her joy is short-lived as more monsters begin to rise from the sand. Her partner panics, wondering if an entire army was buried there. He freezes for a second, unable to believe the number of enemies that keep appearing. Just then, the guy spots the danger and yells to warn her that she's being attacked from behind. But another hunter appears out of nowhere, using a lightning bolt to save her at the last second. The newcomer looks around, asking where so many monsters came from all at once. The girl blames him, questioning how his boss failed to detect a horde right under their noses. But her partner cuts the argument short, warning that now is not the time for them to fight. With that, he activates his skill, Kamitachi, and charges forward, leaving a trail of blue energy. His attack slices the ghouls to pieces, but they keep moving anyway. He then yells that the monsters only stop if their heads are completely crushed. Annoyed, The girl orders Kagutsuchi to annihilate all the remaining enemies at once. The serpent attacks with a powerful spin, sweeping the horde of undead away with its tail. She explains that her skill doesn't last long against physical bodies, and the hunter says their leader probably already knows. Her partner understands they need to destroy the skulls, and he charges at a monster, but he complains that this is the worst kind of fight since their skills are area of effect, not single target. He knows that at this rate, the sheer number of enemies will soon overwhelm them. From the shadows, a mysterious voice conjures a storm of arrows. Red energy arrows rain down from the sky, piercing the ghouls' heads with precision. The girl is shocked, wondering how he can hit every target so perfectly. Across the entire battlefield, the mysterious attack eliminates the horde of monsters without a single miss. Suman appears amidst the chaos, sizing up the situation with a cold, calculating gaze. Impressed by his power, the hunter wonders what kind of hunter he is. Tired, Stefan remarks that he understands why Lila didn't detect them since they don't emit any life signs. He then suggests they leave the portal, prepare better, and return at sunrise. The girl's partner agrees with the idea, but she still seems a bit reluctant to retreat. Siomen tells her to stop being stubborn as continuing will only damage the mission site. With a flushed face, she silently agrees, knowing they're just wasting mana and time. But suddenly her companion yells, pointing fearfully at a nearby ditch. Another horde of ghouls emerges from the hole, rushing toward them at high speed. She then turns to Stefan, asking if his superior is coming, or if he even called her. Worried, he replies that he tried to make contact, but his boss isn't answering his calls. Siomen glares at him with contempt, questioning if he just left their leader alone outside. Before anyone can answer, he announces he's leaving the monsters to them and bolts. The hunter dashes through the desert, leaving the group behind to deal with the new threat. As he runs, he pulls out his phone and tells someone he needs help inside the portal. He orders the person to follow the other group's tracks and update him on their location. After hanging up, Siomen stops and observes the canyon, considering his next move. He concludes to himself that the enemies have likely kidnapped one of his companions. The scene changes to show Lila tied up, thinking she never stood a chance against them. She wonders how the bandits got in since the location's security was so tight. One of the thugs gets angry at her stare, but the boss tells him to hold back. The leader explains they need her as bait to lure the others and finish them all off. He says the plan is to take over the black market and tells his man to focus on the bigger picture. But the thug complains about having to follow orders from a weakling like that guy. A dark voice then scolds him, telling him to be careful what he says about the master. The necromancer cuts his own arm, letting his dark blood drip onto the desert floor. The blood spreads, and suddenly a ghoul's hand violently bursts from the ground. The white-haired man readies himself as the undead rise around him. The voice finishes by saying he may seem weak, but he's actually a powerful necromancer. We're told that necromancy is an art that defies the natural laws of life and death. And even among these forbidden arts, the ability he uses is one of the worst. The group's leader thinks he's a despicable being, unlike anything he's ever seen before. But he admits he needs the necromancer's connections to rebuild Almacht, his father's legacy. Just then, a curious henchman asks to smell the drug, but the boss immediately shuts him down, asking if he's lost his mind. Another man explains that the vial's contents can amplify a weak skill to the level of an S-rank hunter. He continues, warning that the body becomes a ticking time bomb, destined to eventually implode. The leader then turns to the necromancer, asking where that mysterious substance came from. The white-haired man just gives a sinister smile, clearly amused by the whole situation. He then taunts him, asking how he dares to ask for anything after being so incompetent. The leader defends himself, saying it was beyond his control and that unforeseen things happen. The prisoner, Lila, laughs in his face, saying she appreciates his shameless soul. The guy in sunglasses glares at him and says he can't leak details to an incompetent leader. The henchman gets angry and lunges at him, but the necromancer notices the commotion and turns around. A woman suddenly appears, telling him to calm down because dangerous investigators are nearby. The necromancer greets her, asking what Lady Crow is doing in this godforsaken place. Just then, the woman stops abruptly upon seeing the hostage and asks who that girl is. Lila just watches, thinking it looks like someone is in deep trouble. The necromancer explains he wasn't talking about her and that they'll keep her alive for now. With a victorious smile, Crow reveals she was referring to him, Ivan. She says it's too late for him now and then begins to slowly fade away. Before vanishing, The woman asks him if he truly believes they are on his side. Filled with hatred, the necromancer grinds his teeth and curses her for only knowing how to hide in the shadows. The henchman asks who they were, but the boss tells him to shut up and pretend he saw nothing. With a serious look, the leader declares that neither the woman nor the investigators will see the sunrise. The trio comes across a trail of bodies, and Stefan comments that Hunter Min's path is filled with ghouls. He says that if it weren't for Seomin, they'd be in serious trouble and suggests calling for backup. But the huntress refuses to give up, saying they must follow him, though she nearly collapses from weakness. Her partner catches her immediately worried about her condition. Suddenly, she's surprised to see Seomin has returned and asks why he's there. The hunter just stares at the group in silence with his usual cold expression. Stefan asks if something happened to their leader, Lila, but the girl cuts him off annoyed. Seomin explains he found signs of a battle and can sense her mana in that direction. Her partner then asks if she was kidnapped by whoever summoned the ghouls. Desperate, Stefan says that can't be, as Lila wouldn't be defeated so easily. Seomin ignores him and says he can stay and fight the monsters if he's scared. Watching him leave, the group has no choice but to run after him, telling him to wait. As they run, Seomin confirms that the kidnappers are with them inside the portal. The girl complains about foul smell that she starts to notice in the air as they advance. Her partner asks if they're sure their leader was dragged this far. The group arrives at a cave and a voice welcomes them, saying it's good they showed up. The villains thank them for saving them the trouble of searching with ghouls surrounding them. Enraged, the huntress Hikari charges at them, calling the enemies bastards. Her partner Kumo also attacks, yelling that he wouldn't let his cousin do all the work. He hits the henchman with glasses, who complains that the country doesn't pay him to be violent. Kumo then begins to overpower the suspects, using a spinning attack to hit them all. Their leader gets annoyed by their audacity, calling the hunters reckless brats. He then activates his skill, Wolf Spear, preparing a golden energy attack. Seeing the blow coming, Seomin just clicks his tongue, finding the thugs very annoying. But Kumo acts quickly, creating a magical barrier that successfully blocks the attack. Hikari realizes the cave is too tight to summon her spirit without risking everyone's lives, so she decides to use the chaos to search for the missing hunter, Lila. But the necromancer appears out of nowhere, saying he knew a rat would try to flee during the fight. Angrily, she tells the scum to get out of her way as her body becomes covered in lightning. The white-haired man calls her unbearable and strikes her with a powerful attack. Kumo falls into despair and screams, "No!" as he sees his cousin thrown far away. With a serious and worried look, Seomin shouts his companion's name, Hikari. Amid the chaos of battle, Seomin screams Hikari's name as he sees her get hit. He then reaches out his hand, and a golden magic circle appears to try and save her. The light envelops the hunter's body, swirling around her with a mysterious energy. Surprised, Hikari feels the light and says she's never seen anything like it before. The necromancer, Ivan, notices the scene and identifies it as a life manipulation skill. He finds it interesting as he's never seen anyone use this technique, which is ironic coming from him. Furious, Kumo charges at the necromancer, shouting and calling him a bastard. But the henchman with glasses stops him, telling him not to be so hasty with his attack. The villain blocks the strike and warns that their fight isn't over yet, kid. Meanwhile, Fred warns that the man's power is on another level and that he's no ordinary human. Suman knows he has no idea what tricks the man is hiding and that this fight will be tough. Seeing his stance, Ivan compliments him for being brave enough to still stand before him. He then orders the ghouls to attack to see if the young man has what it takes to be good material. Seomin retaliates with the Boreal Gale skill, slicing through the undead with blades of wind. Standing amidst his magic, the necromancer admits that he knows how to eliminate his children efficiently. Curious, Ivan asks what kind of work he does to be so skilled on this planet. He then lets out a laugh and questions if he's some kind of human-devouring monster. Seeing more ghouls rising, Fred is disgusted and shouts that the guy is creating an army. But Soman warns that it's time to level up and unleashes a powerful lightning bolt against the horde. The electric attack hits the undead head-on, frying them all with the discharge. With a smile, Ivan says he never thought he'd see a human master mana like that. Soman replies that he's impressed too, since he didn't think an addict could speak so well. The necromancer gets angry, repeating the word addict with a look of pure hatred. He then denies using the powder, calling humans wretches who can't live without the portals. Mockingly, the villain reveals that the client for the mission is human and that the species devours itself. He explains that he took the job to give the useless a chance at a glorious rebirth. With a malicious smile, he says that humans look elegant when dead, and they make for great material. Seomin realizes he's not lying, and wonders if he was the one who created the enhancers. He then calls him disgusting, saying that raising corpses is a revolting and shameful act. But Ivan doesn't care, and says he can create more children as long as the moon gives him mana. While the brawl rages on, the rest of the group turns to fight the henchmen. A ghoul attacks Stefan, who realizes he's overwhelmed having to fight and protect the others. But Seomin effortlessly crushes a monster, wanting to see how long the enemy can last. With a smile, he reveals that he knows half-demons use demonic energy, not mana. The necromancer Ivan is shocked and asks how he could possibly know something like that. Seomin then confirms that he knows he's a half-demon, a creature of cursed blood. Ivan is a being shunned by both demons and humans, an outcast in both worlds. Our hero taunts him, saying he can feel his energy from a mile away, and asks who the mud is now. Completely unhinged, the villain starts laughing nervously, his hands trembling with rage. Then, he unleashes his full power, calling Seomin a despicable and disgusting human. Fred warns that his energy is very dense, but his attacks have now become more predictable. Seomin decides to go all out, but Fred warns him, asking if he's going to overexert himself again. He says he just wants to use the skill with a bit more style, and tells Fred not to chicken out. The entity just screams no, and a wave of purple power erupts from the magic circle. With a smirk, Seomin says, "This is the kind of fight that gets his blood boiling." Seomin activates his skill. Temur and chains of purple energy emerge to bind the enemies. The chains pierce through the undead, paralyzing all of them instantly. Startled, Stefan celebrates that the ghouls' attack in front of him suddenly stopped. The villain's leader doesn't understand why the ghouls stopped and notices Seomin's action. Tired, Kumo deduces that he was somehow controlling the enemy's monsters. And just like that, the ghouls slowly turn around and begin to surround their former masters. Terrified, the henchmen scream for them to stay back, unable to believe what's happening. Their boss panics and yells at the necromancer Ivan to do something to help. But it was too late, and the horde of monsters devours the two thugs without mercy. Ivan stares at Seomin, saying he's actually controlling the undead with domination magic. He finds the whole thing ridiculous, and is impressed by that dark and powerful mana. Shrouded in his aura, Seomin faces the villain, who asks what he really is. The necromancer Ivan asks if he's even human, shocked by the power of the chains. Seomin feels the skill's effect, and Fred complains that he's dizzy and about to throw up. But he tells the entity to rest, preparing to handle the rest of the fight alone. Out of control, the ghouls charge at Ivan, who screams for them to come to Daddy. Annoyed, he's forced to destroy his own creatures with a blast of energy. The attack causes a massive explosion, blowing a hole in the cave ceiling. With the path cleared, Ivan declares he'll now fight using his full power. But Seomin appears behind him, asking if he has any tricks left up his sleeve. Ivan is in shock, not understanding when he used a speed skill to get there. From the hole, a man thanks them for their help, as he could finally get out. The guy then flies out of the cave, causing a second explosion of golden light. Suddenly, Crow appears with an unconscious Ivan, saying it's been a while. She faces Seomin with a mysterious smile, keeping the villain protected in her barrier. Seomin asks if he can't just kill the guy, since he thought she wouldn't interfere. But she tells him to let it go, because the man is important and she doesn't want to fight. Seomin thinks Ivan is connected to the enhancers, and it would be best to finish him here. But he looks at his injured friends and decides he needs to sort out his priorities now. Besides, the hero knows Crow is much stronger than the necromancer, so he backs down. He then questions her, asking why the half-demons are doing this dirty work. With an air of mystery, she replies that he knows a lot, but has it all wrong. She explains that the moderate party is in charge, and Ivan acted on his own. With a smile, the woman adds, she has no idea who his client is. Seomin doesn't believe her, saying it's a lie, since she was helping him the whole time. Flustered, she denies it and says she only intervened because her group needs Ivan alive. The woman admits he has questions, but swears she doesn't know much. The hunter then turns his face away, trembling slightly from the exhaustion of the long battle. In the background, the rest of the group starts to get up, still recovering from their injuries. He sighs and decides to let him go, but warns that next time, there will be no mercy. Surprised, she asks if he trusts her, and he explains that he read her mana patterns. Crow finds this quite annoying, but before leaving, she decides to ask one last question. Seomin questions her. wanting to know who she's referring to when she keeps saying, "we." With a smirk, she says that's at least one thing she can reveal now. She then says the name is and vanishes into thin air, taking the necromancer with her. Watching the scene, he concludes that the half-demons were just pawns in this whole plan. After all, no human would hire them without a greater motive since they hate humans. That substance had a sinister power, but it wasn't demonic energy like that from the other world. Thinking about it, he decides he should probably investigate this IZ organization as well. Lila thanks everyone for saving her and suggests they finally leave the portal, but Hunter Min thinks he first needs to tie up the loose ends left behind. Hikari asks about the necromancer, and he explains the villain escaped while he was fighting someone else. At that, Lila apologizes to the team, saying she shouldn't have let her guard down like that, but the girl tells them to be grateful no one got hurt and that they need to get out of there soon. Looking at the group, he thinks this is why he prefers to be alone, but that he never truly was. With a smile, he asks if that isn't right, referring to his partner, Pred. But when he calls out, our hero gets no answer and is left alone in the vastness. The scene changes to the HMCS headquarters 2 days later, and Edward C. Blackwood seems shocked by the news about the ghouls. He then asks about the necromancer, and Seo Min confirms that from the way he spoke, this was just the beginning. Regretfully, Edward blames himself for being careless and apologizes for putting everyone in that situation. But Somin says it's fine since no one expected it. And the important thing is that everyone made it out okay. Edward thanks him, saying that because of him, the team can get back to work, especially Hikari. With a smile, he says the Mad Dog is still active, but Seomin is already turning to leave. He cuts off Edward's farewell, saying he's busy and is heading back to Korea. Outside, he stops on the street when called by a familiar voice waiting for him. It was Hikari who came to thank him for healing her and admits her performance was terrible. She then promises that next time he'll be able to count on her for real. Not paying her much mind, he just says, "Sure," and continues on his way, leaving her behind. He thinks about how Pred has been silent since the fight, but his skills still work normally. Looking up at the sky, he wonders when his little partner will finally wake up again. At the HVCS headquarters, an agent reports that the Middle East Division has discovered Al-Makht. She explains they weren't the ones creating the drug, and the network was dismantled after its leader's death. Vice President Edward then asks about the gate's condition after the fight. The agent informs him that it's badly damaged and will be closed, which leaves them vulnerable. Tired, he sighs, but the woman warns him that the former president's people have taken over the headquarters. She says that Inspector Juan Cargill has a lot of power and is eyeing his position. Just then, the door opens and a man walks in without knocking, saying he forgot. It was Juan Cargill himself greeting Vice President Blackwood with a mocking tone. He immediately asks if things with the enhancer case aren't going so well. Cargill then says he's heard rumors about some random hunter from Asia being involved in the investigation. He even taunts him, saying the team came back empty-handed and left the place in ruins. Angrily, Edward corrects him, explaining that the team was attacked and had no other choice, but the inspector says that doesn't change the fact they failed to find the drug's creator. He concludes that at this rate, no one can deny the investigation has stalled. With a sinister smile, Cargill then proposes they make the case public. Edward scoffs at the idea, finding Inspector Cargill's proposal completely absurd. He explains that if the case leaks, civilians will find out about the drug and demand will skyrocket. But Cargill doesn't care, saying they just need to track the supplier and shut them down. He adds that with the investigation dragging on, everyone will find out eventually. With a victorious air, he announces he'll consult the others. But he already knows whose side they'll take. Alone in the room, Edward is left thoughtful and worried about the blackmail he just endured. The scene shifts to Somin, who says on the phone that the case might go public soon. He admits he wanted to solve it alone, but the root of the problem was deeper than he thought. Elsewhere, an old master asks a young man if he really saw an awakened necromancer. Back on the phone, Seo Min hears that the search for Pandemonium and IZ has yielded no results. The person on the line then says, there's more important information about that gate. It was Edward who explains they ran another evaluation and the portal has become useless. Suman deduces the portal was misclassified because of the number of bodies at the site. He explains that empty portals have usually been cleared, but it was strange not to find a single monster. Edward then asks for his opinion, and the image of the villains flashes in our hero's mind. Seo Min thinks about the portals, wondering if the villains anticipated an empty portal to use as a base. But he gets a new idea and raises the hypothesis that the portal might not even be real. He then theorizes it could be an illusion created just to distribute the enhancers. On the other end of the line, Edward laughs, finding the idea completely impossible. But he promises to investigate and asks Xiaomin to keep helping with the case, and he agrees. With a sigh, our hero hangs up the phone after the long, tiring conversation. A hunter then invites him to train, suggesting a 3-on-1 fight. But Xiaomin accepts the challenge, saying he could really use a good warm-up. Meanwhile, the old master pulls another young man aside, saying that without him, they would all be doomed. He then stretches, hoping a good workout will help Pred finally wake up. The scene changes tonight in front of a fancy club with a large crowd outside. Inside, the party is in full swing with loud music and many people dancing at the bar. We see a man with a neck tattoo who seems to be the center of attention. He stops in front of the VIP area, telling the security guards he has business inside. One of the guards then gives the password, saying that shadows carry no color, and the man completes the phrase replying that their blood is red all the same. With the password confirmed, the security guards let the man enter the VIP room. Inside, Chiyu greets him elegantly, saying it's been a while. The redhead then smiles and asks if he's been well since their last meeting. Then Chiyu asks if the Grandmaster also showed up for the business meeting, but the man lights a cigarette, explaining that the boss isn't coming due to security concerns. The host snaps his fingers and says a guard will escort him out when it's all over. Suddenly, a man with a braid leaps out from behind him, appearing by surprise. He steps closer to light the cigarette, as the redhead complains about the pigs making things complicated. The sound of footsteps catches his attention, and he realizes the other guest has finally arrived. A masked man appears at the door, greeting the redhead and calling him Chen Zhang. He then praises him for his punctuality and tells Chi Yu to show him the package. The masked man apologizes for the rush, explaining the master's order to act before the police do. Chi Yu then presents a black briefcase and asks if they want to check the merchandise. Upon opening the package, the masked man is amazed by the sight of the drug. At the agency, Seo Min is focused on his work when two colleagues show up, watching him from a distance. They start whispering about a rumor that Seo was recently called to the main headquarters. Other employees are gossiping too, suspecting he has some connection to the agency's top brass. Just then, Young-gu approaches his desk, welcoming him and asking about the new official document. Sue asks if it's about the enhancer investigation, revealing he already knew about the case. Young-gu looks awkward and explains that the regional director knew nothing about the hunter, says he kept it a secret on higher orders, making his colleague even more frustrated. He explains that headquarters went over their heads, which could look really bad for their director. Suddenly, a female hunter approaches the desk, getting the team leader's attention. She then informs him that the branch director is calling for him and for Hunter Min as well. The scene shifts to the director's office, where the two are now standing awaiting orders. The director stares at them with a very serious expression, preparing to start the meeting. He begins by explaining that international headquarters sent a cooperation request to all branches. An illicit substance, he continues, is spreading, and he asks if Seo confirmed this on his mission. Seo Min then responds calmly and directly, confirming the information is correct. The director then gets straight to the point and asks what the hell happened on his mission. Suddenly, he freaks out, yelling and demanding to know why headquarters expects so much from the Korean branch. Seo Min and Jong-gu are completely confused, not understanding their boss's over-the-top reaction at all. Jong-gu points at Seo Min, accusing him of screwing something up on the mission. The boss despairs, saying their country has almost no drugs to investigate. And to make matters worse, the order came from a rival faction, ruining his chance for a promotion. Seo Min scratches his face and asks point-blank if he wants him to quit. But the director immediately refuses and tells him to never forget he was part of the Korean branch. He calms down and gets back on topic, warning that the branch needs to score points in this investigation. With that, he renames Young-gu's team as a task force, leaving the leader shocked by the news. The director gives a sinister smile, reminding them that all their reputations are now on the line. Sue then pats his colleague on the back, saying this could be his chance for a promotion, but Young-gu is still worried, questioning if the other teams won't complain about this. The boss doesn't care, and already authorizes Seong-seong, pulled, and an all-nighter preparing the paperwork, poor girl. Seo-shung and Young-gu start reading the report, which points to an abandoned warehouse on Manhwa Island. The director explains the place used to be a spot for users, but now it's become a distribution center. To make matters worse, a nasty fight broke out there between the Awakened, and the atmosphere has been tense ever since. Jung-gu gets worried about the scale of the case, but the boss already went ahead and called for backup. He got approval to bring in private guilds and tells the team to just focus on results. Seo-min becomes thoughtful, wondering which private guilds would be involved in this. The scene shifts to the abandoned warehouse where Seo is already waiting for two familiar figures. It was the people the director had called, two very familiar guild leaders. The guildmaster jokes that the big cases always end up landing in Shu's lap. Xu questions why the leaders came, and they reply that his work is a priority. The master then looks around and asks where the rest of Shu's team is. It's shown that the team is on lookout in the car to ensure a clean entry and catch any runners. The female guildmaster agrees, since half the people there are probably just civilians looking for stimulants. As Seo-min explains, the fight was likely between awakened dealers, not the addicts. He shrugs, saying it wouldn't hurt to teach them a lesson, and points to the main warehouse. But the guildmaster suggests an infiltration plan, while the other prefers a quick direct assault. Shu turns to them, interrupting the argument with a comment about this so-called special merchandise. Just then, he signals for silence, telling them to listen to a nearby conversation. The trio hides to listen, and Seo seems very disappointed with what he hears from the dealers. One of them complains that the world has turned upside down with the Awakened selling exclusive drugs. Squeezed in, Seo gets annoyed at the lack of ethics in the business, finding it all very wrong. The conversation continues, and one of the guys mentions hearing rumors that Shenzhen is in Korea. The other dealer asks who this Shenzhen guy is, leaving his partner shocked. Suddenly, the two turn and see the group shouting and asking who the hell they are. Seo-min smirks and says sarcastically that they're not interested in the merchandise. He and the guildmasters get ready and tell the dealer to open the warehouse door now. With the two traffickers subdued and tied up, the group now has a clear path inside. Sue and the guildmaster get excited, and she immediately votes to just go in and smash everything from the start. But Sejun sighs at the idea and calls them over while pulling an item from his pocket. He then uses a light ability, turning everyone invisible so they can infiltrate. Seo-min is impressed by the magic, recognizing it as a very rare transformation skill. The guildmaster praises Sejun, saying he lives up to his title as Korea's archmage. He explains it's just a variation of his elemental magic, which can be used in many ways. Sejun continues the lesson, showing that the concealment simply bends light, one of the 5 elements. Sejun smirks and comments that Pred would have gone crazy if he'd heard that explanation. Sejun asks if the parasite inside him is causing any trouble, but Siyu says it's nothing. He then ruffles his brother's hair, telling him he's grown up so much, which surprises their partner. Sejun gets all flustered, and Siyu ignores them both, announcing it's time to go in. The invisible trio walks past the traffickers with Sue, saying he wants to get this over with and leave. Inside, they witness a negotiation with a guy asking for a discount on a large quantity. But the seller won't budge, saying he's not running a charity, leaving the buyer very frustrated. The situation inside is tense, with one man passed out on the floor and another in despair. The guildmaster notes that most of them aren't awakened, but they're still criminals. So, Sejun suggests the best tactic is to listen in and find where the awakened make their trades. He warns that the place is big, and just arresting the pawns won't do any good. The organization would just continue. Meanwhile, Somin keeps watching the deal, completely focused on his main target. Suddenly, the two guildmasters are startled by a noise coming from the back of the warehouse. An addict comes running out of a room, screaming in terror that he saw something in there. The guy flies past them, leaving Sejun and the guildmaster clueless about what's going on. The traffickers think it was just a hallucination and complain about the addicts using the basement, but one of them finds it strange that it only happens to people down there, and Sayo gets a bad feeling. The guildmaster agrees, saying the place gives her the creeps and feels like a nest of pure evil. Seo-min then stops in front of a door and tells the other two to stand guard outside. Seo-jun wants to go with him, but Seo cuts him off, telling him not to make him repeat the order. He reinforces the command with a serious look, making it clear they are to stay and wait. With that, he walks away, leaving them behind with no choice but to obey. Jumin enters the basement, which looks more like a sewer, and wonders if it's an escape route. He keeps walking through the dark place and starts to feel a mysterious energy in the air. Suddenly, a bizarre figure with long hair appears, and he notices the energy isn't mana. The feeling is similar to that of a summoned creature, something that is definitely not alive. The creepy thing appears right behind him, and Seo wonders if it could be a heroic spirit. He prepares a mana attack, but realizes that if it were a spirit, it would have already taken damage. With that, the apparition transforms into a much friendlier and less scary little ghost. Seo understands that it's unaffected by mana and doesn't seem hostile. It can only be one thing. Just then, a little girl appears out of nowhere, asking him not to hurt her ghost friend. He's in shock, wondering how the hell the girl can see him through his invisibility. There in the middle of that dirty dark labyrinth stood a child holding a teddy bear. Seo then asks what she is, but the little girl turns the tables and asks him the same question. She points her finger at him, calling him an outsider and warning him that this is her home. He can't believe she calls the sewer her home, and she replies that wherever she is, she's in charge. Seo-min sighs and decides to ask what matters most, wanting to know where her parents are. He crouches down and asks why she has so many bruises, wanting to know where her parents are. The girl explains that her parents trade her for powder and that she got hurt trying to find food. Shocked, Seo-min uses a light power to heal the poor little girl's injuries. A golden light completely envelops her, cleaning her clothes and healing all her wounds. She is amazed, saying that his power is warm, unlike the cold power she has. The girl says that her ghost friends protect her from the bad men by showing her where to hide. Seo-min gives a small smile, understanding the child and her guardian situation a little better. Then he asks for her name, and the little girl replies that she's called Seon. With that, he asks her and her friends for a favor. Some very important help for his mission. Seon breaks into a huge smile and agrees instantly, happy to be able to help her new friend. The scene shifts to a deal, and a red-haired buyer asks with a smile if that's the product. The dealer confirms it's the pure stuff, straight from the abyss. He guarantees that with one dose, fighting a B rank becomes a cakewalk, but the stock is limited. The buyer asks about side effects, and the seller says it's not easily addictive. Suddenly, a strange noise from the ceiling startles them, interrupting the deal. The dealer goes to check it out, but the buyer thinks it's just a rat. He gets near the door, mentioning rumors of strange things seen in the sewers. Just then, a bloody hand slams against the glass right in the dealer's face. They both panic, and the red-haired accomplice screams in fear at the sight. Desperate, they run out screaming they saw a ghost, only to run right into Seo-min. He's standing there holding Sion and calmly says it was just a little prank. With a single blow, he unleashes a blue energy that knocks the buyer out instantly. His invisibility fades, and holding Sion, he warns them that he's a person. Then, he puts the girl down and tells her to go hide until he's finished. Seo-min gently strokes her hair, thanking her for finding the dealers for him. With the dealers on the ground, Seo-min wants to see what's so special about their product. He nudges the guy with his foot, telling the drug dealer to wake up and talk. But it seems they're out for good, and Seo even wonders if he went too far. As he picks up the drug, he remembers this stuff has been in Korea for a while. Suddenly, a mysterious blonde man appears, crashing violently to the ground. The scene cuts to a new enemy, a man with a stitched face who is wary of the intruder. He doesn't understand how he was found, and wonders if the rumor about the product has already leaked. But he quickly dismisses the idea, concluding there must be a traitor among them. So he orders a henchman to get rid of Seo's body, thinking the fight is already over. But Seo, lying on the ground, whispers the name of a technique, preparing a surprise counterattack. Just then, a purple magic circle explodes beneath him, catching everyone off guard. Several energy beams shoot out in all directions, hitting the boss's henchmen head-on. The stitched-faced leader barely dodges, shocked by the hunter's power. Sue gets up and faces the trio, commenting that they're much faster than they seemed. He notes they're tough and used to fighting, even after a surprise attack like that. Soo-min gives a slight smirk and bluntly asks who sent them. The stitched-faced leader senses the danger, seeing the hunter healed his damage and used a powerful skill. He accuses Seo of playing dead, but gets the reply that hiding in the ceiling is what's truly dishonorable. One of the henchmen then shouts, demanding to know which guild our hero works for, but Seo just gives a mocking smile, not caring about the question at all. He activates a containment spell, saying he asked first, and now he wants an answer. The ability instantly traps the henchman, who starts screaming in pain as it tightens. The leader tries to de-escalate, but is already preparing a blue energy skill in his hand. He then unleashes Lion's Roar, creating an energy barrier to protect his team. With the shield active, The henchmen retreat behind the barrier, trying to protect themselves. The boss asks if they're okay, while Seo stares them down from the other side of the shield. Seomin chuckles and says this defensive skill will be a good warm-up. The henchmen are wrecked, and one of them complains that Seo broke 3 of his ribs. Suddenly, a whip of fire pierces the barrier, shattering the leader's defense. Seeing the situation, one of the henchmen desperately crawls over and grabs the drug from the floor. With no choice left, the henchmen take the drug, warning him that he'll regret this. The substance takes effect instantly, and their muscles begin to swell with power. The two get up panting, and with psychotic smiles they yell that they're going to demolish Somin. One of them lunges forward, launching an energy attack and screaming for him to die. Somin easily dodges, noticing their power has definitely increased significantly. The other henchman doesn't waste time, launching a cross-shaped attack at the hunter. But he dodges again and notes that the attack's potency is also much stronger. From the air, Seo taunts them, asking if they'll quit drugs after this. He prepares an imprisonment skill, joining his hands to trap them both at once, but suddenly, the hunter finds himself trapped inside a blue energy cage. With a small smile, he realizes his mistake, remembering there was one more enemy. The stitched-faced leader lets out a crazy laugh and orders his henchmen to finish the intruder. Suddenly, a female voice is heard as she prepares a fire arrow to save the day. With that, a perfect shot hits the leader right in the head, who never saw it coming. The guildmaster appears through the smoke, complaining that Seo always rushes ahead. She and Sejun arrive as backup, announcing that this time they'll help their master. Jun adjusts his suit and remarks that the henchmen actually fought pretty well in the end. The guildmaster stretches, saying the power from that substance is completely unnatural. But even with the extra power, she says, they were no match for CES rank hunters. Sumin then turns to them and asks how they knew where to find him. Sejun starts to say that his partner came running down, but she denies it, embarrassed. She changes the subject, explaining that the little girl guided them through the sewers. Just then, Sian appears at the door, commenting that a 3-on-1 fight wasn't fair. Seo pats her head, thanking her for making the fight more balanced in his favor. Sejun and the guildmaster grow concerned, remarking that this is no place for a child. The hunter looks at the ground and sees the illegal enhancer has really made it to Korea. His partner analyzes the bodies, explaining that the drug is addictive and slowly kills its users. Seojun asks about the demon hunters, and Seo suspects they're connected to the drug's manufacturer. The scene shows the 3 henchmen now unconscious and tied up, ready to be taken away. With this, Seojun wonders if demons might be behind this as well. Seomin agrees with the suspicion, as his gut tells him this isn't just the work of humans. The scene focuses on the warehouse, and the suspicion hangs in the air that someone from the underworld is working with demons. Seojun notes that Seo's name vanished for 10 years, and this could spark another war. Looking at the henchmen on the floor, Seo notices they're called by numbers and guesses there are at least 10 of them. He crouches down, saying he'll find out everything when he interrogates the dealers he knocked out. Suddenly, Sion senses danger and bolts, yelling for everyone to be careful. Sejun and the guildmaster are startled and on alert, not understanding what's happening. Just then, a massive explosion erupts, but Seo shields Sion with his body at the last second. The 2 dealers who are unconscious die in the blast because they hadn't been tied up yet. From the smoke, a new group of enemies emerges, revealing themselves as the ones truly responsible for the mess. Seomin immediately realizes it's the rest of the squad, and Seomin uses his magic to protect the group. He warns that their mana capacity is huge, at least a rank or higher. A new enemy approaches, saying they've saved them the trouble of having to hunt them down. The trio of hunters prepares to fight, and Seomin asks if he's the leader of this group. The guy in sunglasses instantly recognizes the 2 guildmasters, showing he's well informed. He then gives the order, telling his henchmen to kill the 2 S-rank hunters and their lackey. Vials of the drug shatter on the floor, spreading blue powder all over the warehouse. The leader smirks and warns they'll be leaving in body bags, then charges in with everything he's got. Sejun says he'll cover the rear, while the guildmaster provides support with her bow. Schumann steps forward, and the fight begins with an exchange of blows right in the middle of the room. He recognizes the enemy's martial art, but scoffs, saying his master must have been terrible. The leader is enraged by the taunt and prepares a full-power energy attack. The 2 then clash in a flash of power, with arcs of energy flying everywhere. Seeing the clash, the guildmaster despairs and yells for him, preparing an arrow. The shot hits the leader square in the shoulder, who feels the impact and pain of the attack. Enraged, he creates a sphere of energy and launches it at the archer in revenge. The guildmaster is confused, wondering if he used her own power to strengthen the attack. Just then, one of the henchmen appears behind her, ready to strike while she's distracted. But the blade stops against a magic barrier protecting the huntress at the last moment. Sejun tells her he'll handle the small fry and neutralizes the other henchman. He yells for Seo to get a move on, but the hunter is on the ground feeling the effects of the strange skill. Seo scratches his head and tells Sejun to stop nagging him with the lecture, but with a small smile, he says his body now remembers what it's like to fight as a team. A flashback shows his old team and he narrates that in the end, they fought in perfect harmony. Sejun then adjusts his glasses and asks if the two of them are done with their warm-up. At this, Yowa also smiles confidently, bracing for what's to come. Seo-min powers up, announcing he'll finish them all in 10 minutes. The fight resumes with full force, and the hunter charges at the henchman with his red aura. The leader takes a direct hit and ends up spitting blood from the force of the blow. Seo-min glares at him, saying he knows he was trying to force him to use a greater power. He then moves forward, deducing that the enemy's main ability is in his right hand. The leader becomes furious and screams for him to shut up, releasing an intense blue energy. Seo explains that his skill is a counterattack that gathers energy from the blows he receives. But with a touch to the ground, he sends all the energy back, shattering the guy's technique. The leader is shocked by the counterattack and curses in anger for being tricked. With a victorious smile, Seo-min declares that it seems the enemy is now disarmed. Seo-min unleashes a flurry of powerful strikes, shattering the ground with the force of his attacks. The leader gasps for air, wondering how a piece of trash like him reached the level of an Asura. With his red aura flaring, Seo charges the enemy without hesitation. He then braces for the next blow, asking again how he achieved such a feat. The answer comes as a punch to the face because Seo himself created this technique. The impact is so strong, the leader is sent flying back with no chance to defend himself. But he still tries to fight back, preparing a red energy attack with his hand. Seo explains that Asura is the name he gave to the ways he manifests his mana. Seeing he's about to lose the fight, the leader realizes he needs to find a way to escape. He tries to escape through a hole in the wall, but Seo-min yells for him to get back here now. Just then, the hunter appears right in front of him and asks if he's getting distracted. A barrage of attacks begins hitting the enemy in mid-air from all sides. With a final blow, the leader is slammed against the wall, cracking it completely. The fight is over and Seo-min bends down to pick up one of the drug vials from the floor. He glares at his enemy, complaining that he answered the question, and this is how he gets treated. Zumin approaches the fallen enemy, warning him that if he doesn't cooperate, he'll be the one asking the questions now. And he's going to have to answer for every one of his comrades who died in the battle. Sejun and Yowa are shocked, and the guildmaster can't believe what he's seeing. But Zhu ignores the question and forcefully grabs the leader's face to intimidate him. He then scoffs, asking why he chickened out after forcing his henchmen to use the drug. Su knows he didn't use it because he knew the risks and demands to know who the manufacturer is. But the leader calls him a pig, saying he's wasting his time and it won't change anything. He explains that this is the law of the jungle, and only the power of the awakened matters. That's why people will do anything to get stronger, and attacking dealers is useless. He yells that the drug is a gift to the weak, letting them shine for a moment. Seo-min loses his patience with the nonsense and grabs him forcefully by the neck. With a sinister mask, he says that to the master, the leader is nothing but a weakling. The leader starts spitting up a black goo, feeling the hunter's dark power. Seo-min gives him one last chance, telling him to answer before he's eaten alive. He asks who made the drug, and a scream of pain echoes through the darkness of the warehouse. The dust settles, and Sejun watches from a distance as Yoha holds little Sion in her lap. He gets his partner's attention, who seems deep in thought with the little girl in her arms. Sejun asks if she doesn't think Su has changed a lot since he disappeared 10 years ago. Yowa agrees, saying he's definitely gotten stronger and much more ruthless than before. She explains that Seo spent the equivalent of 100 years in another world, all alone. But Sejun feels he's lost something along the way, and sometimes doubts if he's still human. Yowa assures him that deep down, he's still the same, and that he'll find himself again in time. Just then, Seo-min appears out of nowhere and asks if they think he's lost or something. Seo-jun plays it cool and asks what he found out, but Seo rubs his face and says it wasn't much. He says the distribution started simultaneously and that the Asian hub is in the neighboring country, but the thug exploded before he could say more, probably because of a mana contract or something like that. They then decide to take Cyan with them to try and find her parents or a safe place for her. The group knows they need to act fast as the warehouse was likely just bait for them. Seo Min deduces that if the Asian hub is in the neighboring country, there must be a local base here. The scene then shifts to a chic and bustling nightclub, a private club called the Abyss. Inside the club, a shocked Qianzhong gets the news and asks if the factory really fell. His henchman confirms the attack by the HMCS and reports that they've lost contact with the team there. Seeing the police surrounding the warehouse, he gets worried and asks what happened to Chio. It's explained that he's shaken by his brother's disappearance, but is still firmly following the master's orders. Qianzhong is pissed off by this setback since his return flight was already booked. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating on the table, startling him even more. He answers the phone awkwardly stammering as he speaks to the Grand Master on the line. On the other end, the boss calmly says his men reported a small problem in Korea. Qian confirms that he followed orders and that the simultaneous operations drew attention. But the master reveals with a smile that they were the ones who leaked the information to the hunters. He explains to a shocked Qianzhong that the factory was just a decoy to distract the HMCS. The boss then orders the clown to handle the distribution and to ignore the risks. Xian is still worried about the agency's advance and the loss of contact with the team, but the master assures him they won't talk and that the strong hunters are already dead. He ends the call with a confident smile saying they just need to protect the Abyss. A superior reports that Xiaomin rounded up a bunch of dealers and addicts in an abandoned factory. He dismantled their entire distribution center. In theory, he should even be praised for it. The problem is, he killed every single person involved in selling the illegal enhancers. The scene changes to the office of the HMCS branch director, where Seo Min is trying to explain himself. A colleague defends him, saying they obtained vital samples and information about the product's origin. Outraged, Jungkook asks what else they could have done since the situation got out of control. The director then turns to the others and asks if their team found anything useful. They reply that they didn't find any concrete leads, and they even lost the suspects they were tailing. The director explodes in anger at their incompetence and yells at them to do their jobs properly. Jonggu then asks if the situation is really that serious, as they're already swamped with work. The director becomes furious and shouts that headquarters isn't lying and that even Japan is on alert. He complains that the samples and information they gathered are useless without real proof. Whispering, the other agents comment that the boss only cares about getting a promotion from headquarters. Suddenly, Jungkook notices someone is missing and asks where Hunter Min is. It's then revealed that Seo Min simply took the day off to take care of some personal business. Sejun shows Seo Min the new house and asks if he likes the gift. He gets a bit flustered and says he likes it, but he doesn't know if he can accept something like this. Yoha then says he deserves it because now he has a lot more people to take care of. At this, Sejun recalls that he took in 2 men, Haman Chu, and also the little girl, Sieyeon. Sieyeon explains that he looked for a place for her. But since she awakened without any abilities, it would be hard for her to adapt. Yohua is charmed by her rare talent, and the girl says she likes the lady with the red hair. With that, Sejun announces that he split the costs, and he'll treat the place as his second home. Yohua calls Cyan to explore the place, and Suman smiles understanding their real plan. Suddenly, people arrive in the yard, and Ham and Chu gets excited about the new hideout. Once inside, they're impressed by the luxury and doubt their master has the money for this. Xiaolong is a bit suspicious and asks why they need to live so close to each other. But Xiaolong places a hand on his head and says he wants everyone nearby so he can protect them. He then gives a determined smile saying his promise is to keep his family safe at all costs. Yohua tells Xiaolong to stop complaining, but he retorts that Seo isn't their father. Seeing everyone gathered, Seo Min reflects that for 100 years, he lived with only their memories. In a flashback, Minjin laments saying that in the end, he failed one of his own. Back in the present, Seo Min's family walks toward the new house, a fresh start. He then looks on with determination, thinking that this time, things would be very different. Just then, little Cyan pulls him by the hand, complaining that he's walking too slowly. Seo Min gives a smirk, thinking Pred is in for a big surprise. He tells the little girl he's coming and follows the rest of the group into the house. The scene changes tonight with Cyan sleeping peacefully next to her teddy bear. Meanwhile, Seo-min calls Jung-gu wanting to know if the drugs have any connection to the demons. Jung-gu confirms the mana in them is unknown, but says that doesn't prove anything. He also mentions that this type of mana isn't even that rare anymore, and that his conclusion matches headquarters. Before hanging up, he comments that no one wants to stir up trouble with the demons over mere rumors. Sumin gets angry, realizing the demons have earned humanity's trust over the past 10 years. He feels like the investigation is at a dead end, with all the leads going nowhere. With that, he picks up an old journal and wonders if Min-jin ever researched demonic energy. He then sits down in front of his laptop, determined to find some clue in the old files. He starts searching on the computer looking for demonic energy and Min-jin's name. He then finds an old blog with a post that seems to be exactly what he was looking for. But to his surprise, access to the blog is completely blocked and set to private. He gets very annoyed, remembering Min-jin was always a pain about digital security. Just then, he notices a strange detail in the link and wonders what Easy's means. The question hangs in the air. Was it just a coincidence, or was there something more to it? Suddenly, little Cyan appears at the door and asks what he's still doing awake. He's startled and says he didn't see her there, but the girl tells him she knocked. He tells her to go to sleep, but she replies that the ghost told her about his call earlier. Sumin stumbles, asking if he's going to get any privacy, but she says it's always been this way. The girl then reveals that the ghost told her what the bad uncle said before he arrived. With a smile, Seo-min becomes genuinely interested and asks her to tell him what she heard. Little Cyan falls silent for a moment, a nervous twitch on her face, not answering. The scene reveals their conversation about some guy named Tianjin at the airport and merchandise being distributed. In a dark alley, a blue-haired hunter runs desperately until he trips hard on the ground. He slams onto the concrete, hitting his head and completely stunned by the impact. With no strength left to run, all he can hear is a voice saying, "We finally got you." Just then, two men appear and one calls him a useless C-rank for stealing the guild's gate. The young man says he had no choice as he needed cash to buy something specific. Suddenly, he pulls something from his pocket, but the guys don't pay it much mind. But the hunter holds the object in his mouth and yells that as long as he has this, they're nothing. And in the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupts, engulfing the entire alley and its surroundings. The scene shifts to an emergency meeting where news of illegal enhancers has come to light. At the AHMCS main headquarters, one of the leaders warns that these cases are going to spread like wildfire. Vice President Blackwood admits the situation isn't good and asks if anyone has made any progress. One of the attendees then mentions the factory case in Korea, making the director from there shrink in his seat. He continues, saying the reports show no progress and questions the appointment of the hunter involved. Juan Cargill scoffs at the situation and criticizes Blackwood for putting a rookie on such an important case. But another leader cuts him off, saying that's a bold thing to say, coming from someone who only thinks about money. One of the directors asks everyone to calm down, stating that the vice president surely has a plan. He then suggests appointing the new hunter as the lead investigator for the Korea case, as he might be full of surprises. With a smile on his face, he turns and asks for the opinion of the branch director, Gyeon Ho-baek. The director gets all flustered, stammering, unsure of what to say in such a complicated situation. 2 days later, at the Korean headquarters, Jung-gu is shocked to learn that Seo has become the lead investigator. Seo-min explains that the case has gone public, and they're using him as a scapegoat if everything goes wrong. But he says he can use this to his advantage and hands over a paper requesting an investigation. Jung-gu looks at the document, a bit confused, and asks what the hell Abyss means. He then explains that it's from the factory girl's testimony and that Abyss seems to be the keyword. Jung-gu is skeptical, pointing out that the case isn't over and Abyss could be anything. But Seo is very confident, saying it won't take long to find the location with the jurisdiction they have. At this, Jung-gu freaks out because a nationwide search is a huge deal and Abyss could just be a password. Seo-min thinks for a moment, hand on his chin, and quickly comes up with a new idea. He then suggests asking for the cooperation of the 7 heptagram guilds, leaving Jung-gu speechless. Jung-gu complains that the investigation is secret, but Seo says the priority is to stop the distribution. Jung-gu freaks out, saying the prideful guilds will never cooperate, but Seo doesn't care. He then reveals that Yoha and Sejun have already agreed, and there are only 5 more guilds to convince. Slamming his hand on the table, He tells Jung-gu to stop whining and contact them now. He warns that if they don't, all the hunters in Korea will end up addicted to these drugs. The scene shifts to the Blue House where Jillian, the master of the Infinitum Guild, arrives at the president's office. She gives a respectful bow showing her decorum before the most powerful man in the country. President Dae-soo Choi questions her, wanting to know if the matter is related to her guild. She then presents a document explaining that the HMCS has requested the cooperation of all heptagram guilds. He's intrigued by the request and asks what kind of case would require so many people. Jillian explains that the details are confidential, but they need help investigating several locations. The president finds it absurd that they're asking for help without offering anything in return for cooperating with the investigation. He quickly realizes this is the Mad Dog's influence and notes that he's back in full force. Even so, he tells her to do as she pleases since the guild is now under her command. Jillian remains silent, simply jotting something down on her clipboard without giving a reply. Back at the office, Jung-koo is outraged, unable to believe they sent their rejection in writing. An agent informs Jung-koo that the Infinitum and Frost Soul guilds have refused the request for help. He's relieved as he had expected nearly all the guilds to deny the requested cooperation. Just then, Soman arrives, and the woman hands him the list of guilds that accepted. He glances at the paper and takes the opportunity to ask if it's rare for a hunter to join the HMCS. The agent replies that it's not that rare, and in fact, it happens quite often. She explains that even though it pays less, the agency offers stability and attracts people with a strong sense of justice. Seo Min then reads the names, noticing that the Goom Gang, White Lion, and Salabi guilds have agreed. With that, he tells the two of them to keep an eye on the hunters from those guilds, as there might be a spy. Jong-gu is confused and questions what one thing has to do with the other right now. Seo explains that the operation is massive and a major guild is likely behind it all. He continues, saying the request they sent offered no advantages to those who helped. Therefore, he concludes that they agreed because they saw an opportunity to make some money. Jung-gu is lost in thought, but suddenly Seung-a Kim comes running in, shouting for her boss. She appears out of breath and tells everyone that she finally found what she was looking for. And then she reveals that she has discovered the location of the place she suspects is the so-called Abyss. The scene then shifts to a dark, empty street where a man is walking alone on the sidewalk. Elsewhere, a henchman informs his boss, Chen Zhang, that the HMCS has found the Abyss. He's furious as he thought the Korean branch was useless and wouldn't uncover a thing. So, Qian orders the henchmen to find out what they're planning and when they'll make their move. He pressures the man, telling him to do the job right or go back to his life of misery. The henchman then reveals a rumor that the investigators from the factory case have joined the team. He also mentions that one of the members is a rookie with direct connections to the vice president. Chen tells him to keep an eye on them and says he'll transfer the money to continue the service. The scene cuts to the henchman, who now goes to speak with Chu, a man in a blue robe and glasses. Tianzhang then hands over the list he had requested with all the investigators' names. He tells Chu not to do anything stupid and holds on to the paper, preventing him from taking it. Chu gets suspicious and asks what he meant by for now and not forever. He explains that he knows about his thirst for revenge, but something big is about to happen. It's then revealed that the HMCS has discovered the Abyss and that there might be a traitor among them. Chiu asks if the Grandmaster already knows, but Qian tells him to go deliver the news himself. As Chu walks away, Qianzhang takes out his phone to make an important call. He calls his contact and tells them they have a serious problem on their hands. The scene then shifts to outside of Korea, where a voice says that the beginning was not good at all. Inside a car, the masked man, the clown, asks what's going on. But his smile vanishes when he hears the news that their hideout, the Abyss, has been found. Qian explains that the HMCS is on their tail and asks if the clown can lend a hand. The clown scoffs, saying it's a big risk with no guarantee and that Qian has a lot to lose. To this, Qian retorts that the clown has more to lose since the Abyss is their best spot. The clown then makes a proposal demanding the shipments at half price at the Abyss. He hangs up the phone and gets out of the car, telling Qian not to even worry about the boss. With an air of superiority, he announces he'll ask the Grandmaster about the deal in person. He enters a luxurious room and greets the master, complimenting his appearance. The long-haired man just watches the city through the window in complete and utter silence. The clown then reports that the Abyss has been discovered and that the Korean HMCS is quite competent. But the Grandmaster cuts him off immediately and in a firm voice tells him to shut up. The Grandmaster scolds the clown, saying he already knew everything that was going on. He then reveals that the clown is part of the same group that asked to distribute the illegal drugs. The Master states he doesn't care about his objectives, as all paths in the underworld lead through him. With that, he explains the deal is simple. They pay a fee and can proceed with their plans. The clown gives a satisfied smile and says he expected nothing less from the sovereign of Asia's underworld. He then says their objective is quite simple. Just distribute the substance and nothing more. But he warns that the Korean HMCS is not weak, and it'll be a huge problem if they get caught. To make matters worse, he adds that the agency asked the 7 guilds for help, but the master tells him to get to the point. The clown then suggests holding a meeting, gathering the largest criminal organizations at the abyss. With the idea on the table, he and his followers prepare to put the crazy plan into action. He says no one would refuse the invitation, and that they could even give out some free samples to promote the business. The master thinks for a moment and admits this might attract some idiots who don't know what they're getting into. But the clown assures him that with this, they'll have enough people to crush the investigation team. He defends his plan, saying it's better to strike with everything they've got before their base is destroyed. With that, he says his goodbyes and leaves, stating he eagerly awaits the Grandmaster's participation. The Grandmaster remains silent for a moment, just watching the city from the window. The scene shifts to a flashback where a sick young woman calls out to him, but he insists on being called brother. Desperate, he promises he'll find a way to get the money to cure her illness. She smiles warmly and says they can go back home when she finally gets better. In a weak voice, she calls him brother, seeing how hard he's trying not to break down in front of her, but she says she doesn't want money and that her only wish is for him to build a happy family. The next scene is devastating, with him sitting alone beside her lifeless body on the bed. In another moment from the past, finds the young man and asks if he wants to be his disciple. The young man says yes, because he needs power to protect the people who are precious to him. He then looks in the eye and says he's the strongest person he's ever seen, and that one day he will surpass him. With tears in his eyes, he swears to himself that he will never lose someone he loves again. Back in the present, the Grandmaster sees all of it as nothing more than an empty, painful memory. He thinks about how he's loaded with cash now, and how he's finally achieved immense power. But deep down, he knows that now there's nothing and no one left for him to protect. With a dark look, he turns and gets the attention of someone who was there the whole time. A man then appears and respectfully answers his boss's call. In a serious tone, the Grandmaster announces they will hold a conference in Korea. In the HMCS meeting room, Seo Min prepares to brief them on Operation Abyss. He introduces himself as the temporary investigator in charge of illegal enhancers case. In a serious tone, he warns that if anyone has a problem with him, they should take it up with headquarters. Then a projector turns on, revealing that Abyss is actually a resort club in Incheon. The team learns the place operates as the main distributor of the product in Asia. Seo Min explains that the true owner is a mystery, and the location has several affiliated clubs. Seo Jun then comments that a suspicious place like this could only operate for so long through bribery. At this, Seo confirms they are already compiling a list of government officials who have been bought off. He reveals a video showed the criminals know about the investigation, indicating a traitor among them. That's why this secret meeting was held with only the agency's most trusted individuals. The mission's objective is clear: eliminate the Abyss Distribution Center in a single swift strike. But everyone knows the task won't be easy, as the place is surely well protected. According to their intel, several guards are posted in front of the building, and most belong to criminal organizations. An agent then asks if that's why they requested help from the heptagram guilds. Seo Min confirms their suspicion, and stresses that all details of this operation are confidential. He emphasizes that secrecy applies to everyone, even the guild masters who are helping. Therefore, the date, time, and mission details will only be revealed on the day of the raid. But one agent questions why the Masters of Imperium and Azure Bloom are getting special treatment. Sejun and Yoha just listen to the accusation of favoritism in complete silence at the table. It's then explained that the two guilds already knew about the case even before it reached Korea. The agents understand the situation and agree that Seomin's decision seems fair. With the context explained, he prepares to share the most important details of the mission. He then reveals the official name, stating they will begin Operation Doberman. The scene shifts to the guildmasters waiting somewhat impatiently in a separate room. Ji Hwan-ryu complains that it's frustrating to be left out waiting on the agency's goodwill. He even scoffs, saying they aren't some third-rate guilds to be treated this way. But Master Kyung-hoo cuts him off, saying if he was going to complain, he shouldn't have accepted. Ji-won gives a slight smirk, but doesn't respond to the veteran master's taunt. At this, Song-il agrees the situation is far from pleasant, even though he understands the point. He then understands why the other guilds refused, but Sumin finally enters the room. Sumin formally introduces himself as the hunter and lead investigator responsible for the case. He then thanks everyone for accepting the request despite their busy schedules. He then announces he needs to make an official statement, but he'll be direct. The operation's objective is to neutralize the distribution center for illegal enhancers for the awakened. With that, Seomin asks them to form teams and, if possible, lead them personally. He says he expected large guilds wouldn't have a problem, but they can refuse at any time. But Ji-won Ryu smirks, saying his expectations were low, but this is too much. He then starts talking about Seo Min, the rookie who cleared the tower in just 5 days. The gym gang master asks if it's true he's a hunter who vanished a decade ago. He continues saying the records were erased, but Seo was one of the 3 supreme masters. With a curious smile, he asks why Seo Min disappeared and has now returned as a rookie. Seo Min replies that it doesn't matter, and his past has nothing to do with the case. The other masters are confused, wondering what the hell the title Supreme Master even means. Suddenly, a memory from 10 years ago flashes into the mind of the White Lion's master. Back then, the world was in chaos due to the portals and the war against demons. Sumin turns and asks them to get in touch as soon as they're ready. He then leaves the room talking on his phone, leaving the guildmasters behind. Ji-won Ryu finds it fascinating that a legend like him could be forgotten by the world. The scene then shifts to Japan at the local HMCS headquarters. An agent approaches the team leader, Hikari Hayakawa, to deliver a message. Another agent reports that an illegal enhancer was found in a recent riot case. She grows worried because if they don't act fast, it will spread like wildfire. She asks about the culprit, but is informed that the leader of the Yakai Kitsune is out of the country. This makes her find the situation very strange, and she becomes suspicious of the information. She thinks about how several crime leaders have left Japan and wonders if there's a connection. Suddenly, Kumo comes running in with an official document from international headquarters in his hands. He explains the paper is a direct order regarding investigation into illegal enhancers. At this, Hikari tells Kumo to pack his bags because they're catching a plane right now. With a mischievous grin, she says it's finally time to settle an old debt. The scene changes to the airport where Lila is complaining about being sent there in the middle of her work. On the phone, Seo Min complains about having to pick up reinforcements he didn't even ask for. Just then, Lila and Hikari arrive, and the blonde greets him with great excitement. He retorts that their attitudes are as sharp as ever, and reminds them they're not on vacation. Yohua is shocked, realizing he brought her there to meet not 1, but 2 young women. The scene shifts to the abyss where several luxury cars are arriving for the grand conference. One of the guests is impressed, commenting on his phone that the place is packed with people. He realizes no one had the guts to turn down an invitation from the Grandmaster himself. Inside, the party is in full swing, with rumors flying about a new enhancer that boosts mana. A gray-haired man watches the scene from a distance, finding the whole mess pathetic. He suspects the Grandmaster wouldn't do something like this, and that the clown has a hand in it. Another guy with orange hair thinks this is a drastic measure due to pressure from the HMCS. It's shown that they killed the Black Mamba, a guy who shouldn't be underestimated. With that in mind, he speculates that maybe the Master is using the party to distribute the goods. But the gray-haired man disagrees, since he hasn't received any orders and thinks the idea is an exaggeration. A young woman then chimes in, saying this could be a warning that failure is not an option. The redhead is disgusted by the arrogance and swears he'll crush the Master when he's no longer useful. Suddenly, a man approaches their table with a not-so-friendly look on his face. He walks up intimidatingly and asks what organization they're from. He then warns them that this is Akai Kitsune territory and no place for mutts. Before he can even finish his sentence, the guy gets punched square in the face. Then, the man in black kicks the aggressor, commenting that the place is full of idiots. The head of Akai Kitsune is enraged by the attack, and his henchman cries out for him in desperation. Another member of the group smashes a chair, calling them low-level awakened trash. With a woman with electric powers right behind him, he tells the guy to shut his mouth or he'll regret it. Suddenly, Chu appears and orders them to stop fighting, threatening to kick out anyone who continues this nonsense. The man asks who the hell they are and finds out they are the hosts of the conference. One of the henchmen is outraged, but Seo Min, who was there the whole time, just watches. He remains silent, analyzing the whole mess unfolding in the middle of the hall. The redhead wonders what Seo is doing there and how many secret identities he has. Meanwhile, the head of Akai Kitsune admires one of the enhancers, fascinated by its power. Just then, the clown grabs the microphone and says the house is packed and the party is lively. He then introduces himself as the owner of the Abyss and the supervisor of the Korean operation. Shinjong just watches as the clown says the invitation was to introduce a new product. With that, he opens the briefcase and reveals that the enhancers quadruple the user's mana. With an intense glow, the new product's name is finally revealed to everyone, Luke's. The clown then explains that the rumors of side effects were just from prototypes, and this version is perfect. He says that honestly, no one there is meant to use the product but to do business. With that, he claims that every smart mind there can already see the damage this will cause in the underworld. He then changes the subject and reveals the real reason he gathered everyone there. The clown reveals that the HMC headquarters has been investigating Luch from the very beginning. And to make matters worse, he warns that the Korean branch has discovered the exact location of the Abyss. Because of this, he needs everyone's cooperation to make the launch a success. One of the guests scoffs, having heard that the Korean branch of the HMCS is just a bunch of losers. Another guy gets worried, but his partner tells him to stay quiet and just follow orders. The clown admits they are weak, but they've been causing trouble and have even called for reinforcements. With that, he concludes that a major attack from the agency will happen within a week. He then fires up the crowd, calling on everyone to unite and show them who's boss. And as a bonus, he suggests that their own henchmen use Luch to get a taste of its power. He ends the speech by guaranteeing they will crush the HMCS and make them scurry away like rats. One of the guests stands up and questions the speech, wanting to know what's in it for them. The clown then makes an offer promising double the Luchs to anyone who supports their plan. He adds that the order comes from the Grand Master, a chance for everyone to make a name for themselves. The men are startled by the audacity, realizing that Luke's will truly change the entire world. At that, the henchmen begin to distribute the boxes, and the clown announces that the time to choose has come. He reminds everyone that power has always been the rule ever since the portals appeared. With a smile on his mask, he finishes his speech and tells everyone to choose their side wisely. The hall erupts in a stir, with the criminals whispering and mulling over the irresistible offer. The redhead gives a slight smile, remembering an old saying from Lord Oribus. The gray-haired man then says that humanity's power doesn't come from the mana of the portals. It's then revealed that the true power that drives them all is pure and simple greed. The scene changes, and an agent reports over the radio that it's finally midnight on the dot. On a rooftop, Seomin reports to the control tower, initiating the operation. Yowa confirms that the Vanguard is in position and just waiting for the attack signal. With that, Hikari and Lila report that all units are ready to advance on the mission. He says that to catch the traitors, the best way is to flush them all out of their hole at once. With that, he prepares his magic and shouts the skill's name, Meteor Shower. A trail of light then cuts across the city sky, marking the beginning of the great attack. With a confident smile, he announces the start of the long-awaited Operation Doberman. The scene shifts to a bar where two men are toasting with beer, celebrating a successful conference. The boss says it's time to make some cash and tells his partner to go ahead and contact the merchants. We see the face of the man with a neck tattoo, Qian Zhang, who looks very serious and focused. Elsewhere, a masked man is praised for hiring mercenaries and infiltrating a spy. The masked man, nicknamed the Clown, laughs and says he only managed it with the help of the Grandmaster. Just then, Chen Zhang says his goodbyes, and the Clown wishes him luck cleaning up the mess. Chen then explains that he's already delivered everything he needed to, so there's no reason for him to stick around. The Clown warns Chu that his brother's killer is coming, but Chu says he'll be right back. In a serious tone, the masked man asks him to try to be back within a week at the latest. But suddenly a huge explosion goes off, startling everyone in the meeting room. The Clown is on high alert and asks what that noise was, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. A woman runs desperately down the stairs, screaming that they have a huge problem. She arrives out of breath, warning that an unknown enemy is bombarding the building from the outside. One of the men is shocked, wondering who would have the nerve to do something like this in the city. The Clown grinds his teeth in anger, unable to believe his plans were interrupted like this. On top of a building, Si Jin-min gets a call and is surprised by the sudden summons. On the other end of the line, someone from the White Lion Guild complains that this operation is hindering their cooperation. Si-jun hangs up, understanding the situation, but focused on solving the problem at hand. His subordinates then report that the tracking barriers have already surrounded the infiltrated building. We see the team of hunters activating magical barriers, ensuring no one can escape the area. With a smirk, Si-jun notes that the enemy spy failed to leak the operations details. He complains that only the Salabi Guild showed up to help, but his team says it's more than enough. With the enemy's escape route cut off, the plan now is to pressure them until they come out on their own. Inside the building, a red-haired hunter, Yohwa, readies her bow and arrow. Her team has already secured the lobby and is moving to the upper floors with everything under control. A hunter informs her that the enemies are weak, and she orders them to transfer the targets to the agency. The young man salutes with a smile, confirming he will follow his leader's orders. Yohua becomes thoughtful, as she hasn't seen the substance yet, nor the main traffickers. Suddenly, a slime monster appears in the middle of the hallway, surprising all the hunters there. One of the agents yells for Yohua to block the exit while they prepare to fight the creature. Yohua positions herself in front of the slime monster, yelling at Si-jun to do something to stop it. At that moment, one of the villains laughs and mocks them, saying that's a super dangerous rank, a mercenary. The hunter screams for Si-jun not to let the creature get close, but he tells her to stop complaining. He then raises his staff, worried, because if that thing explodes in here, they're all done for. With a shout of freeze, Si-jun casts a powerful ice spell towards the monster. The creature slowly begins to freeze, screaming in pain as it tries to resist the spell. But one of the hunters warns that the beast is expanding its body to try and break the ice. Si-jun then shouts for everyone to get into a defensive formation, maintaining the spell with all his might. Seeing the opportunity, Yohwa praises their work and tells them to keep holding the monster there. She readies her bow and summons a flaming arrow, prepared to finish the enemy once and for all. The fire arrow hits the target dead on, causing a massive explosion that lights up the lobby. The villain who was watching whistles, looking very impressed by the attack power he just saw. From an upper floor, a man comments that he didn't know Korea had such good hunters. It's explained that she is Yohwa Kang, a global rank hunter on the same level as the strongest. The man then asks if the other one is the spy, but he denies it, saying he's there for personal reasons. A long-haired man observes the defeat and wonders if the clown's plan went wrong. The other replies that it was the clown's mistake and their orders are not to get involved with the agency. The scene changes and an agent kneels, reporting that he was tracking the clown as instructed. He says the clown is moving the merchandise through a secret passage which they can use to escape. The long-haired man then announces that their organization, Pandemonium, is out of the case. With that, the orange-haired guy decides to leave, but his boss questions him for abandoning him. Hooded, he looks down and thinks this seems to be the end of the line for the Akai Kitsune gang. The villains are terrified, having realized their enemies are Korea's S-rank hunters. One of them suggests retreating since their mana is running out and the entrance has become a trap, but their boss refuses to accept this disgrace, grinding his teeth in a fit of rage. With a red aura, he yells that he'll clear a path and tells his men to stay back. The subordinates are deeply moved by their boss's actions, with tears in their eyes and everything. He charges forward with everything he's got, screaming for the hunters to get out of his way or be utterly destroyed. Si-jun is stunned by the attack's speed and yells Yohwa's name, deeply concerned. The enemy leader unleashes a powerful energy slash which rushes towards the hunter. But Yohwa manages to block the blow with her bow at the last second, causing a metallic clang. Suddenly, Kyung-hoo-do, the master of the Salabi Guild, appears with a smile, his katana resting on his shoulder. On the upper floors of the building, the drug dealers are in a desperate scramble trying to escape as fast as possible. But one of the HMCS agents intercepts them, taking one down with an energy blast. One of the goons seems whacked out on a drug, laughing and saying he's going to kill everyone there. As they flee, one of them warns the boss that the pigs have already taken over the entire first floor. The boss panics, shouting that at this rate, their only option is to jump from the building. But the drugged-out guy assures him not to worry because he's going to kill them all. He then unleashes a purple energy whip, attacking the hunters in his path. But the hunter team manages to surround him, warning that resistance is useless and he should surrender. One agent comments that they are who he thinks they are, and their leader Hikari confirms it with a smile. Soon, we see the criminals subdued on the ground, and we learn they are internationally wanted. Hikari is thrilled, as she didn't expect to catch so many big fish at once. She then gives the order to arrest everyone, and her team moves in to finish the mission. But suddenly, a woman in red appears and blocks their escape with an explosive strike. One of the agency's hunters barely manages to block the attack, shocked by her strength. The woman and her partner tell the criminals to go on ahead, as they'll take care of the hunters. Hikari recognizes the enemy's uniforms, realizing they aren't just some grunts. We are told they are from Blue Guy, an organization led by the underworld kingpin. Seeing the situation, she grabs an item on her wrist, excited to test her new legendary power. With it, she summons a giant purple energy serpent, shouting the name Kagutsuchi. The woman in red is startled and barely dodges, complaining about all these creatures showing up. She then charges forward, but is surprised by a magic attack that causes a big explosion. Hikari corrects her enemy with a smile, saying that her summons are not mere animals. The woman leaps into the air to dodge another attack, while Hikari takes aim from below. At that moment, the enemy finally understands that the creatures are spirits, just as the serpent lunges at her. The spirits crash into the woman, causing a blast of dark energy in the middle of the lobby. Kumo, Hikari's partner, is ecstatic, saying she's gotten even stronger than before. But one of the men in blue takes advantage of the distraction and attacks Kumo, yelling that it's his funeral. The young man manages to block the blow at the last second, but feels the pressure of the enemy's attack. He realizes it's an enhancement-type blow and decides to use an ability to repel the guy. Kumo then unleashes a wave of blue energy, throwing all the enemies away with a single strike. One of the enemies mocks Kumo, calling the guy a rat, which really pisses him off. Meanwhile, the woman in red recovers from the serpent's attack, ready to fight for real. With a red aura, she charges at Hikari with everything she's got, screaming that she's going to kill her. But the leader isn't fazed and unleashes the full power of her spirit, Kagutsuchi, all at once. The energy serpent lunges with full force, trapping the enemy in a powerful grip. The woman curses in pain and anger as she can't break free from the technique at all. But suddenly, a man in a blue robe, Chu, appears and interferes in the fight with his aura. The fighter is relieved and calls him Master Chiyu, as she wasn't expecting his help. Chiyu realizes they are facing more than just a branch of the Hunter Agency. Hikari is shocked to see that he's simply absorbing the power of her spirit, Kagutsuchi. With a smirk, he says he'll return the favor and concentrates the stolen energy in his hand. He then fires a blue energy beam toward Hikari, using her own power against her. The hunter is caught by surprise and realizes he used a rare counterattack ability. Kumo screams her name in despair, seeing the attack hit her head-on. But before she can fall, Sejun Min appears out of nowhere and catches her, preventing the worst. Sejun appears in mid-air, holding Hikari, and states that he doesn't recall giving them permission to leave. The hunter is completely surprised, recognizing Hunter Min, who saved her at the last second. From below, Chiu glares at him, recognizing the figure that suddenly appeared in the city skies. He then grinds his teeth in hatred, screaming that Sejun was the one who killed his brother. Calmly, Sejun comments that he found those sunglasses very familiar. He then deduces that the guy must be the brother of that counterattack user he faced before. Chiyu swears on his brother Liyu's life that he will tear Sejun to pieces with his bare hands. With a blue aura, he promises he'll succeed, even if it costs him his own life. But Sejun just gives a wry smile, lamenting that he has to ruin the enemy's plans. With a red glow, he charges forward and says, "There's no happy ending," landing a powerful blow. Far away, two men watch the fight and confirm their escape route is secured. A green-haired girl calls him Sir, but he seems focused on the ongoing battle. He observes Sejun's golden aura, thinking that it's a pretty sinister color. The man with orange hair then calls his two subordinates, Arumu and Reiban, giving a new order. He tells them to stay behind and help the clown, keeping him alive at all costs. Meanwhile, the clown watches the others leave, thinking the fight is going to be interesting. He says that flame will burn much brighter than he could have ever imagined. Hidden, Tianjung nervously bites his nails. Regretting following Chiu into this mess, he watches the fight from a distance, wondering who that mysterious hunter is as strong as an S rank. Just then, he decides it's the perfect time to escape, but an explosion goes off right in front of him. Sejun Min steps on the already defeated Chiyu, telling the bastard to stay put. Kumo rushes to Hikari to see if she's okay, and she thanks Sejun, saying she's in his debt again. He tells her not to worry since her help was crucial in clearing the upper floors. Sejun then explains that the enemy is an important member of Blue Guy and that they weren't expecting an attack. Hikari gets pensive, wondering where the substances they came for ended up. It's revealed that the hunter Lila has already scanned the entire building and found an emergency escape route. Sejun decides to check the route himself and tells Hikari to handle the remaining enemies. But before leaving, he hands her a mysterious item that looks like a golden bracelet. He explains it's a mana-enhancing artifact confiscated during their last mission. Hikari then remembers how Sejun's power inspired her to train and get stronger. She says she really wanted to be of more help, but she still has a long way to go. Kumo panics, asking if she's really going to give him her precious item, Takamizuchi. Kumo gets indignant, asking if Hikari has a thing for Sujin for giving her a legendary item. She gets all flustered and says it's just to repay the debt, telling him to focus on the mission. In her thoughts, she complains that Kumo is overthinking it since Sejun saving her doesn't mean she likes him. But then she remembers Sejun's face up close and blushes at the memory. The hunter starts stammering, not knowing what to say, completely lost in her thoughts. Just then, Sejun interrupts her by catching Tianjang, trying to escape, asking where he thinks he's going. The guy panics and lies through his teeth, saying he's just a normal person, not even an awakened. But Sejun doesn't buy it and threatens to punch him, making the man beg for mercy on the spot. He then questions how someone who sold those disgusting drugs is now so afraid to die. With a terrifying glare, Sejun tells him to spill where the rest is if he doesn't want to get beaten. Trembling in fear, the dealer confesses that the main hideout is located in the basement. He explains there's a VIP elevator that leads there, and that it's their escape route. Sejun clicks his tongue, fed up with the whole mess and the unexpected turns. He then uses his communicator to call Jong-gu and give him the new mission coordinates. Sejun and Yoha run, deciding to leave the lobby to Master Jung-hoo and help the advance team. Arriving in the basement, Yoha calls out to Sejun, pointing at something very worrying ahead of them. They find the entire advance team on the floor, completely defeated and unconscious. Two new enemies, Aramu and Robin, appear, saying that unfortunately, the path ends here. Sejun tenses up, realizing these two are much stronger than anyone they've faced before. Aramu warns her partner not to let his guard down, as the plan is just to stall until the clown arrives. Sejun grabs his staff, preparing to fight and shouting that the enemy attack is coming. He charges forward with a strike, but Raban easily kicks him away, showing off his strength. Then, Sejun summons a pillar of fire, yelling that he'll burn everything down along with those substances. But Irumu reacts quickly, casting a magic chain and saying it won't be that easy. Her magic manages to redirect the fire attack, completely surprising Sejun with the technique. The pillar of fire ends up hitting Yowa, who screams in pain as she's caught in her own ally's magic. Raban seizes the opportunity and charges, saying it's the end of the line for the sloppy archer. He summons an energy axe, but Yohua blocks the blow, saying he doesn't get it at all. With a confident smile, she explains that for archers like her, strength is what matters most. She then lands a blow with a red aura on his chin, shattering his teeth on impact. Furious from the hit, Riban charges at Yoha with an incredibly powerful and violent strike. Suddenly, the clown appears at the door, complaining that he told them to take the drugs to a safe place. He watches the fight from afar, wondering if they couldn't have found smarter henchmen. At that moment, Sejun turns and is surprised to see a man wearing a clown mask. Yoha shouts Sejun's name, and Irumu uses the opening to launch an energy attack, but the attack hits the archer dead on, and she screams in pain from the surprise hit. The impact throws her hard against the wall with no chance to defend herself. The clown thanks the duo for their help and tells them to get out of there before they're caught. But out of nowhere, Soman appears and asks the clown why he's there alone. The masked man scoffs, saying the blue guy team went down easily, and tells his men to take the cargo, but suddenly appears right in front of the door, asking where they think they're going. The trio is completely shocked as they didn't see where the hunter appeared from so quickly. With a cold gaze tells the trash not to move a single inch, but the clown mock him, congratulating the hunter on the ambush that ruined his plans. He complains that he spent a fortune on this hideout and now it's all gone down the drain. Then he asks the hero to just accept the victory and let him leave in peace. With heavy irony, he says the hunter's bosses will surely applaud his great triumph. He also warns that continuing the fight won't help since his friends are already on the ground. With a dark gaze, Soman asks if it was the clown who did that to them. Raban gets angry, saying they've already wasted too much time and won't stand around talking. With a shout of die, he leaps to attack, ready to finish Soman right then and there. But the hunter uses his Iron Fist skill, stopping the axe with a single hand. Arumu is in complete shock as Siomen killed Raban with single blow. Siomen now understands that the clown must be the main figure behind this incident. She suggests to her boss that they retreat, but he says he'll handle it and tells her to protect the drugs. The clown then tries to talk, asking for a moment with investigator Suman of the gangbook team, but Suman pays him no mind, already focusing his energy to end this charade. Suman charges with full force and the clown narrowly dodges, leaping behind an explosion. He praises the attack, saying he barely managed to dodge it even with his absurd speed. Siomen then asks if he's the main dealer behind all of this. The villain plays dumb, but Siomen explains it's because he talks more than anyone else. The hunter demands to know where the drugs come from, telling the clown to speak while he still has teeth. The masked man laughs, amused by the question, and looking quite confident in his position. He rubs his hands together and asks if Siomen really thinks he's that easy. Just then, the clown rushes forward with surreal speed, catching Siomen completely by surprise. He lands a powerful blow, making the hero double over from the direct impact. Then he finishes with a spinning strike, throwing the hunter hard onto the warehouse floor. Siomen is impressed as the villain's speed is greater than that of Daesu, a super strong hunter. But he notices the power doesn't match up and unleashes a blast of wind that hits the villain. The clown is dragged across the floor as Siomen gets up ready for round 2. With blood dripping from his mouth, he laughs, unable to believe the hunter managed to hit him. He gets up furiously, yelling, "Me?" as if he can't accept being struck like that. The fight continues, and Siomen exchanges a sequence of super fast punches and kicks with the clown. The villain seems to not even feel the blows, and with a dark aura, he asks what the big deal is. But Siomen smirks and taunts him, asking if he thinks he's so special. Then, the hunter activates a magic circle on the ground, launching a wave of ice and debris upwards. The clown gets trapped in the ice but laughs at the situation and says Siomen is a monster. Suddenly, Siomen appears behind him and reveals the truth, catching the villain by surprise. He warns that the clown isn't the only one with fast feet and attacks him with a freezing stomp. The villain screams in pain as his entire body begins to be frozen by the hero's magic. With the enemy trapped in ice, Siomen finishes the move, creating a pillar to seal him for good. After the fight, he takes a deep breath as the side effects of his power start to wear him down. Seeing his injured brother, Sejun approaches and asks him to stay still so he can heal him. He then uses his healing magic, and a golden light begins to treat all of Seo's wounds. Arumu watches from a distance, shocked by that absurd power and Sejun's life magic. Seomin then gets up and picks up the enemy's weapon from the ground, telling her not to move. He says she's no ordinary henchman and demands to know the source of the dealer's power. Seomin threatens Arumu impatiently, telling her to answer or she'll die along with her friend. But from within the ice, the clown whispers the word overheat, activating a new ability. With that, white smoke begins to leak from the ice prison, putting Seomin on high alert. The clown then shatters everything with a wicked laugh, freeing himself with impressive power. Surprised, Seomin asks if that was the true ability the villain was hiding. The masked man smiles and says that now that he's seen it, there's no choice but to fight. He then decides he will burn Seomin along with everything else in that place. Arumu panics and screams, asking if he's really going to set the entire area on fire. But she is shocked to see a silhouette standing in the middle of the flames, completely unharmed. Seomin controls the fire with his hand and asks why all the drama over a simple scratch. He then tells the guy to cool down and launches a new powerful wave of ice in his direction. The ice surges forward and shatters, trapping the clown again and slamming him against the wall. Seomin complains that the clown made him waste his precious mana on this whole mess. But suddenly, he feels a strange pain, like an unexpected side effect of his power. Trapped in the ice, the clown gives a victorious smile and says he's finally got the hunter.